Hey guys, and welcome to the Play by Play Student Sports Network NFL Draft Show here in 2023. I am Chase Coburn alongside Harris for the NFL draft coverage and some great NFL draft division experts that we will get to later. And Harris, any thoughts here before we start to get into it?
Well, the NFL draft, first round of the NFL draft is my favorite night of the calendar year, and it is tonight. We are less than an hour away from the NFL draft. This is probably the most confusing NFL draft we've seen in a minute, Chase. We don't know what's going to happen. We kind of know what's going to go on at number one, but then we get to two and we really have no idea. The Texans said they were out on C.J. Stroud, but now he's a heavy favorite going in to be the number two overall pick. The Titans are debating trading up to number three if C.J. Stroud's on the board. So really, we have no clue what's going to go on. But this top five is going to be crazy, and I'm in for a big night.
A question that I have for you, a big draft question, is that a guy like Bijan Robinson, around the area that he would be picked, there are not a lot of teams that need a running back. Where do you kind of see him landing in tonight's draft?
I see Bijan earliest going 10th to the Eagles and latest 15th to the Patriots. I think those are maybe his two most probable spots of the night, but I think he's going to go somewhere between 10 and 15 tonight.
But so you really think he's going to be a top 15 pick?
I do. I think Bijan Robinson, there's not a lot of running backs you go and take in the first round of the NFL draft. Derrick Henry was an NFL first round draft pick. Saquon Barkley was. Bijan Robinson is at that pace. He's not as good as Saquon Barkley was as a prospect, but for the last 2 years, he's dominated college football, and I believe he will be a top 15 NFL draft pick tonight.
The play.
So Harris, speaking of Saquon Barkley, I guess my question to you is, with all the trade rumors going on with Saquon Barkley and the franchise tag and all that, if he does fall, could you see Bijan Robinson? Could you see the Giants trading up a little bit, or if he somehow falls to 25, taking him and kind of having him as their future running back?
No, Chase, I don't. I see Saquon being on the Giants for the foreseeable future, even with all the rumors going around. I think Bijan Robinson is 80% going to the Philadelphia Eagles tonight. And with them moving Miles Sanders in the offseason, I really don't see the Eagles not passing up on a generational running back like Bijan Robinson.
All right, we've heard some of Harris's picks, but last night we had an NFL mock draft, so we're gonna send it over to last night's mock draft.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our Miami mock draft with Justin Rubin, the South Florida Wonder. He is going to tell us who he thinks is going to go in tonight's draft. We'll be live with that draft in just about a half an hour or so. But before that, we wanted to make sure we got our last mock draft in the last second. So, Justin, you have our mock drafts. You have it in front of you, ready to go. And obviously, everybody wants to know who's going first to the Carolina Panthers.
Well, this mock draft is for the people. As you know, Zeke said, I'm Justin Rubin. This is my 2023 NFL mock draft. And I know when most people look for mock drafts, they want to see a mock draft that is analytics-based. And this is based off of research and analytics, not what I would do, which is what I think the people are looking for. So we'll get straight to it. First overall, we have the Carolina Panthers taking Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. Some picks like this don't need much of an explanation as they're pretty clear-cut. Stroud is the quarterback one in the draft, scored highest on the S2 cognition test, and I think he's just a clear-cut option for number one, along with other people. I think we can put that Will Levis rumor aside as he himself denied the rumor. So, number two, the most controversial pick of the draft. Nobody knows what the Texans are going to do, but I have them selecting Tyree Wilson, the edger out of Texas Tech. And right now the debate seems to be between him and Will Anderson. Before it was C.J. Stroud, but looks like they're not taking quarterback with the number two pick. And I feel like Wilson molds into DeMeco Ryans 3-4 scheme better than Will Anderson does and can be like Nick Bosa on the 49ers offense, except the Texans. At number three, the Tennessee Titans trade up with the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals acquire the 11th pick, and the Titans acquire the third. And the Titans jump the AFC South rival Colts to draft quarterback C.J. Stroud. Like the Twitter research on Stroud are very interested in him. Levis and Anthony Richardson, and this is a good pick for them because the Titans are an impatient team. Want a day one starter because they lost faith. At number 4, the Indianapolis Colts select Will Levis. Again, this pick seems pretty clear to me. The Colts have said how much they like Levis, and Todd McShay has said that this smoke is real. This is not a smokescreen. You would assume Anthony Richardson fits the mobile, just big pocket quarterback of dual threat quarterback of Shane Steichen's scheme better, but Will Levis seems to be who they're looking for. Seahawks, Will Anderson, edge rusher out of Alabama. Once again, this is a guy you just cannot pass up on if he's available at number 5. Many people thought he would go top 5 for sure, but maybe most likely top 4. The Seahawks have not for any specific reason, just because of how I think the draft will pan out, and you simply cannot pass up on this athletic freak. At number 6, the Detroit Lions select Devon Witherspoon, defect out of Illinois, and I think he really fits the scheme of Dan Campbell and the Lions, and they're in need of a cornerback. Devon Witherspoon, perfect for them. It's between him and Christian Gonzalez, but I feel like Witherspoon, especially just this season, this college football season, has shown so much talent and improvement, and he will be the pick at number 6, sorry. At number 7, the Las Vegas Raiders select Anthony Richardson, quarterback out of Florida, the most athletic player in this class. And yes, I'm kind of saying this because I am a Gators fan, but he's so versatile. He has the biggest arm in the draft. He has the highest ceiling, I think, of any quarterback in this draft class. It's just his arm talent, his strength, his speed, it all adds up. This is not a day one starter by any means. He will learn under Jimmy G for maybe 2 to 3 years, just like Jordan Love. And I think if you give this guy some time, he has potential to be a really, really great quarterback. At number 8, the Eagles trade up with the Falcons. The Falcons acquire pick number 10 Eagles, and the Eagles acquire pick number 8 from the Falcons and take Jalen Carter, who will reunite with fellow ex-Georgia teammates in the He's a great left tackle. As you know, his draft stock has fallen because of legal reasons and crime accusations, but he's still a great athlete, and talent kind of matters more when it comes to football off the field. Most teams would agree, and the Eagles just are making a big push for him, and they're in need of a defensive tackle. Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave, getting older. So, number 9, the Chicago Bears select Paris Johnson, offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Again, one of these picks, Bears need an offensive tackle. He'll reunite with Justin Fields, whom he attended Ohio State at the same time as, and this pick just makes perfect sense. Bears have had their eye on Paris for a while. And at number 10, the Atlanta Falcons select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle out of Northwestern. I know the Falcons have had their eye on Peter Skoronski. Concern is his short arms. However, Falcons, another one of those teams in need, and if he's number 10, he'll be the pick. At number 11, the Arizona Cardinals select Nolan Smith, linebacker out of Georgia. A lot of talk has been about the Cardinals taking Will Anderson at 3 if he's there, Tyree Wilson at 3 if he's I think it's going to be Nolan Smith. I don't think they're looking for a cornerback. I think they want a linebacker. He's on the smaller side for defensive player, but he is another athletic freak. And they could definitely use a linebacker with, obviously, Hassan Reddick's departure a year ago. So I think this would be really good for the Cardinals. At number 12, the Houston Texans select Jackson Smith, wide receiver out of Ohio State. They are in desperate need of a receiver. They have Nico Collins, John Mechie, and is it slipping? Well, they had Brandon Cooks, but he's gone. So, yeah, they need a receiver to say the least. Jackson Smith-Njigba is definitely the best receiver in this class. A lot of people would say. However, I disagree with that. I just think Zay Flowers is the best. He's going to have the best career. Njigba is definitely a great player, and I think he will end up having a great career as well. Great slot receiver. He can kind of fill the Brandon Cooks role. Oh, yeah, the Texans got Robert Woods in free agency, who I was blanking on before. Number 13, the Green Bay Packers select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee. I think this trade up with the Jets, they traded Rodgers, basically swap picks with the Jets too. I think it was the target and offensive tackle. Darnell Wright on the board here. He's a great guy to add. See the film of him just not letting Will Anderson, who is one of the best defensive players in this draft class, he wouldn't let him get past him. And I think if you let a guy like Will Anderson, if you're able to stop him from sacking your quarterback, you can stop a lot of great NFL defenders from sacking Jordan Love if he gets drafted by the Packers, of course. Number 14, Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, defensive back out of Oregon. This is such a Bill Belichick pick. Usually they don't draft the best player available, as we saw with Cole Strange last year, who was projected to be a third-round pick, the guard. But Christian Gonzalez, he's also an athletic freak. He's a great cornerback, one of the Patriots' needs, and they like using their cornerbacks, Marcus Jones, Jack Jones, Jonathan Jackson, J.C. Jackson in the past. So I think this is a great pick for the Patriots, even though I'm a Dolphins fan. So I would kind of hate to see Gonzalez fall to 14, but I have it happening. So at number 15, the Jets will select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia. The Jets need an offensive tackle. Why not draft the best one on the board? At number 16, we have
All right, Harris, we are back. Just a few minutes away from the NFL draft. Some things really stood out about his mock draft. Tyree Wilson at 2, and then he does have the Titans trading up to 3. Kind of touch on those two things. Do you see that happening?
I see Tyree Wilson going number 2 overall if they're not going quarterback. I don't believe he's the best edge rusher in the class. He is a Houston boy. He's from the state of Texas. Tyree Wilson is a great player. He was great in the Big 12, but I do see that happening. And number 3 for CJ Stroud. I think, or I don't know, did he have, yeah, I think he had CJ going 3. If CJ doesn't go 2, I do see the Titans. They've been talking about it all day. They reached out to Ohio State earlier. I do see that happening.
All right, so kind of something else to touch on here. It has to do with the NFL draft, of course, but it doesn't have to do with maybe a player being drafted, if that makes sense. Because talking about the Titans and the Cardinals, we've also heard rumors that DeAndre Hopkins could be sent to Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore. We've heard Tennessee, even though Ian Rappaport kind of shut that down a few hours ago. So what are kind of your thoughts? Where do you see D-Hop ending up by the end of today?
I see D-Hop moving by the end of tonight for sure. I see him maybe going for Buffalo for a second or third round pick. People are saying they want a first. I don't think he's worth the first whatsoever. He's 31 years old. He was suspended. He's been with injuries the last few years, but I see him ending up in Buffalo if it doesn't go to Tennessee, as Ian Rappaport claims.
I mean, if you really think about that, it would be Josh Allen,
Stephon Diggs, DeAndre
Josh Allen,
Hopkins,
Stephon Diggs, and DeAndre Hopkins. I mean,
and
that's
Dawson.
really talented.
Yeah.
I feel like some people think Hopkins is washed. I mean, this is a guy that if he weren't suspended last year, he was on pace for 1,300, 1,200 yards last year. So, I mean, this is still a guy that I think has a lot of potential. And if he's in the right system, could be really well. Now, I want to mention something. Lamar Jackson was signed today, kind of with all that momentum going on with Jackson and the Ravens finally coming to an agreement. Could you see the Ravens trying to make a run at D-Hop and maybe giving up 22 for him? Pick number 22.
I think maybe I have heard the Ravens might not draft tonight. I've heard from a lot of Ravens fans tonight that they might not draft. You know, they signed Lamar earlier. They've got people tweeting on Twitter. They may not pick tonight, and if they were to pick, I think they do go receiver in the first round. But I mean, I'm very vocal about the receiver class here. I don't think it's that good. They're either short or they're slow. Every guy's really. But any guy over 5'10" is really running in the 4.5s and 4.6s, and any guy below that is 5'9" and running in the 4.3s. And in the NFL, you can't really be 5'9" and play receiver. You can play in the slot, but you're not guaranteed to be successful. And there's 2 guys that are really quick in this draft that are both 5'9", One of them is a projected first-round pick tonight. But I think the best receiver in the class is Quentin Johnson out of TCU. He's 6'1". He struggles in the end zone, but he's a great deep threat. He runs in the 4.5s. I think he's the best size of any receiver, and he's the most well-rounded out of any receiver in the class. If he's a red zone target in the NFL, he can be very deadly. But there's no other guy really that I'm going to reach out and take in the first.
You mentioned the Ravens side, Lamar. I mean, do you think that was a good move with everything going on? Just kind of going back to that.
Well, I think, Chase, that every quarterback that gets signed that's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL for the next couple of years, every time they get every time they re-sign with their team, they're going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL most of the time. And people might say, oh my gosh, Lamar Jackson does not deserve to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He got a $260 million contract today, but it really, when you have to sign your franchise guy, every guy thinks they're the best and they want to have all their money. And when you have your guy, you need to stick with that guy. If Andrew Luck was still on the Colts right now and the Colts had to sign him to a deal, I would have given him the same deal they gave Lamar Jackson today. It doesn't matter what way he is your franchise guy and you keep him. They're not going to move on from him. And I think it was a great signing. Just like, I mean, I'm not a huge guy on Jalen Hurts either, but when you have to extend him and he wants money, you give it to him.
You just mentioned your Indianapolis Colts, kind of continuing this conversation of quarterbacks. Who do you really want them to target at number 4? Assuming Stroud is not available, or I guess if you think Stroud will be available, who do you kind of want? Do you want Richardson? Do you want Levis? Or do you want Stroud if he somehow falls to 4?
All right. Well, I've been thinking about this for the last 8 months. Ever since Matt Ryan tied the Houston Texans in that first game of the season this year, I knew that the Indianapolis Colts were doomed. I'm an Alabama fan. I wanted Bryce Young. I didn't think Bryce Young was going to be the first overall pick for a minute. Obviously, now he's the favorite to go number 1. Yeah. He will be great in Carolina. That would have been my dream, but it's not going to happen. Then now we're sitting at 4, and I think either Will Levis or CJ Stroud will be available by the time we pick. For a minute, I wanted Anthony Richardson. The last 2 weeks, I've been watching a ton of film on all these guys. Richardson over the next 10 years might be the best out of the 3, but you have to sit him for you. Can't start day 1. I don't want Gardner Minshew playing day 1. That's my bottom line, which leaves me between C.J. Stroud and Will Levis. Will Levis is this athletic freak of a guy that really isn't that polished to play in the NFL right now, but he can start day 1. He's got great arm talent. He runs like a beast. He can run through all of it, and he's one of the most I'd say the second most athletic. Him and Bryce Young are on par for the second most athletic quarterback in this class. C.J. Stroud throws the best ball in the entire class. He had one of the best throw days at the combine we've ever seen. People want to talk about his S2 Wonderlic score being in the 18th percentile. Justin Herbert was in the late 20s. I'm not too worried about that. Although CJ Stroud does lack athleticism. So where CJ Stroud is great, Will Levis really isn't. CJ Stroud has trouble getting out of the pocket. Will Levis doesn't. If I'm the Colts, I'm sitting at 4 and both are available, I'm going to take C.J. Stroud. If we get Will Levis, I will be extremely happy. Either one, as long as we get one of them, I'm happy at the end of the day. Even if we were to pick Anthony Richardson, I would not be that mad. I would be pretty happy. I just want a quarterback for the end of the night. I've wanted a quarterback for the last 5 years since Andrew Luck. So as long as we get a quarterback by the end of the night, Chase, I am happy, man, as long as it's not Hendon Hooker.
2 things I want to touch on there. Number 1, was surprised by that answer because I feel like you said you kind of wanted a quarterback, but I feel like neither Richardson or Levis, I don't feel like they're ready to be starting quarterbacks right now on at least a somewhat of competitive team. So tell me if I'm wrong here. If either of them fall, I feel like a perfect scenario for either Richardson or Levis, if one of them falls to 6, would be for the Lions to take them. Because while Jared Goff is good, I don't know if he's that franchise cornerstone quarterback that I feel like Detroit hopes he would be after a Pro Bowl season last year, after a very overachieving year. But we know Jared Goff, he could go from here to here very quickly. And I feel there's a lot of risk involved with Jared Goff. So could you see the Lions, if one of them are available at number 6, either taking Levis or Richardson to kind of maybe develop under Goff and then eventually kind of take their leap as their long-time starter?
The Lions are known to like Anthony Richardson. And I want to touch on one thing. You said Levis and Richardson couldn't play day 1. Neither one's polished. I do disagree with that. Will Levis played at Kentucky in college. They're at the bottom of the SEC. The offense he ran at Kentucky was very similar to a Sean McVay type NFL offense. Kentucky prepares players to be NFL ready. They run an NFL style offense, which doesn't really work in college football, but they still run it. He runs a 4.6. He's really talented on the run. He's able to get through guys. He won in the Citrus Bowl last year against Iowa. He's arguably got the best arm in the draft. Sure, his accuracy isn't that great, but that can change. He's got this incredible arm. Anthony, and he can definitely play day one in the NFL. He might not be great day one in the NFL, but like Josh Allen, he could have played on his first day. Anthony Richardson, on the other hand, he's just another athletic freak. He runs a 4.4. He's incredible. But at the same time, he can't hit the broadside of a barn when he throws the football. He likes to throw off his back foot. He's not ready at all. I think he should have stayed in college. But if the Lions are sitting at 6, Jared Goff can play as their quarterback for the next year or two. I'd pick Anthony Richardson if he's there. I mean, he could be a guy that could be great in the NFL for a long time. I have Anthony. We'll see my NFL comparisons for the draft, but Anthony Richardson reminds me of some guys that became incredible NFL quarterbacks out of the draft. So that's my opinion. And Chase, they're about to go on the clock. The Panthers are about to be put on the clock. We need to sync our televisions together. So when this clock starts, we'll see who's ahead of one another.
Yeah, because currently I'm hearing Goodell speak, or not hearing it, of course, but seeing Goodell speak. But with the Panthers, actually, we'll touch on that a little bit later. But I mean, I feel like Bryce Young really wasn't the true favorite to go number one until a few weeks ago. Personally, and this is a hot take to some, I am a Stroud guy over Bryce Young, and this is coming from a person who I'm a casual college football fan. Like I watch, of course, but I don't really have that favorite team that I cheer for because I live in Connecticut and UConn football is the best thing I got. So you can probably understand my concern here. But I'm a casual Alabama fan. If I do cheer for anybody, it's always been Alabama and try to see as much games as possible. And when I look at a guy like Bryce Young, it's not that I'm afraid of the height. He just always seems a little risky for me. Like in that game against LSU, he got outplayed. And I don't know, he just always seemed like a little off to me. And I've always been a CJ Stroud guy because my thing going into the NFL draft, I compare every quarterback or most players actually to a player currently in the NFL, kind of like what I think they can be. And I see Stroud as kind of a ceiling of Mahomes, while I see Young a ceiling of Burrow. And a ceiling of Burrow isn't bad, but a ceiling of Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So just touch on that quickly. Kind of, could you see, like, of course, Bryce Young is going to go number one. That's almost been guaranteed. But do you think that he really is the best quarterback in this draft class?
As you said, you're a casual Alabama fan. I've been a diehard Alabama fan since I was 5 years old, and we've won multiple national championships since I've been alive. I'm about to turn 17 in a week, and I've experienced the best college football out of anybody has in their lifetime almost. And Bryce Young's the best quarterback Alabama's ever had, and it's not even close. And for the last 3 years, I've defended the guy as the best quarterback in this draft class. I debated him over DJ Uiagalelei as a freshman. Now it's been the CJ Stroud debate for the last 2 years. Bryce Young might be small, but when you got to put this into perspective, he's 5'10" and a half and he's 194 pounds. That really isn't that small. He has a small frame, but that isn't small. He can take it. For example, I am 5'10" as well. I'm 135 pounds. He is 65 pounds more than me, which puts into a perspective that he really isn't that small. He's muscular. He's big. He can take hits. He took hits in college football against the best defenses in the nation. The difference between Stroud and Bryce is Young is much more athletic. He's believed to run in the 4.4. I've never seen a quarterback to extend plays like Bryce Young can. He is the only reason that Alabama was in the game against Tennessee and LSU this year. Sure, they lost both games. He was incredible in both games. He extends plays like nobody ever. I have him as NFL comparison to Russell Wilson just probably because of his height and weight. But this guy's insane. He's extremely calm in the pocket. He doesn't like to run, but when he can't run, he broke out for over 60 yards one time this year, and he broke out for over 40 multiple times. Stroud, on the other hand, he's a pocket passing quarterback. He runs like a 4.57, but he's really not that athletic, and he struggles to get out of the pocket. But when he's in the pocket, he's more calm than any quarterback I may have ever seen come into this draft class. He throws the most perfect ball in college football over the last 2 years. But if I'm picking one, I take Bryce Young, just for the fact he's this athletic freak with this incredible ceiling out of any quarterback I may have ever seen.
Wow, I mean, you really went in depth on a bunch of those picks. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So I think it is time to introduce, before we really get into everything that's going on with Carolina, I think we should kind of introduce our experts here. I'm not sure if they're going to be coming on the screen now or not. Alana will be our NFC and AFC South expert. Brad will be our NFC and AFC East expert. Nick will be our AFC and NFC West expert. And Jonah will be our AFC and NFC North expert. So just wanted to kind of introduce you guys to them. I don't know if they're coming on now. I know Alana will, of course, touch on this as soon as the Panthers do pick. But, yeah, they are on the clock. Harris, I know you want to be in sync. I'm at 9:08 right now. Where are you at?
You're 15 seconds ahead of me. Pause where you are.
All right.
All right. So what are you
Uh,
at right now?
I'm at 9. I just gotta pause. Just give me a second.
Okay.
All right. I'm at 8:56 now. Tell me when you're at 8:56.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Well,
Unpause.
all
Unpause.
right. So,
8:53, 8:52, 8:51, 8:50, 8:49. Are we in
you're a
sync?
second ahead of me. That's fine. All
Okay.
right. So, yeah, that's all right. So, hopefully the clock will be coming up here on our screen. We mentioned Bryce Young and all of the talented abilities that he does have. He will most likely be going number 1 here. But Harris, do you think this is a good deal by both sides, Chicago and Carolina, to make this deal and kind of trade with the Bears trading back to 9 and the Panthers trading up to 1?
Well, for the biggest Bryce Young fan in the entire world, I didn't think they were going to take him going number 1. I thought Frank Reich's never had a quarterback under 6'2". CJ Stroud 6'3", 215 pounds. Great frame for an NFL quarterback. So when they made the trade, I thought it was really for CJ Stroud. And I thought it was too much because you're the Panthers, right? You could have re-signed Sam Darnold before. I mean, he was still a free agent when they made the trade. Could have re-signed him. They had Matt Corral's coming off of an ACL tear. He's still on the team, who they picked last year in the 4th round. And let's say this. You're bad for a year, okay? You look at next year's draft class. You're sitting with Drake May, Quinn Ewers, and then the holy grail of them all, Caleb Williams. So if you're bad for a year, they're really not, in a bad position to pick a quarterback next year. I thought what they gave up for a quarterback in this year's class was too much. I understand wanting to win now. I want to win now as an Indianapolis Colts fan. But for what they gave up to move up 8 slots, I didn't think was worth it. Unless they really wanted their guy. But obviously, as Vegas has shown over the last 2.5 months since they took that number 1 overall pick, they weren't set on one guy, They saw CJ Stroud and Frank Reich talking a couple weeks ago, and they thought, oh, he told him he's picking him. But no, last 2 weeks we thought Bryce Young, we thought Will Levis. So really they didn't know who they were taking.
Right. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, I feel like that Will Levis rumor may have been the craziest thing I've ever seen in my, now, I guess 4 years, 5 years covering the draft at this point. I mean, why? Because one random guy on Reddit, I mean, is FanDuel and DraftKings really that stupid? I mean,
well,
what's going on?
I don't think it was really that. What I think really happened is people see the Reddit and they bet the plus 4,500 rumor, or they bet the plus 4,500, and Vegas lose a lot of money. Let's say if it were to be true, so they have to lower the odds. Let's say when you lower the odds to plus 400, the less money you're going to lose if it were to happen. So that difference, when more people started betting it, when more people bet one line, they change it. So
Right.
I completely agree. And the Will Levis rumor was debunked.
Right.
Michael Mursky, another SBC camper, it was either him or his partner, asked him yesterday at an event for the NFL draft as they're covering it, and he said it was Will Levis said it was crazy. He's never been on Reddit, doesn't talk to anyone that's on Reddit, so it was just a rumor in general.
Yeah, for sure. I really think that this is interesting. We are nearly on the clock, as you can see. I think we're at about 5:45 right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Okay, we will start our clock at 5 minutes. So yeah, really interesting. Something I wanted to touch on, because I saw this kind of a few weeks ago, and the rumor has kind of quieted down. Could you see if the Titans trade with the Cardinals at number 3? Could you see quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, I don't think there's any chance a quarterback goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't think Texans are going to go QB at 2. To be real with you, I don't think that's even a possibility right now. I think they're going defense, and I think if a quarterback were to fall to 12, they might think about it. But I don't think they're going to.
I have a question, Harris. Not to interrupt you. I have a question. Why do they not want a quarterback again? They're running with Davis Mills right now. I'm confused about that. It's just like, what?
Okay, so Davis Mills, he's bad. He's really not that bad in my opinion, but I see what the Texans are thinking. They're going to be a horrible franchise no matter what this year. And as I said 2 minutes ago for the Panthers, next year you're sitting with 3, grails at quarterback, 3 guys that might be the best quarterback in this class. So if you're really bad for a year, they were really all in on Bryce Young when the Panthers traded for the number 1 pick. They thought it was going to be CJ Stroud, as everyone else did. They were, okay, we're going to get Bryce Young at number 2, but no, it looks like the Panthers are going to be taking Bryce Young at number 1. So they were all in on Bryce. Only QB they're really in on. They say they like Will Levis a little bit. I think if they're going to pick a quarterback, it's going to be Will Levis, but they're probably not going to pick a quarterback. So when this time comes at number 2 and Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson gets picked, we'll see. But I think they ride for another year with Davis Mills. Or, they might fall and get Hendon Hooker. They might 12 Hendons there. I don't know. We don't know.
Hendon Hooker. You really think he'll go in the first round?
I do. I think Hendon Hooker will be a 15 through 25 pick. I think there's a lot of teams in that range that will pick Hendon Hooker. The Vikings, the Commanders are known to have ties to Hendon Hooker.
Wow.
I don't see it when he gets picked tonight because I'm pretty confident he will get picked tonight. I'll go into that, but I don't see the reason for it. But they're gonna pick the 25-year-old guy.
To me, when you look at the Texans, I feel that if you need to get a franchise cornerstone, you got to go with a quarterback. And even if it's not Bryce Young, there's not a lot of talents that are going to be in the NFL draft like C.J. Stroud, in my opinion. I think he has a very high ceiling, and I just think it's really done with the Houston Texans organization for messing up. I mean, they literally could have solved this problem by not getting a game-winning Hail Mary against your Colts, Harris. I mean, some organizations, they say Cleveland's going to Cleveland, Houston's going to Houston, and that organization's crazy. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in for Carolina. We have our NFC South expert, Alana. Alana, kind of touch on, assuming this will be Bryce Young, kind of touch on what you think is going to happen here.
Yeah, I definitely do think it's going to be Bryce Young here. We've just seen with this Alabama program over the years, they really know how to develop these guys well. So I think if the Carolinas are going to make up the right pick, it's got to be Bryce Young. We've seen, he's had school records broken, 4,872 yards. Like, come on, you're the SEC Offensive Player of the Year. You won the Heisman in 2021. With this new coaching staff in Carolina, I think Frank Wright will really be great to help, Bryce Young grow. So let's see. Carolina, pick is in. I think we all are pretty much anticipating it to be Bryce Young here.
I have a question. I think that automatically on my draft article, I always make an article grading everybody in the draft. I'm giving the Panthers an A+ just for making us feel entertained for 5 minutes. I mean, congratulations to the Carolina Panthers for somehow not knowing their pick and making us entertained for a few minutes. I mean, wow. I think that's the win of the draft right there. I mean, dead honest. That's the win of the draft, the fact that they were able to make us entertained for this long.
Yeah, they really kept us on our toes, really going back and forth between, we don't know who we're choosing yet, who knows, but here's Roger Goodell right now announcing the pick.
Oh, you're ahead of us. So mute.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Alana, we'll go to you when the pick is in, even though I don't think there's really going to be any spoilers made here. All right, yeah, now we see Goodell walking onto the podium. We'll go to you, assuming that this is going to be who it is. Pick is being announced right now, and it is
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. So, big surprise, guys. The Alabama quarterback, 5'10", going number 1 overall to the Carolina Panthers. Harris, let's go to you. We're going to have some graphics pulled up on the screen real quick. What are you thinking right now? I mean, I know it's such a big surprise. You definitely didn't expect this. What are you thinking right now?
Well, Bryce Young, the 5'10", 195-pound quarterback out of Alabama, has been the best quarterback in college football over the last 2 years. He's the 2021 Heisman Trophy winner. This last season, he threw for 3,800 yards, 21 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions with an 86.2 QBR. He won the Heisman in 2021. He won the Davey O'Brien in 2021. He only had 3 losses in his entire career against at Alabama. He went to the national championship in 2021 as well, losing. He's an SEC champion. There's not a lot to lose with this guy. He's a flashy passer. He's able to extend plays better than any quarterback in this draft class. He's quick. He's mobile, runs in the 4.4. He's extremely calm in the pocket when he's present there. This guy's a lot like Russell Wilson to me, the Super Bowl champion. He resembles him a lot in the height and the weight. Both are really quick quarterbacks. Both are really calm in the pocket, and both are able to get out of the pocket when they're needed to. There's the ceilings as high as the sky for this guy. So Bryce Young, great pick for the Carolina Panthers.
Alana, touch on that. Bryce Young, going number 1.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised at all. Like I said, Alabama is just such a strong program. We saw in the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State how dominant he was in that game. He threw for 5 touchdowns. He was the MVP over Kansas State, and we saw how dominant Kansas State was. That's some true competition there, I think. So, we're seeing how more and more often now, we're seeing how these top schools are developing their quarterbacks, and to be able to pick someone like Bryce Young, the Panthers were close last season to making the playoffs. We saw a huge fight between them, the Falcons, the Saints in that division, and Bryce Young could be that next piece. I know they lost DJ Moore in the offseason, but if they can draft well, draft some more weapons for Bryce Young, protect him, building an offensive line, I think this is a great pick for Carolina.
Now, this is where the draft gets interesting here. And Alana, you will probably stay on because the Texans are on the clock here, 5:30, but 5:30 left on the clock. But I think that this is where the draft gets interesting, right? We all kind of assume that Young would go number 1. He's such a great talent. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see the Texans. I mean, the reports I feel are saying that they're not going to take a quarterback, which is hard to believe, but maybe it was just trying to toss everyone up. We've seen draft things like this where we see surprises. So I think we could expect this to be either Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson with a slight chance of CJ Stroud, I think is kind of what we're seeing right now.
Okay, we just got the pickets in, Alana. Sorry, Chase, for interrupting you. I'm just trying to sync ours with Alana, so
Yeah.
we're kind of on pace here.
Yeah.
Let me pause mine. They're currently showing a graphic for. Oh, I can't pause mine, but they're currently showing highest drafted Alabama quarterback.
I see that right now. Yeah, they just showed that.
All right, so we're pretty much even. Guys, my question to you is, assuming they don't take Stroud, who do you take, or who do you think they will take? Kind of a two-part question. Harris, let's go to you here. Real quick answers because they're going to announce the pick soon. Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson?
I think they go Tyree Wilson. I think Will Anderson's the best player in the class. So I think they go with the Texas native, the Texas Tech native.
All right, Alana?
This is really tough because I truly think they're going to take a quarterback here. I don't think they trust Davis Mills enough to continue, so I think we're going to see CJ Stroud.
I'll be devastated with the CJ Stroud pick right here. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. If they pick CJ Stroud, I'm gonna be a little bit butthurt. But
good, because you want him, right, with the Colts.
I do want him, so I'm gonna be a little bit butthurt. I'm locked in for this pick. We're picking into. My heart's racing. This is so unpredictable. I've never seen an NFL draft like this. The NFL draft has been my favorite. There's DeMeco Ryan, the head coach of the new head coach of the Houston Texans. For the last, 10 years I've been a football fan, there's never been a second pick like this that no one knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The suspense. Last year we knew Aiden Hutchinson. We knew Aiden Hutchinson.
Right.
We knew he would be too.
Walker came out of nowhere last year.
That was the Jaguars just really didn't know what they needed. They took a guy that they really liked, an athletic freak. Maybe he wasn't the best pick. He wasn't even I didn't have him as a top 10 player even in the draft, but they loved him. He was an okay rookie this year, but that was just like a draft, one of those Baker Mayfield type days where on the last couple days before the draft, your draft stock goes up like crazy. So
when we look back at 30 years, I think Trayvon Walker will go down as one of the worst number 1 overall picks with Aiden Hutchinson right there, and one of the most surprising and forgotten, frankly, first overall picks that we will see. I mean, I personally, no offense, Harris, I want to see Stroud go number 2. I want to see Houston play at least somewhat competitive football because they haven't really done that in a very long time, really since Deshaun Watson did whatever he wanted to do and left. But, I really think that, this is interesting. I'm really curious to see where they go. I'll just tell you this right now. I haven't seen any reports, don't worry. The only thing I'm looking at my phone about is because my heart's racing to see if DeAndre Hopkins will be a Raven tonight. But the thing that I'm really thinking about right now is I wouldn't rule out the possibility that they take a quarterback because I think they may be trying to affect teams like the Colts kind of last minute. I don't know, a division rival like that. I don't know. I've seen things like that in the draft. I'm not saying they will. I don't think they will, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility that this is CJ Stroud. I think it's definitely either CJ Stroud and then most likely either Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson. All right, the pick is going to be announced. And
no!
CJ Stroud goes number 2. What did I say? CJ Stroud, number 2 pick. Harris, I know you're upset, but touch on this guy. He sounds it.
Well, CJ Stroud is the best frame out of any other quarterback in this draft class. He's 6'3", 215 pounds. He throws the best ball in the draft class. In his 2 years at Ohio State, he did incredible things. He couldn't beat Michigan, but what he did do is bring a fourth quarter game against the best team in college football last year against Georgia. He's a two-time Heisman finalist. He ran a 4.53. I think he's the most NFL-ready quarterback in the class. People said his draft stock was going to fall because of his S2 score, but that doesn't matter. Obviously, the Texans are here taking him as the number 2 overall pick. He's got the best accuracy in the class. As I said, he throws the best ball. He's the most fundamental quarterback in this draft class, and I don't think it's even close. Maybe he lacks athleticism, but that doesn't matter when the ball that you throw is as accurate as it is, that CJ Stroud is, as you see him here throwing against Arkansas State. No one throws a better ball than this guy. Sure, he was surrounded by some of the best receivers in college football, but there really is no better than CJ Stroud besides Bryce Young in this draft class. Great pick for Houston. I wish he was an Indianapolis Colt.
All right, so Alana, touch on him real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep
you got
going
it right,
back.
Alana. You got it right. You predicted Stroud.
Yeah, I just don't think the Texans can continue with Davis Mills and CJ Stroud. We keep going back to that Georgia game, and it really, truly could have gone either way. CJ Stroud had such an incredible game. The pass efficiency for him, he was second in FBS last year, pass efficiency. He had 44 passing touchdowns, which is crazy. 6 interceptions. That's it. Only 6 interceptions. And overall, this helped him earn honors. It helped the team. Ohio State led the nation with 561.5 yards of total offense per game. Most in the nation, like I said. It's insane what CJ Stroud has been able to do, and I truly thought he could have gone number 1 overall a couple weeks ago until obviously we saw Carolina fall in love with what Bryce Young had to offer, but I truly did think CJ Stroud had what it takes to go number 1 overall, and I think the Texans got a great pick at number 2 with CJ Stroud.
I thought he should have gone, number 1 overall for sure. I mean, this is really interesting. So the Cardinals are on the clock here, 4:17. Alana, we'll see you later for sure.
That sounds good, guys.
Yeah, take care. Great thoughts. So, do the Titans? I don't think the Titans are going to trade up now, Harris. Right, with CJ Stroud gone.
No, there's no way the Titans trade up for this pick, in my personal opinion. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood with me, Chase, but I don't think they're going to be trading up to number 3. Their number 2 overall quarterback that they said they've been liking is Anthony Richardson. And where they sit at 11, I'm pretty sure I would feel pretty comfortable picking there to pick Anthony Richardson. I'd let the Colts go out and get our guy, Will Levis, with the next pick, and don't steal him from us. But no, I don't think there's a way that they trade that without CJ Stroud. All day, it's when CJ Stroud talks to the Titans. It doesn't look like that's going to be happening.
I see. Yeah, go.
I think something that led Houston to picking CJ Stroud in this was the talks that their division rival, the Tennessee Titans, have been talking with them all day. Been talking to the guys at Ohio State, been talking to the Arizona Cardinals. So I think, that really.
There's a possibility that 2 teams in their division with the Colts and the Titans both got new quarterbacks. They're probably intrigued them to go with Stroud. And that's probably why part of Alana's prediction. Yeah, Cardinals 3 minutes on the clock. I see them using every single one of these 180 seconds. Welcome our NFC West expert, Nicholas Bear, onto the show. Unfortunately, we're not going to see another quarterback unless Arizona's here because they still got Kyler Murray. But, I mean, I don't know if he's obviously the option. But, I mean, after signing him to that big deal, you're not going to let him go. Nick, I assume it's either Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson. Where do you see the Cardinals going here with this 3rd overall pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Will Anderson here. I just think we've heard the last day or two, and I don't know, this could just be lies and people trying to drop guys down, but there's concerns about Tyree Wilson's medicals. And because of that, I think it is very, very risky to take someone this high up. So I'm going to go with Will Anderson. I think he's somebody that you can kind of get as a leader of a defense to replace Budda Baker, because that is exactly what Budda Baker is right now for the Cardinals. And as we know, he's requested a trade. So if you get Will Anderson in there at a premier position on defense, I think that's exactly where they should go.
I'm going to agree with you there, Nick. I think Will Anderson's the best player in the draft class. I think he's the best player in college football, and I think he has been since his freshman season at Alabama. This guy has dominated college football. He had 17.5 sacks in his sophomore year at Alabama. He was that, the Alabama defense under Pete Golding has been nothing but mediocre. But then there's this guy, Will Anderson, that since his freshman year has been the talk of the edge rusher. Last year, when our friend Sam Prince went up to pick Kayvon Thibodeau, I think I said on the phone with us, I said, just wait for Will Anderson, because Will Anderson is the best edge rusher I think the draft has seen since Myles Garrett a few years back. And sure, he wasn't the number 1 overall pick, but that's because teams, need quarterbacks. So Will Anderson in any other draft class, and maybe the quarterback class wasn't as good as last year's class, he would have been the number 1 overall pick, and it wouldn't even been close. This guy's incredible. I'll get into it when he gets picked, hopefully here. But he's just your common day Von Miller coming out of the draft class.
Yeah, I mean, something else I'd like to add on too is that I don't think the edge rusher group, while it's super talented in round 1, is as deep as other classes are. We know they've talked about moving off of DeAndre Hopkins. Chase mentioned it earlier. He's waiting for Hopkins to.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness.
What?
We got a trade here, everyone. The Cardinals are trading the 3rd pick to the Texans, now going back-to-back picks.
Oh my gosh, you're going to get back-to-back picks. The trade is in. I assume they're trading for 12 and probably like a 3rd or a 4th. That's what I'm assuming. We're going to get the details in. So the Cardinals make a trade. They go down to 12. They clearly probably didn't like Anderson or Wilson. And I feel like Alana's now owning the show, and Nick will never come on, it seems like. So the Texans back-to-back picks. I don't know how often you see this happening. But the pick has been traded, and the Texans, do they go Wilson or do they go Anderson? We're asking the same question that we did with number 2, back-to-back picks.
I think you got to go Anderson here.
Gotta go him.
But didn't they like Wilson before?
They like Wilson. He's a Texas boy, but I think there's no way you're going to trade up this much to go with a guy like Tyree Wilson. Its draft stock has just started to rise within the last week. He was a projected top 15 pick, but the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft before this week was not a Tyree Wilson type thing. Will Anderson, on the other hand, he's been that guy for the last 2 years. You trade up this for a guy that's going to be a generational player at his position. There's no flaws in Will Anderson's game.
I have all the trade details right here. We got number 3 and number 105 for the Texans, number 1233, a 2024 1 and a 2024 3 for the Cardinals.
Wow, the Cardinals win that trade easily.
Yeah.
Houston's gonna Houston, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see who they select.
He's in, by the way.
Here
If
comes the
Wilson
commissioner.
doesn't go here. My mock draft had Stroud going number 1 because I wanted him to go number 1. But if that's the case and Richardson goes number 4, I almost can guarantee a perfect top 5 of my mock draft. Just with different teams, obviously. We'll see what happens here. The pick is in. Will Anderson going to the Houston Texans. Harris is obviously guaranteed himself a quarterback. Harris, touch on Will Anderson here. You said you're most talented player in the draft.
Well, Will Anderson is a 6'4" junior out of the University of Alabama. And over the last 2 years, this guy's dominated college football. He's a 2-time unanimous first-team All-American, a 2-time Bronco Nagurski winner, which is given to the best edge rusher in the country. He was in top Heisman voting. He's the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. The spin move on this guy is better than any edge rusher I think I've ever seen come out of the NFL draft. He accelerates off the offensive line, as you can see here in the game against Utah State. In his sophomore year, he had 17.5 sacks, which led college football. He's just the modern-day Von Miller. There's no flaws to this guy's game, which makes him the best player in this NFL draft class. Oh, not only did I say he has the best stamina in this draft class, he can play all 60 minutes of an NFL game. Every single snap this guy could play. He could play in college football, and it's going to translate incredibly to the NFL. There's no better defensive player in this draft class than Will Anderson Jr.
All right, Alana, touch on that. And Will Anderson going to the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, Harris really covered it. Will Anderson is such a great player. I really do wish I was able to see him play in a playoff game this year. While we weren't able to see that, we had to see all regular season long. He was just dominant on all forces. Every game, he was there. He was there for his team. I think he's going to be just not only a great player on the field, I think off the field, he's just going to be great in the locker room also. That leadership is just, it makes a player. Sometimes a leadership role can be even greater than what you see on the field. And when you have a guy that can do both of those things really well, you got a top player. Now the Texans, you get Will Anderson, you give up a lot to the Cardinals, and I think it'll be very interesting to see how we see the trade play out, depending on how Will Anderson ends up being in Houston.
So everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Alana, you may as well just stay on the show because you're going to continue to stay on here with these picks from the South. But wow, has this draft been interesting. Will Anderson going number 1. Now the Colts are up. It seems to be between Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. If Richardson goes and Wilson goes as 5, I got a perfect top 5. Just saying. But I mean, we will have to wait and see on that. I mean, what an interesting trade. I mean, we were talking about it's either Stroud or Anderson. Those are 2 of the candidates. Why not both? I mean, here's the thing though, is I think, and we have some guys in the behind the scenes that are also saying this. I think that if you are the Houston Texans, as good as Will Anderson is, I don't see how you trade away 2 future first-round picks and 2 decent round picks. I think it was what'd you say, a 4th and a 3rd from a 4th this year and a 3rd from next year, I think you said, right?
Yeah, and I think a first-round pick.
Yeah, from next year too. Yeah. So, that is a lot of draft compensation for Will Anderson, in my opinion. Even though they are getting some picks from the Cardinals, I think too. But I mean, that's just a lot right there. That's a lot of stuff.
It really is crazy.
I mean, Harris, I'm genuinely concerned for you. You seem very stressed right now. I hope you get past this pick. I hope you get through these 4 minutes. I mean, I would be shocked if the pick is in. I'd be shocked if the pick is not in by 2:30. Oh, there it is. Just called it. The pick is in for Indianapolis.
Oh, God,
And we will get the call momentarily from Roger Goodell. I mean, if this is Anthony Richardson, I'm going to party like it's 1999. Because I'm going to get a perfect top 5.
I wouldn't be calling myself partying like it's 1999, Chase, if it's Anthony Richardson, because as I said before, I love Will Levis. I've loved this guy since he was, the projected number 1 overall pick a couple months back. I think he's the second best quarterback in the class, and I'm going to say it now. I think he is. Sure, my opinion may have changed in the last couple minutes, but I mean, I've been debating them all day. So now here we go. If they select Anthony Richardson, though, I won't be mad, but I might be pretty mad. You won't
be mad, but I might be pretty mad.
I was 7 years old when the Indianapolis Colts took Andrew Luck in the first round and with the first overall pick. I haven't had to experience anything like this since then. This is like the most. I've been a diehard Colts fan since I was 4 years old. I'm originally from Indianapolis. My heart is beating for this town. The skyline might be relit in this town.
I mean, this team was supposed to make the playoffs last year with Matt Ryan. You see what they're picking.
Indianapolis is the town where, it's just a skyline and a big motor track, okay?
And they will finally...
With no skyline and a motor track. You got the Indy 500, and that's about it.
2 things. All right, yeah, go.
I don't know. I'm just hoping for, there's our head coach, Shane Steichen, and general man. There's Jim Irsay, Chris Ballard, Shane Steichen.
Harris seems so stressed right now. By the way, 2 things I want to mention. Number 1, for Indianapolis, they're finally going to go away from getting a mediocre veteran quarterback. I mean, Jacoby Brissett. I mean, Phillip Rivers. I mean, Carson Wentz. I mean, Matt Ryan. They're getting away from that territory.
Oh, no.
They're going to probably draft a young guy here. Obviously, again, either Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. If they don't draft either of those guys, I think Harris is going to leave the show. But that's, of course, not going to happen. But, I mean, this is very interesting. The pick is about to be picked momentarily. And, by the way, you shouldn't have an organization. You stole my team from Baltimore. Luckily, they gave us the Ravens and one of the more consistent organizations of all time. But
I think it's going to be – okay, Chase, start coach. I think it's going to be Anthony Richardson. I'm sorry. I think it is. They just showed him smiling on the television. I'm scared. I really want Will Levis.
All right, let's see. It may be Anthony Richardson.
Please, God.
Anthony Richardson has been picked, and Harris has left the show. Alana, you go first here. What are your thoughts on Anthony Richardson?
I am truly shocked. I totally thought the Colts were going to go with Will Levis in this one. But we definitely have seen in Florida, Anthony Richardson has proven he can be a steady quarterback. The Colts, with this new head coaching staff, Shane Steichen coming in after the Eagles last year, I think he will be able to coach Anthony Richardson right up to where he needs to be. The Colts have had 10 quarterbacks since Andrew Luck. 10. That's insane. 10 quarterbacks. If they can get a guy like Anthony Richardson who can be steady and show his talent out there like he showed in Florida. If the Colts can get some weapons, they have Michael Pittman right now, but if they can come in this draft and grab some other weapons, I truly think Anthony Richardson can shine in Indianapolis. And I know Harris really wanted Will Levis, and I'm going to be honest, I thought that was going to be the pick here too. But Anthony Richardson, he's got the mobility, he's got the arm. We'll see how it works out there in Indy. I'm ready to hear what Harris has got to say. Is he ready?
Well,
Hey,
Alana,
Harris, you
I don't
go in
want
there.
to
I have
interrupt
something
with
to say.
anything you just said, but I might have had a little bit of a mad reaction there because I was, I love Will Levis, but here we go. My quarterback, Anthony Richardson, the 6'4", 230-pound quarterback out of Florida. He's an athletic freak. He's probably the most athletic quarterback we've seen come into the NFL draft since Cam Newton over 10 years ago. He runs a 4.4. Again, he is 6'4". When do you see that? This guy is incredible. The one thing he does lack, though, is accuracy. As I said earlier, he can't hit the broad side of a barn, okay? He reminds me of rookie Cam Newton, just a little bit worse and a little more raw. He's a raw athlete. He throws off his back foot a lot, which puts him at risk to defenders, and a lot of sacks held by that Florida offensive line last year. But besides that, he lacks some decision-making. But this guy's going to be great in the NFL for a long time.
The kid at the side of the bar. That's just great. I want to touch on Richardson. This is the guy that I think I compare to Josh Allen. In a sense, you come into the NFL with tremendous potential to be a great passer, but is yet to be a great passer. When you look at a guy like Anthony Richardson, he is very talented. Again, he's got a very strong arm. He showed up at the combine. I think he is a little overrated, but I think the potential is there for Indianapolis. It may not be a pretty rookie year, Harris. Let me just say that. It may not be a pretty...
He's not playing day one. That's why I wanted Levis so bad. He is not.
So Minshew... So you think Richardson probably takes over middle of the year unless Minshew does something crazy?
Yeah, my phone's going crazy. This is this really is not, my ideal situation right now. But I was ready to put some.
Alana is finally gone. By the way, Alana, thank you so much for staying here. I mean, goodness gracious, I did not think you'd have to be this busy through 4 picks.
I was ready to, show some tears, to pick C.J. Stroud or Will Levis at 4. I was ready for it, but, my dad went to the University of Florida. I grew up in a split household. My mom went to Alabama. My dad went to Florida.
Wow.
I was never a Florida fan, okay? And, in the words of my father, have fun with him. He is horrible, as he just texted me 2 minutes ago. But
yeah,
I'm optimistic. I'm ready. I'm ready for the Anthony Richardson phase. The Anthony Richardson jersey will be bought by the end of the night, Chiz. Oh, I think
he's got tremendous potential. I think he could be as good as Josh Allen if he can. I think he can develop as a passer over these next few years. Nick, welcome on here for NFC West. I do want to touch on something though. Assuming this is Tyree Wilson, which we'll get into, we assume Will Levis then would be pick number 6 by Detroit, I think.
I don't think
what I had, and I think there's a possibility that Detroit could go with the playmaker. If they're not going to get Wilson or Anderson, the only other option that they could go with would be Jalen Carter. And I don't know if that's really something they're interested in after taking a D lineman last year in the draft. So, Nick, touch on this and who you think the Seahawks will go with, and then if you also want to touch on that too, and what you think could happen at 6.
Yeah, I mean, Chase, I totally understand what you're saying about Tyree Wilson here. I do think that makes some sense. But for me, I would focus on getting Jalen Carter. And I think this is the perfect pick for Jalen Carter because there's so many character issues about him that we've heard in the weeks and months leading up to the draft. But I think if you take Jalen Carter here to the Seattle Seahawks, who already have a foundation built where they don't need him to come in and be this franchise guy and be that leader, you have an environment set with Pete Carroll, head coach. I think this is the perfect spot. And also on top of that, too, he would also feel a need for them because they were bottom 5 in run defense last year. And that's exactly what Jalen Carter is here for. I mean, I just think it's the perfect fit. I love that pick. And that's what I'm hoping they do here for the Seahawks.
Nick, by the way, laughable moment for me. Thought for sure I had Tyree Wilson at 5. I had Jalen Carter at 5. So just checking my mock draft. So Jalen Carter, go 5th overall. I want a perfect top 5.
Yeah, it just makes
where do you
much
see them
sense to
going
me.
here?
The only way I don't see Jalen Carter going to Seahawks if it's someone like the Eagles or whoever trade up for Jalen Carter because we actually
that is interesting.
we did
That is
hear
definitely
within the last hour before this draft that there were teams trying to move up for Jalen Carter.
Yes.
Jalen
All right,
Carter-
Harris. Who you got to go with? Wilson
Here we
or
go.
Carter?
Sorry, I'm posting all my social medias. This is a big moment for me. I have a quarterback. I have a quarterback under the age of 40 years old.
I'll be right there with you with stress and excitement levels if we trade for DeAndre Hopkins tonight. All right, I'll be right there with you.
I've been talking about that Will Anderson's the best player in this draft class, and I stand by that, but Jalen Carter definitely has the argument. With his arrest for reckless driving a few months ago, definitely knocked him. I think he would have been that number 3 overall pick to the Texans if that never happened. Okay, Jalen Carter was probably the most dominant defensive lineman in college football last year. I have his weight sitting around somewhere on my thing, but I'm pretty sure he's around 320 pounds. The guy's huge. He's incredible. He gets through defenders. He has the best upper body strength in the entire draft class. I think he has the argument to be the best player in the draft class. I hate Georgia. Will Anderson kind of took a down year this year in college. He had a great sophomore year. His junior year, wasn't the best. Jalen Carter was probably the best defensive player in college football last year.
Right.
And I really see them picking him. There's no way they go with Tyree Wilson. Sure, they cut ties, with a lot of their defenders over the last few years. That secondary in Seattle is really good. I think they need to improve on the line.
No way they take Witherspoon. No way they take Witherspoon.
No way to take Witherspoon. They had the worst run defense in the NFL, I'm pretty sure, last year. If they weren't 1, they were 2.
No, it was the Chargers. It was the Chargers who had the worst run defense. I know
Okay.
this.
If they weren't 1, they were 2. And
Yeah,
if they weren't 2, they were 3. Nick, you can fact check it for me, but I know they were down there. They have to take a guy that's going to defend the run better than anyone else in this draft class, and that is Jalen Carter.
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt you here. I think and Nick, I just kind of want to touch on something real quick. I think it's going to be very interesting. Jalen Carter, when the Bears had the number 1 overall pick, was the projected number 1 overall pick, and all this kind of began kind of after the Super Bowl, frankly. When we found out the Bears are going to have that number 1 overall pick, Carter was the guy until, again, he was arrested for reckless driving, and I feel that pushed him down to some mocks, even until 10. But now I feel like he's kind of jumping at 5. He's literally going from up to down to now I feel like in the middle. It's very interesting. Yeah, I'd be shocked the more I think about it. If Carter
I'll just say this real quick before Goodell comes back on, is that my biggest concern with Carter, look, when you look through the NFL, a lot of these guys have something on their record that isn't good. But my biggest concern was Carter showed up to his pro day not able to get through all the drills. That is a massive concern for me when he couldn't do that. Now, that's not saying he's not back in shape now. But again, it just goes back to the fact that Seattle already has an environment there that's very professional, that's about winning and all that. And I think if you put him around some of those guys on that team and the coaches, I think he's going to fit in fine.
All right, I'm going to mute mine so I can hear the pick. But I think we're all expecting Carter, but we'll see what happens as Goodell walks on to the podium.
I'm so glad Jonah got that on video, my reaction. I'm so glad he got that.
That's priceless. Jonah, thank you so much.
Wow. There's no way.
Are you serious?
What?
No
way.
way.
No way.
No way. We just said there was no way they went Witherspoon.
I can't party like it's 1999.
Way.
Harris,
That is crazy.
Witherspoon?
Well, Devon Witherspoon is the senior cornerback out of Illinois. He was a consensus first-team All-American this year. He's got great speed and great footwork for a cornerback. He's really great in the slot, although he kind of lacks some size. He's 6 foot and 180 pounds, which is pretty small for an NFL cornerback. He was the best press cornerback in college football last year. He's looking to gain 10 to 20 pounds as he joins the NFL, but he was also the best man coverage cornerback in college football last year. Super aggressive. Sometimes that knocks him, though, because he can be a little too aggressive. But again, he is an elite slot cornerback. He dominated the the Big Ten wide receivers. There were some games where he went against some of the best wide receivers in the country, and Devon Witherspoon was arguably the best cornerback in college football last year. I personally didn't have him as my best cornerback in this class. I love Christian Gonzalez out of Oregon, but Devon Witherspoon was probably going to be the first cornerback taken, and here he is going to Seattle. Not a bad pick, They do have great cornerbacks on that team. I was kind of shocked by this because last year they got Tariq Woolen, who was one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL this year as a rookie. So I'm kind of surprised by this pick, but it's a great pick for them. He's a great cornerback. I really thought this was going to be Jalen Carter, which now makes me think,
Yeah.
Chase, is Jalen Carter falling on this draft board?
Right. I mean, now I think the Eagles may be calling the phone to Detroit, or maybe the Raiders here. If they want to, we'll see. Can Will Levis go 6 like I predicted? Nick, before you do touch on Witherspoon, I just wanted to mention this pick reminds me a lot of Derek Stingley last year, coming out of nowhere and becoming one of the top picks in the draft. Kind of unexpectedly. I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. Nick, what are kind of your thoughts on Devon Witherspoon from?
Well, obviously, as you guys saw with my reaction, I was pretty shocked. I forgot I'm a little bit ahead of you guys, so I couldn't say who it was. But I also kind of like it, though, because as we just mentioned, Harris, they got Tariq Woolen last year, and now you put him alongside Devon Witherspoon. Has the chance to be about the best cornerback duo this league has right now. So I kind of understand it. And it kind of reminds me of them going back to the Legion of Boom, where that secondary was just, you could not pass into it at all. And
Who
I
was
think
it?
that's
It was Earl Thomas, Richard Sherman. Who else was on that in the Legion of Boom?
Cam Chancellor, Bobby
Yes.
Wagner,
Bobby
KJ
Wagner,
Wright.
yes.
Yeah.
That was-
So
oh my
I think
God.
that's kind of what they're
Those
trying
teams
to
were
follow
good
here.
with
But
Marshawn Lynch and Russell Wilson too.
again, a lot of us are shocked by this pick, but it's not a bad pick by any means.
Yep. All right, Nick, thank you so much. The Lions are on the clock here, 4:39, 4:40. I think the pick may be coming in, unless ESPN is having a glitch here on the TV. I think we're going to be welcoming on Jonah because he is our North expert. So, Jonah, whenever you would be free, I don't know kind of when the producers are going to have him come on. I know he is our North expert. Harris, tell me if I'm wrong here. Right now, I see the clock frozen at 4:40.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's frozen at 4:40.
What's up?
What's
All right,
up,
what's up,
bud?
Jonah?
I appreciate you for getting that video for me.
Oh, that was all Nick.
Not my brightest moment.
Look, for the Lions, Witherspoon would have been my pick.
I'm with you there.
They traded away Jeff Okudah. They really don't have
A cornerback.
secondary help. That would have been my pick, and that's why I could see Christian Gonzalez here. Just for the fact that Witherspoon is gone. If corners start to run off the board while the Lions take someone else here, they don't pick again until 18. If corners start going off the board, they're going to miss out. So that's why you might go Gonzalez here. I think they love Goff, so I can't for at least for another year. And I think the quarterback class next year is going to be stacked. So that's why I might not go Levis.
Because they're not. I think they're going to be a team that could easily win the NFC North next year. So unless they trade, they're not going to get a good pick. I'm telling you guys, this Will Levis pick is starting to not feel like this long shot right now. That's all I'm saying.
I'll say this though, I think Christian Gonzalez is the best cornerback in this draft class. I don't know what you think, Jonah. I think he can play every position as a cornerback. I think Devon Witherspoon is going to be strictly an elite slot corner in the NFL at his size. Christian Gonzalez is 20 pounds more than Devon Witherspoon, and he's an inch taller. He's also an athletic freak. This guy runs the fastest 40 out of any cornerback in the draft. He runs a 4.3. This guy ran track in college, but a lot like Anthony Richardson, he's just a raw athlete. He was really good. He doesn't have a lot of experience, though. So it makes me think a guy like Joey Porter Jr., the senior out of Penn State, who's also a cornerback, if they're going to lean to a more veteran guy, then they're going to go with the freak athlete like Christian Gonzalez.
Wait, time out. You're mentioning Porter here at number 6?
I think Porter, Deontay Banks, one of them could go at 6 here if they are going to pass. A lot of the times in the NFL, people pass on these raw athletes because they're scared they're not going to be great day one. If they're going
that is not something I expected. All the mock drafts that I've seen and all the research that I've done have basically seen Banks and Porter towards like 15 to 20-ish.
Right. I'm with you there, but as we just saw this, Devon Witherspoon went 5th to the Seahawks. Who had that pick going for them, you know? No one really knows.
That shakes up the whole draft.
Yeah.
Harris, I have a question here with the pick in. Where does Tyree Wilson go? A trade alert! We have a trade alert here in the draft.
It's got to be a quarterback. It's got to be for a QB.
The Lions have traded the pick to the Arizona Cardinals. So I think the Cardinals trade up here, and what are they going to do? So are they going to take
Tyree Wilson would be my expected guess. I don't know what you're thinking. I would take Tyree Wilson if I'm the Cardinals here. You know, you were expecting to pick Will Anderson at number 3. They traded number 3.
Back. It's
We're
been
back.
it's
Sorry
been
about that. I
today
didn't
where we
expect
have
this.
someone on and they actually don't pick. It's twice today.
Yeah,
So
okay.
what
This
happened?
is
I'm looking at the trade right now. I'm looking at the details. So the Cardinals are on the clock. I was hoping if it said a Cardinals trade, it was DeAndre Hopkins. Just to be honest.
yeah, while you figure out that trade, I will just say I'm gonna go Tyree Wilson here. I said earlier that I thought they should have taken Will Levis. Will Levis. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Will Anderson. But obviously that didn't happen. But I think Tyree Wilson is the next best option here. I do. I think he would have been number 2 if not for the medicals.
So let's see. I'm trying to find the odds. I'm sure they used some of the picks that they got from Houston. I'm assuming, so that they kind of stay even here and still pick at 6. This is interesting. So they give up. Okay, this is interesting. I'm just trying to see. All right, here's Schefter. That was the other trade. I'm just trying to see here. What did they get?
It was a second round and a 12th. The 12th and
That's it.
It was a 12th. It was a 12th pick and a second round pick for the 6th.
Jeez.
Wow.
Here we
Well,
go.
I mean, the Lions aren't in a crazy spot where they have to get a quarterback.
Here's the selection.
Pick is in.
Oh, offensive lineman.
Wow, offensive lineman going up.
Okay, this
process
is getting
very
interesting.
Tyree Wilson, Will Levis, Jalen Carter, all of them aren't in the top 6. Who could have predicted that pre-draft?
This
Again,
is getting really interesting.
Jalen Wilson could be moving down. Or not Jalen Wilson. Jalen Carter could be moving down. Anyway,
I think
Paris
Philadelphia
Johnson Jr.
Eagles fans right now are partying like it's 1999 if Jalen Carter is falling like this rapidly.
Paris Johnson Jr. is a 6'6", 313-pound offensive tackle out of the Ohio State University. He was a finalist for the Rotary Lombardi Award this year, which is given to the best tackle in the country. He's a natural-born leader. He was a captain for Ohio State this year. Great upper body strength, incredible. He's strong. He got a strong base for an offensive lineman. He's great off the snap. His height, though, he is 6'6", which kind of comes to a disadvantage of him because there's a lot of smaller defensive edges and defensive linemen in the NFL at this time, and he kind of got pushed around by those guys that are able to get by him because he's 6'6", 310 pounds. That's huge for an offensive tackle. He could move inside, but this guy's incredible. You know, he could move to the inside line this year. He moved to the outside line last year for Ohio State, but they can move him back in this year into the NFL, which I think is where he will be elite in the NFL. I never was my best offensive lineman in the draft this year. We'll see where my guy goes in a few picks, I think, but overall, I think he's the most physically gifted tackle in this class. He's 6'6", 313 pounds. You can't really get better size than that. So, but as I said, the upper body strength is incredible. The lower body strength, not so much. But great overall pick for the Arizona Cardinals to give Kyler Murray that.
Nick, before you leave us and probably come back on with the way this draft is going,
Yeah, I'm just going to stay on it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay.
Oh.
I mean, they get blindside protection for Kyler Murray, and I never complain about a franchise quarterback getting blindside protection. I know I just called Kyler Murray a franchise quarterback, which is like a sin these days, it feels like. Like, I feel like he's so hated on that he almost gets underrated a little bit. Like, he's still fine.
How is he underrated? And what is there to rate right now? No offense to Kyler, but I mean.
I still think he's a very, very, very solid guy. I think he's like top 12 quarterback. But anyways, we saw last year that he went down with that season-ending torn ACL. I know that wasn't on a sack or whatever, but after a quarterback gets a knee injury, the first thing you start thinking of is, okay, I need to figure out how to protect my guy so he doesn't get hurt again.
Right.
And
Joe Burrow, think about that.
Joe Burrow, exactly.
But the thing is, they didn't draft a tackle in that draft, and they took Jamar Chase, ended up paying off.
Which, look,
I guess not. In the Super Bowl, he got sacked for the loss. It's like,
which, look, it's not a bad trade. I can't blame them, but he suffered that injury. He's still really good, though. But I just think that's obviously where they went in this direction here with this pick. It is a little shocking for all of us. We were just talking. I just mentioned Tyree Wilson. We didn't even expect him to be here. So here we are. The Cardinals have made 2 trades already, and we are at pick 7.
Well,
here we go. This has been unbelievable. I kind of want to say something here real quick. The Raiders now have a match in heaven, as it looks like. I don't see a way Will Levis isn't picked here by the Raiders, but we've said almost every pick, we don't see a way that this guy isn't picked. And look at what's happened. So, I mean, Paris Johnson, that's a big surprise. the Raiders here, if they do not take Will Levis, the Raiders get an F on my draft grade.
Really?
Garoppolo
Easily?
is not. Garoppolo is not long term. Let me see who they take. If they get Jalen Carter
No.
or Tyree Wilson, then maybe not.
Listen,
if they
I
don't take,
understand Garoppolo's not long term, but they had a
gave him
terrible
money,
defense
too.
last
Yeah.
year, and they need to fix up the O-line too. I think they could go Gonzalez here.
That's
You
what I was
like
going to say.
Gonzalez?
They go Christian Gonzalez here. Every mock draft going into the week had them going here, but also Will Levis wasn't on the board. If the Raiders don't go Will Levis here, the Atlanta Falcons pick next. Desmond Ridder, I'm an Atlanta native. Desmond Ridder is not that guy. If Will Levis is available at 8, I'd be the Falcons picking Will Levis. If Will Levis isn't there, then the Falcons might go Christian Gonzalez as well to pair with A.J. Terrell. But we'll see. Peter Skoronski is, in my opinion, the best lineman in this draft class. He's still on the board as well. We got 3 more picks in the top 10. I had him going in the top 10. So we'll see.
I do believe
This
this
is
is
Gonzalez.
I believe this is between Gonzalez and Skoronski here. They struggled.
Really?
they've
You don't
struggled
think
with the O-line
Carter?
fit.
Well, you don't think Carter, Levis, or Wilson will even be an option here?
Listen, okay, Chase, here's my thing about Jalen Carter. I don't want to be, I don't want to overreact here, but you ever seen the movie Draft Day? Bo Callahan, he's this guy, top dog. He failed because of personality issues. He failed to 7, supposed to go 1 in this movie. I know this is real life, but Jalen Carter has an arrest on him, a public arrest that resulted in the death of his teammate and a staff member. If that's the case, and that's why Seattle passed on him at 5, it seems like every other NFL general manager is going to pass on this incredible talent, which makes me believe this pick is going between Will Levis or Christian Gonzalez. And
Okay, I have a question to present to you guys here. So I know, obviously, Jalen Carter, I talked about a couple picks ago as somebody that should have been taken. At what point, I know I'm really here for the NFC and AFC West, but at what point do you realize, okay, if Jalen Carter's still on the board and like 10 or 15 teams have passed on him, do you say there's a reason 10 or 15 teams have passed on him and you just don't draft him in the late first round if he's still there?
I don't see.
Because there would be a reason that he was
can't
passed up.
see like 25 different organizations sitting there like nonchalantly saying, let's not take Jalen Carter. Like,
Okay,
I can't
that's the thing.
picture
If
that.
there's 25 saying that, at what point do you tell yourself, maybe there's more that we don't know?
No. I know. I understand you. I just don't know if that's going to happen. Like, I just find that hard to believe that eventually the talent, even though I think off the field stuff is just as important, if not more important, in a case like this. I think that there will be a general manager. I think that thinks like the talent outweighs the off the field issues. And we can figure that out.
I agree, but what I'm saying is I think we all expected within the last hour of the draft for him to go by now at this point, and he's not.
Right.
He's still on the board.
That's a fair point. So the Raiders.
So I mean, we're only talking about 32 general managers in the entire league, and if there's at least half of these guys thinking that if we get to the middle of the draft and he's still there, then every other team should just be like, you know what, there is something there. And we got to be like, we don't know what it is. But
let's not overreact though, because Carter could go. If Carter doesn't go here, then I think we should really start talking.
We got a problem if he doesn't go if he doesn't go within the top 10, and there's not. Okay.
The Eagles will undoubtedly draft him at 10 if he's available. I think.
But again, they picked Jordan Davis last year, another defensive tackle. Why would they pick another defensive tackle again?
Well, clearly they won him for.
Who did they bring back? Didn't they resign a defensive tackle? I forgot who it was.
I don't know. Zeke, you want to chime in here? Here comes the pick.
Maybe it wasn't a defensive tackle, but it was somebody.
Okay, pick is in. We'll see. They reset Cox, yes.
The Raiders. I hate them so much. This is actually my most hated team, just so you guys know.
Really?
Where are you at, Commissioner Goodell?
They're disgusting.
Here we go. There he goes, Tyree Wilson. That was not at all what we were expecting.
There he is. Harris, touch on Tyree Wilson.
Well, Tyree Wilson is a senior from Texas Tech. He's 6'6", 270 pounds. He's got incredible size and strength at his position. There's not a lot of edge rushers in the NFL draft that are going to be 6'6" and over 270. He's physically elite at anything you need at an edge rusher position. he's already the second he gets into the NFL, he's already a top 20 edge rusher in the league. His change of direction for anybody at his size is absolutely incredible. The one thing that Tyree Wilson lacks is speed, in my opinion. Over the course of last year, it was hard for him to get into the quarterback. As we see him getting into the quarterback here, but on a lot of other plays, he lacks speed getting into the quarterback, although he was great stopping the run last year in the Big 12. Then, also with him, he's super athletic. In my opinion, he might be more athletic than Will Anderson Jr. He can play in a 3-4 or a 4-3 defense. They played both at Texas Tech. I really thought this was going to be the Texans pick because he really fits in that D'Amico Ryan defensive system. But here we are. We'll see how this plays out. Great pick overall by the Las Vegas Raiders.
I'm shocked here. I mean, just a year ago, they signed Chandler Jones to be the edge rusher opposite Max Crosby. And honestly, Chandler Jones sucked. We signed a few games last year. He was absolutely awful. He's one of the worst signings. He still has 2 years left on his deal. So I think this is the Raiders basically saying, hey, you know what? We completely failed on that sign. Chandler Jones sucks. Let's go get our next edge rusher right now, and Chandler Jones will be gone after this season. I think that's what the Raiders are saying.
Hey, and I think that, sometimes you have to admit in sports when you make a mistake. And the Raiders made that mistake to sign Chandler Jones. And instead of saying, all right, maybe he could come back, they'll just say, all right, we made a mistake. Let's get over it and kind of make the new mistake. And I feel some organizations don't do that. They're like, all right, we don't want to admit that we made the mistake yet. And we'll kind of play it out. And I think it's actually a really decent pick by the Raiders. So here at 8, I think Will Levis could go. I think Gonzalez could go.
I really hope this is Will Levis. I really hope it is. I live in Atlanta. I'm not a Falcons fan, but I live to see the Falcons thrive, and I really hope they pick Will Levis here.
Well, who's at 11? I'm forgetting who's at 11
The
right
Titans.
now.
Titans sit at 11. Here comes a long.
I would actually like to see Levis fall to 11.
That would be pretty cool too.
Because look, if Gonzalez goes here, then the Bears and Eagles are both not taking quarterbacks. Levis would almost essentially be available, almost guaranteed be essential at 11, unless a trade does happen. He would guaranteed, I feel like, to be at that spot.
Yeah. If he doesn't go here, he's not going to the Bears. He's not going to the Eagles, which means he might go 11 to the Tennessee Titans.
So if I'm a Titans fan here, I pray that this is not Will Levis, because if not, then they got their quarterback. Alana, what are your thoughts here? What do you see the Falcons doing?
I think this might be Will Levis. I think that the Falcons really need to find their guy. I think that's a very common theme here. You got to find your franchise guy. You don't want to pick a quarterback like we've seen last year. Teams are picking quarterbacks who they didn't really have full confidence in, and then they ended up needing to have full confidence in. So I think that the Falcons need to find that guy. They really have not gotten it. It's been a few years since they really had a top guy at quarterback, and I think Will Levis can bring that to Atlanta.
Well, rise up, ladies and gentlemen. I really hope that the Atlanta Falcons here take Will Levis because, as I said, I loved Will Levis. I'm not going to take what I said earlier. He was probably, outside of Bryce Young, my favorite quarterback in this draft class. I wanted C.J. Stroud as well. We got Anthony Richardson. I'm not complaining whatsoever, but Will Levis is a guy that didn't have.
Not complaining. Your reaction was priceless, Harris. I mean,
well, what did I say before? We can go back and check the tape. I did say I would be fine with Anthony Richardson. Sure, the second it was announced, I was a little heated in the moment. It's the biggest moment as a Colts fan I've probably had in my entire life. But
it's sad. No offense.
But he didn't have a great college career, which is why a lot of casual football fans were saying, no, we don't want Will Levis. I want to dodge Will Levis, this, that, and the other. You go on any social media page where they're talking about quarterbacks. So Will Levis is a tier below these guys because he doesn't have the build. Well, he has the build. He doesn't have the athleticism that Anthony Richardson has, or the speed and mobility and the extending plays ability that Bryce Young does. He was this guy that was in a below average offense in college and has this incredible arm, but no one knows, and they're casual football fans for that. But here, if the Atlanta Falcons know, they hired a new head coach last year in Arthur Smith. They had a mediocre year last year. They almost made the playoffs, but Will Levis could really impact this offense. They need a quarterback. Desmond Ridder is not the answer at all. And
you go. I'm sorry, Harris. Go ahead.
and I know a lot of Falcons fans that think Desmond Ridder is that guy, but he's a career backup. Coming into the draft last year, he was NFL ready, but NFL ready to be a backup quarterback in the NFL. He really was nothing special. He was a fifth-year senior, I'm pretty sure, at Cincinnati. He played in a group of 5 school. He's, they brought in, they let go of Marcus Mariota, obviously. So it's really, they brought in Taylor Heineke, a veteran. But here we go.
That's not going to get the job done.
I'm here. I'm making my prediction. I've been I've been on a cold streak this draft on picking guys, but I think Will Levis is going to be the pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This will be very interesting what happens because assuming Skronsky doesn't go here, I think Peter Skronsky definitely goes 9 to Chicago.
I hope not. I hope not.
Imagine this, though, okay? 2 months ago, the Chicago Bears had the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Everyone said they were going to go ahead and take Jalen Carter. They traded it to the Panthers. The Panthers took Bryce Young as number 1 overall pick. They now sit at 9, and Jalen Carter might be on the board in 1 pick.
That is actually interesting to think about.
That'd be crazy.
Pick is in. It will be announced soon on the podium. I'm going to mute just to make sure I got the guy immediately, and then, we'll go from there.
Please be Will Levis. I'm praying for my friends here, everybody. This has got to be Will Levis. I can hear the city of Atlanta screaming right now. I want Will Levis,
Yeah, can you actually hear that or no?
No, I'm in the suburbs, Chase.
I thought you actually heard outside fans screaming, I want Will Levis. That would be hilarious.
That would be really crazy.
Are they having who's announcing this pick?
Someone from Big Brothers and Big Sisters, it seems like.
Oh, yeah, you're right. This kid's nervous.
Yeah.
How could you not be? I mean, it's in front of the entire world.
I would be.
Here we go.
He's no Sam Prince.
He's no Sam Prince. You're right about that one.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
I see Alana's reaction here. So, hot take, they go Nolan Smith. That's my guess. I see Alana's reaction, that's my guess. Oh, I'm wrong, and they went with the generational running back in Bijan Robinson.
I'm shocked.
Bijan Robinson went at 9?
I told you he was going to be a lot quicker.
I didn't think he'd go until 20.
Wow.
Well, Bijan Robinson is what they're calling the best running back prospect since Saquon Barkley. He ran for 1,600 yards and 18 touchdowns last year. He was 5th in Heisman voting. This guy's so good that Texas offered to match whatever deal he got in the NFL for him to stay another year at Texas. He's a generational overall runner. There was not another guy in college football last year that could run like Bijan Robinson. He's not the biggest guy. He's sub 6 foot, but this guy runs better than any running back I may have ever seen come out of the NFL draft besides Saquon Barkley. He's reliable in the pass game as well. He's able to block really well at his size, fights for extra yardage better than any other running back in the class. He's not the fastest. I'm pretty sure he runs like a 4.5, but that doesn't really matter because this guy is so aggressive on the run. He's a Doak Walker Award winner, which is given to the best running back in college football. The only weakness I see in this guy's game is when you watch the film, if he's catching a pass, it's never from the line of scrimmage. It's always in the backfield. A lot of running backs in the NFL these days like to line up in the line of scrimmage, but it's one thing that Bijan Robinson lacks. He can't line up the line of scrimmage, and I think that just is because of his size. This guy's going to be a great running back in the NFL for a long time. You got to feel for Tyler Algier, who had a great rookie year last year for the Atlanta Falcons, but I don't blame the Falcons. This guy is incredible.
So not to interrupt you, but the Eagles are traded up one spot. Alana, go, and then we'll talk about that. The Eagles pick is already in.
Yeah, I was about to say we just saw a big trade with the Lions.
They're going down one spot, by the way. The Bears get an additional 4th round pick.
Wow. All right. So we have the Eagles trading up, but with Bijan Robinson, like we said, we have never seen a running back prospect like this since Saquon Barkley. And Saquon Barkley definitely is gonna be getting some big money soon. So if we can see someone like this from Texas, who ran 1,580 yards, scored 18 touchdowns this past season for a Texas team that wasn't a great team this past year. And if you can have that great of, on a team that's not as great, and that's exactly where he's going to an Atlanta Falcons team that's rebuilding, he knows what it's like. Texas was not really ranked, not even in the conversation for the playoffs at all during the season. So he can go to Atlanta and really help them because he understands what it's like to be an underdog.
And the Eagles trading up here, it's got to be for Jalen Carter. Bijan Robinson's off the board,
That's what I'm
Chase.
thinking,
It's
right?
got to be Jalen Carter.
They traded one spot to give a 4th-round pick. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess the Bears, they maybe thought the Bears would want Jalen Carter. I guess the Bears really want Peter Skronsky. I think that's who they're going to target here. So assuming Jalen Carter just go at 9, this will be interesting. Now, I did not expect to have so many trades. Brad, welcome onto the show for the first time today. It's been forever. Actually, it's been literally forever.
The first time. Really first time. Yeah. You guys can hear me good, right?
Today. So, welcome to the show.
I like the new headset, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I needed it. Trust me. I needed it. I needed it.
I know you don't like the Eagles. Is there a way this is not
Carter?
Carter?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. No, it has to be Carter. I think that the main reason that they traded up here is specifically for Jalen Carter. Carter is a very good run defender. He's very good disrupting plays in the backfield. I really don't see who else they could go with here. Maybe like a corner like Christian Gonzalez or someone like that. But I definitely see the main reason for them trading a pick up is because of Jalen Carter.
If Carter doesn't go here, I don't know if the Bears go with Carter or if they really stick with Skronsky, who it looks like I assume they're interested in. Harris, where do you see them going?
Well, the Eagles are the best offensive line developers in the NFL. We got to remember that. Zeke, I know you heard me, the producer in the back. I know you're smiling because it is the harsh truth of reality. They develop offensive line better than any other position in the NFL. And Peter Skronsky is an amazing offensive lineman out of Northwestern, who I really love. But I don't think you're really trading up one pick unless you're worried that the Bears are going to go ahead and take Jalen Carter. So this has to be Jalen Carter. This guy is incredible. He's the best defensive lineman in the class. And there's really not much more to say. I mean, we'll talk about it, when Zeke shows his film, but he has to go here.
Did they think the Bears were going to go Skronsky, which means maybe they did want Skronsky?
Well, obviously the Bears aren't that scared of missing out on Carter if that's what the idea is, if they're trading up for Carter. I think the Eagles are trading up for Carter, but the Bears might have Skronsky in mind to protect Justin Fields for the next couple years.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't see who else they're going to go with here. I think Jalen Carter is very obvious, but with this draft, with the way it's going, for all we care, we could see Lucas Van Ness get drafted here or something. So let's just see at this point. No, I'm just joking.
Great. Best linebacker in college football.
Oh, yeah.
Arguably last year for Iowa.
Yeah, he's good. I don't think we'll go here. Can we please get Zeke on? I want to hear his reaction to this. Please. Producer Zeke.
Zeke's a bit ahead of us, but we'll probably see him in the chat. He says he wasn't going to hop on. Oh, here we go.
All right, here. I'll come on. Yeah, I'll come on. I'll come on real quick.
Have they picked for you yet, or are you behind?
No, they haven't picked for me yet. I was upset that Bijan disappeared. I wanted Bijan.
Yeah, I was shocked.
I think all Philadelphia had been ready for Bijan to come. Since Ricky Williams, we haven't really wanted a running back in the first round. We had a chance, and the Falcons surprised everybody. That's all I have to say. I think it's Carter. I think it's Carter too. I think the Eagles were afraid that somebody else was going to trade up for the Bears pick. I think it has nothing to do with the Bears. Yep. I think it's Carter, and Carter's best friend is an Eagle, as we talked about before, and he was the guy that kept Carter in line when he was at Georgia, Jordan Davis. Right. So I think it's Carter and Jordan Davis and him get to reunite.
That would be an incredible defensive line pairing, because last year when we weren't talking about Jalen Carter as the
Roger Goodell's walking up.
Yeah. Brad, mute your mic because we can hear
Brad, mute your mic because you're behind us.
Yeah, or you're ahead of us.
Same thing. We're behind you. All right.
It's got to be Jalen Carter. We'll see. There it is.
All right.
Jalen Carter on the board. Consensus being the best D line in the game. Harris, go ahead. What do you like about Carter?
Jalen Carter is 6'3" and 315 pounds. He was the best defensive lineman and the most dominant defensive lineman in college football. He's a 2-time national champion. Don't forget that. The only problem with Jalen Carter, with it, we'll go with what his pros are in his game. He's elite quickness for someone at his size. For someone at that size, as you see here, getting down on that quarterback there, he's super quick for someone at his size. He runs a sub 540. He's the best change of direction out of any defensive lineman in this class. He can play anywhere on that defensive line, from one end to the other. anywhere. He's the most versatile defensive lineman in this draft class, best pass rusher on the interior line in this class. The only knock to his game is he has a reckless driving arrest for the death of a teammate and a staff member just 2 months ago, which he was the projected number 1 overall pick at one point. Not anymore. He goes number 9 to the Philadelphia Eagles. I really hope those character issues aren't too much of a problem for them. But now, as we said earlier, he's paired with his former teammate and former best defensive lineman in college football, Jordan Davis. That is huge for the Eagles. Those are 2 guys on the interior defensive line that are over 300 pounds and are massive. Both those guys, first-round picks, top 15 NFL draft picks. That's a great pick for the 2-time national champion, Jalen Carter.
Bears pick is already in. Brad, talk about Carter.
Yeah, Jalen Carter is a very good player, as we know. Very good run defender. He can create a pile in the middle of the line of scrimmage, disrupt plays in the backfield. He's able to neutralize offensive line blocks and discard them, will make plays off blockers. I love this pick here. You're pairing him with a guy like Jordan Davis as well, especially with Fletcher Cox getting up there in age. I think this is a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right, I think so too. I mean, Carter, again, you have the off-the-field problems, but I mean, it's very interesting. The Bears pick is already in. Harris, do you think that means they're drafting Skronsky?
I hope it's Peter Skoronski, because Peter Skoronski is my favorite offensive lineman. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I love this guy. There's a lot of good offensive linemen in this class. There's Peter Skoronski. We saw Paris Johnson already go already. There's Broderick Jones, Osiris Torrance from Florida, Darnell Wright. There's a lot of
wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I get that, Harris, not to interrupt you. I'm just thinking about this now, right? It's 9:22 Eastern time. And I'm just thinking, either I feel for people, I feel they should either start the draft earlier or not have each team get 10 minutes. Because I feel like we've been here forever and we've only done 9 picks.
Well, Chase, this is the end. This is the first round of the NFL draft. You do feel for people, but in the rounds 2 through 7, sometimes the commissioner doesn't even walk up. They just show it during a commercial break. So in reality, I don't think that the 10-minute clock in the NFL draft in the first round is that big, because sure, it'll last till midnight or 11. I know you got a big science test tomorrow morning. Good luck to you on that, by the way.
Thank you.
But no, I love how they do the NFL draft. I think it's great. You get the suspense as a fan.
You do get the suspense. That is cool.
Even the Panthers, Bryce Young was minus 5,000 odds from Vegas today to be the number 1 overall pick. They took 5 minutes to make the pick is in. And I feel that happens every year in the first pick. Even though we know who's going to be the first overall draft pick, sometimes we really don't. Or
to be honest, sometimes I wish these reports on who would be the first overall pick didn't come out.
Yeah, me too. I really wish sometimes Vegas didn't exist, because then we really wouldn't know. If Vegas didn't exist and they weren't minus 5,000 favor, or Bryce Young wasn't a minus 5, would we really know that he was going to go ahead of CJ Stroud with all the reports? I don't think we would have. But at the same time, it's how the world works. So never, I'll say this, never in NFL history, or never in the foreseeable future, will we not know the first overall pick in the NFL draft. We will always know it, no matter what. We may not know the second pick.
That is annoying.
We may not know the second pick, but we will always know that first overall pick.
Yep. All right. We're welcoming Jonah back on the show. Really, for the first time. He was on for about 2 milliseconds the last time he was on here. So where do you see the Bears going here? It's got to be Skronsky, right, Jonah?
It should be. I would have said Carter at 9. Obviously, Carter's gone. It would have been interesting to see them trade back and still get Carter. But he's gone. It should be Skronsky. The Bears generally, at a lot of positions, need someone who is versatile, can do multiple things. Skronsky may not be a tackle at the next level. His arms are very short. It's almost like zero percentile. Like, he is one in a generation in terms of how small his arms are. He might be strictly a guard, but if he is strictly a guard, he's one of the best guards in the game.
Right.
But he has the potential to be tackle. I'm pretty sure he's also played center in college, So he has the potential to play almost all 5 positions on the offensive line. So an injury happens on the offensive line, he can move over. I think it's perfect pick for the Bears, specifically getting all these picks by trading back. It'll be pretty interesting. I could see them go corner. They could, but
I mean, they have so many holes.
It should be Skronsky.
Now, there's so many holes that they have to fill around Justin Fields. Yes. I feel like you gotta first, you got him some weapons. I feel you have to get him at least somewhat of an offensive line and drafting a guy who has potential to be your long-term tackle or at least a guard, I feel like you got to go Skronsky here. And I feel Chicago did a great job getting that extra fourth-round pick as well for another rotational guy. What a move by Chicago, in my opinion. I think as long as they take Skronsky here, I definitely think this could be one of the big winners of this year's NFL draft.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's two other names for offensive linemen that I don't think are that out of the
Here we
blue
go.
for them here.
All right, here we go. They're about to be picked.
Is Wright and Broderick Jones.
Darnell Wright, there he is, straight out of your mouth.
Darnell
From
Wright.
the University
Wow.
of Tennessee.
Out of nowhere.
And I'm happy with that. Being a Ravens fan, the Steelers loved him. And if he was at 17, the Steelers were going to pick him. And he is red hot right now. And that takes another offensive lineman away from the Steelers.
Well, he's also 6'5" and 330 pounds, so what's not to like about this guy? He's also the most experienced tackle in this draft, the most experienced. He played over 3,000 college snaps. Not only did he do that, he played on both sides, but on the right, the left, but on the interior and the exterior. This guy's super experienced. He was first-team All-SEC this year. Great burst off the line, great core in general. He also protected Hendon Hooker, who was the best quarterback in college football through the first couple weeks of the season this year. Tennessee was the best team in college football at the beginning of the year. Darnell Wright didn't give up a sack to Will Anderson in the Tennessee versus Alabama game. And that's a lot to do. It's a lot to hold Will Anderson. Will Anderson was almost non-existent in that Tennessee game until the fourth quarter. And that's all due to Darnell Wright. And then 2 weeks later, he played against the University of Georgia, locked down their guy. So he is one of the best tackles in this draft. Now we're seeing Skronsky fall, which to me, I don't know. I've expressed my love for Skronsky in this draft. But Darnell Wright, great pick from the University of Tennessee. No guy, maybe the thing on Peter Skronsky is he played in the Big Ten. The Big Ten's not known for their greatest defense. The SEC is historically the best defensive lines in all of college football. The tackles and guards of the SEC pan out amazing in the NFL. So Darnell Wright is an SEC offensive lineman that went against the best defense in college football last year. So we'll see how that turns out for the Chicago Bears. Great
Yeah,
pick
Harris, I would
overall.
just like to say here real quick, Titans pick is in. I know you're really high on him. I assume
Will
it's
Levis.
Levis. There's no way you think this kid's Hendon Hooker, right?
No way. And as much as I'm going to hate to see Will Levis go to my division rival, not only that, I'm going to hate this pick overall because they've lost faith in Malik Willis. To put this in example for people living, I live in Roswell, Georgia. Malik Willis went to Roswell High School. I've seen this guy play since he was a sophomore in high school, an electric quarterback overall, but they've lost faith in him. They're losing faith in Ryan Tannehill.
Well, I think there's a reason for that.
Right, I agree with you there. But here we are. They're going to probably take Will Levis here. I'm going to have to see the guy that I've wanted all along go against and play him twice a year. Not only that, I'm going to have to
Alana,
see.
welcome on to the show. You may as well be our third person on because you've been on all day here in the first round. So you think they're going Levis here for sure?
Yeah, I think they're either going to go Will Levis or Zay Flowers. I think it's going to be between the two of them. I think, like you were saying with Malik Willis, they really did. I don't think they expected to rely on him as much as they truly did towards the end. They were fighting for that playoff spot against the Jaguars. Ryan Tannehill went down, and they needed Malik Willis to step up, and he just couldn't perform. So I think you sit Malik Willis again, maybe even sit Levis if you bring him in, let Tannehill go, but then you have that trust in either Levis or Malik Willis to go, so that, because after this, Tannehill's been getting hurt a lot. He's a free agent after the 2024 season. I don't know if they're going to keep him for the 2024 season. Let's even see if that happens. So if you can have two solid quarterbacks, Malik Willis, who I do think is going to be able to grow and learn a lot, and Will Levis, who will be able to learn from Ryan Tannehill, both would be really great in Tennessee. And then again, Zay Flowers, I think, would really add. You need another playmaker. I feel like they really only have Derrick Henry.
Well, if it's Zay Flowers, I'm going to laugh at Tennessee because I don't personally like Zay Flowers. He's my least favorite player that was invited to the first round in the NFL draft this year. And I'll be pretty happy as an Indianapolis Colts fan if he goes to the Tennessee Titans. But I don't know. They're known to like Zay Flowers. He's a smaller guy. They picked the guy in the first round last year. They traded A.J. Brown. They got Treylon Burks out of Arkansas. But I think this has got to be Will Levis. It's gonna suck, but Will Levis is the second best quarterback in the class, in my opinion, and here he is falling to 11. Is going to be the fourth guy picked, who is projected to be the second guy picked. So here. We should get the pick in a few minutes. I don't know where Chase went, but
I think he's coming back in. But yeah, I think I really like what Zay Flowers would be able to do with Traylon Burks. And then I know people really like Smith Nigma from Ohio State, but for the Tennessee Titans, I think Zay Flowers is a better match. But I still think they're going to go with Will Levis here. But, you know, we said Will Levis for about, like, I feel like five teams already
picks,
tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And we
we said
haven't
Will
seen him go
Levis
yet.
before.
we said it
wait,
for the Raiders, said it for the Falcons, said it for the
Yeah.
Indianapolis Colts, said it for the Texans too. I don't know.
Well,
yeah, this is weird.
we have not
Is there something
everything
we don't know about Levis the general managers don't like? Kind of going back to Nick's point, but just more of a on the field standpoint. Is there something about Levis that stands out that these general managers aren't liking?
No, I think I don't think it's that at all. I think that the Houston Texans had a smoke screen the entire time that they weren't going to take a quarterback at 2. That was a lie the entire time. They were always all in on CJ Stroud.
Told you that could be a possibility.
I saw a tweet about that as I was getting some dinner tonight in the drive-through line. I saw it might be a smoke screen. CJ Stroud might have been, I'm hearing all along, the Texans' number 2 overall pick. That happened. Bryce Young was obviously going to go first. Anthony Richardson, I think Shane Steichen wanted a quarterback that was more similar to Jalen Hurts, who's been working with for the last few years. And they took Anthony Richardson. Will Levis is a guy that's going to be able to play day one. He's going to be great in the NFL for a couple of years. But he also is a boomer bust prospect. A lot of guys, so is Anthony Richardson. But Will Levis, the difference between Anthony Richardson and Will Levis is Anthony Richardson is a boomer bust prospect, but he's a boom prospect to the moon if you can get that accuracy correct. He'd be incredible in the NFL. Will Levis is a guy that kind of reminds me of Josh Rosen a few years back that, you know, you put him under the right coaching, he could have been a great NFL quarterback, but they didn't. He was horrible. And that's kind of how Will Levis is going to be, a guy that's going to play day one, but might be absolutely terrible the second you throw him in an NFL offense. But he also could turn into a guy like Josh Allen, big frame, incredible athleticism.
Harris, tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like the pick has been in now for an hour. I'd like to hear who is being picked.
I completely agree with you. My least favorite team in the NFL is now picking at number 11.
And you've had to think about it now for a good 15 minutes.
I know. Detroit picks next. That's something to think about. They have to go cornerback there. They have to go.
By the way,
Tristan
Green Bay,
Gonzalez.
I'm not trying to say anything. They could either go Gonzalez or maybe a quarterback. I could also see them maybe going Brian Branch to replace a safety.
Green Bay. I thought Green Bay would go wide receiver at 13.
You think so? Who do you think? Jackson Nijigba, what's his name?
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Well, here
Yeah.
comes the pick.
All right, yeah. Stratsky goes, and Levis is still there. Harris, I don't know what to say.
Well, here he is. This is my boy, my favorite tackle in the entire class, Peter Skoronski, the 6'4", 310-pound offensive tackle from Northwestern. He's a 2-time Big Ten All-First-Team guy. He's a preseason All-American, very athletic offensive tackle. There's not a lot of guys that are this fast. He runs a 5'1", which is extremely fast for a guy at his size. Great blocking intelligence, great upper body strength. The one problem with him, as Jonas said earlier, he has an extremely short wingspan. He could play guard in the NFL, but playing tackle, I don't really know. You know, best hand technique in the draft overall. You're going to see him here against Michigan with one of his best games of the season. But, again, his wingspan really knocks him, which is why I think he's got 2 offensive linemen go ahead of him. Because overall, this guy might be on paper the best lineman in this class. But then when you look at his size, you think, oh, wow, this guy's incredible. But then you see his wingspan, and that really worries offensive-minded coaches when you see he's a tackle with this short of a wingspan. But he dominated the Big Ten, even though he's on one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. Peter Skoronski can be a great guard in the NFL for a long time if given the right circumstances.
I really wanted him for the Jets. I'm very upset about this one. I really was hoping he was going to keep on falling at number 15. Obviously not in the Titans. We have a great player right there. We were talking how versatile he is. He can really go all over the offensive line, go anywhere they need him to be. And then on a Titans team, I think he's going to fit in really, really well there. Northwestern, even though they had an awful season this past year, I think it was a year or two ago, they were in the top 25 for a couple of weeks, for like a solid month. Northwestern was in the top 25, and I think Skronsky had a lot to do with that. And I think it was his rookie season. It could have been. From the start, I always really liked what he was doing, and I just think he's going to be able to grow and improve in Tennessee again. I really wish he was going to keep falling to the Jets, but Tennessee got a great player.
They did. Levis is still on the board. Harris, can you see the Levis pick to Detroit being correct, like I said, except just 6 picks later?
I'm not even gonna mention Will Levis going to an NFL
we
team
talked about
anymore.
Will Levis today, okay?
What I will say though, if he doesn't go to Detroit and he doesn't go to Green Bay, obviously, he visited New England. That was a talk of the offseason or talk of the NFL draft process. He visited New England. He was the only quarterback that visited the New England Patriots. He's a Bill Belichick guru type quarterback, which kind of scares me because I love Mac Jones. But here we go. The Detroit Lions.
Guys, hold on. I'll say something after this. Out of left field, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to the Detroit Lions. Not only could they have got him at 18, I think they could have got him at 800. Harris, I thought this guy would be at best a late first round pick. What do you think about that, Jahmyr Gibbs?
I got a lot to say about Jahmyr Gibbs because, as I've said, I am an Alabama football super fan. And last year, Jahmyr Gibbs was the best player on that offense. He's the most elusive running back in this class. This guy's so quick. He runs a 4.3 voice crack. He runs a 4.35, which is, I think, the fastest out of any running back in this class. He ran for 900 yards last year, picked up 7 touchdowns, picked up 500 more yards in the receiving game. He wasn't only the best rusher on Alabama last year, he was the best receiver on Alabama too. More elusive than half of the running backs in the NFL already. He will be an incredible passing game running back in the NFL as well. I do think this was a reach by Detroit, though, because they could have gotten him late first round. There's no way this guy was going 12. No one predicted him to go this high. He's got incredible vision. He's electric. There's not a lot of running backs that are like Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a fast Austin Eckler. He's great in the receiving game. He can pick up touchdowns. He's great on the run. But this guy, I mean, there wasn't a guy when I was looking at NFL comparison. I just took a guy that was great in the receiving game, and I took Austin Eckler. But he's a lot quicker and a lot more elusive and a lot more electric. This guy is a great NFL type player.
Jonah, before you go, if you would have told me before the draft that Jahmyr Gibbs would be drafted, 2 running backs would be drafted in the top 15, and Jahmyr Gibbs would be drafted before Will Levis, I would make sure you're not high on drugs. So this is not what I expected from the NFL draft. Jonah, I mean, what the heck happened here?
It's an interesting pick. I thought he could have been there in the second round for him, but in terms of Harris, you mentioning the touchdown making that he does produce, they lost Jamal Williams. It makes sense in terms of the receiving game. Jamal Williams used to be a solid receiving back out of the backfield. He's declined in that aspect recently, but he was a touchdown maker for them last year. They lost him, bringing Jahmyr Gibbs. It makes sense. A little high, a little too high. We were talking about a running back value in the first round, where it's hard for Bijan to potentially be a top 10 pick, even though he was. But with Gibbs, the Lions like to run 2 running backs out of the backfield. Not at a time, but
they have Swift and they have Montgomery. This is, if you're gonna take him, sure, take him in the second round if you want to take the risk. At 12,
Montgomery's contract isn't big at all. He also Swift carries injury concerns. Montgomery carries injury concerns.
okay,
It makes sense.
this is big reach.
I forgot about DeAndre Swift. You just blocked up a memory into my mind. I really need a water, my friends. I've been talking so much. This draft is super exciting. It's got me on my toes. But DeAndre Swift is a guy that's been pretty solid in the backfield. Took a down year this year, but I mean, maybe that's why they decided to take him. I will be back in 2 minutes.
All right. Harris is going to be back. He'll get some water. Jonah, I'll talk about this with you. So, Nick was mentioning earlier that kind of, he thought Jalen Carter could have gone down because a certain amount of general managers, when you see, all right, they don't like this guy, maybe we shouldn't draft him. I mean, Levis clearly, this is a guy who had odds to go number 1. He has been picked here. I mean, do we see kind of what Nick was mentioning? And a 2-part question. Assuming he doesn't go here to Green Bay and they want to run with Jordan Love, does he go to New England kind of like Mac Jones did in a sense, where everyone thinks he's going to go high in the draft on draft day and then all of a sudden falls to the mid-tier? Kind of touch on that a little bit.
The Patriots have been looking to trade Mac Jones. Would it make sense? In a way, yes, but they do have Bailey Zappi, and he was very good for them last year when he was able to play. I think he ends up being the starter there. I think it's not that the Patriots want a new quarterback. I think they have it. I think they're just trying to get rid of Mac Jones. Could Levis is kind of reminding me of how the quarterbacks kind of slid last year. He's obviously not going to slide as much as they did, where all the quarterbacks that we thought could go in the first round last year ended up going around 3, like Ritter, Corral, and Willis. But Levis, I think, could be an interesting option for the Seahawks later. And then potentially the Lions moving up again. They traded back. They could move up. They've got some interesting picks. We normally don't see that many teams trading up in the top 10. So I wonder what does happen later, specifically between 20 and 31.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting. Sorry, I was just checking my phone to see if anything was happening with DeAndre Hopkins, and I feel like it's gone from almost a conclusion that Hopkins is going to Baltimore when they were basically saying, all right, it's up to compensation, and now it's like, is this thing actually happening, or is Hopkins going anywhere tonight? This will be very interesting. I hope Harris is back soon because the Packers pick is in. I mean, I doubt they go Levis here. I think they go Gonzalez, right, Jonah?
They're trusting
Yes,
Jordan Love. They don't go quarterback. Love is their quarterback, presumably of the future. Gonzalez would be an option. A tackle could be interesting here. Also, an edge could be interesting, like a Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith would be
Could you
great.
see Lucas Van Ness going with the way this draft is going?
He could. I think a receiver. Normally, they don't take receivers in the first round, but Rodgers is gone.
Right there. He's on the board. Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston. They're all sitting right there.
Jackson Smith and Jigba is the only option I think would go here.
I mean, at this point, I could see Hendon Hooker being drafted here with the way this draft is going. I'm just kidding. He won't be drafted here. But this draft has been crazy. I mean, this pick could really be anybody. Goodell's about to say it.
Me being behind, you're going to have to tell me.
No.
And I was correct. Lucas Van Ness going to Green Bay. Harris,
Wow.
what are your thoughts on
The
Lucas?
linebacker out of Iowa. That's an interesting pick for them because I don't know. It's kind of tough to think about in total for Lucas Van Ness because I really thought this was a guy that you would have been able to get in the late first round. He was one of the best linebackers in college football last year in the Big Ten, nominated for multiple of the best linebacker awards in college football. But overall, I think that's the biggest reach you've seen of the draft outside of Jahmyr Gibbs. Jonah, you're a big scouting guy as well. I mean, I'm sure you have a comment about that. He's great in coverage, great coverage guy, but he's also a really good rushing linebacker. Great edge rusher, could play edge and linebacker, but I take it away on your part because I'm in shock for that.
I love Van Ness. His potential is through the roof. His only issue is experience in a way. He really didn't start that much in college. So his production numbers are going to be a little bit lower than a lot of the guys that would go normally this high. But when watching the film, you mentioned him as a linebacker. I think he definitely can. I think at the next level, he's north of 270 pounds. His nickname's Hercules.
Hercules. That I was trying to think about that off my head, and I couldn't remember. His teammates saying him Hercules because of how athletic he was.
I think he could be your prototypical. I think he's your prototypical edge rusher, one who puts your hand in the dirt and stands up. But I could also see him sliding inside as like a rush defensive tackle.
He can play D-line too. Yeah, he's super, super versatile. And he has great hands. Great.
Chris Jones for the Chiefs is a little bigger, but how the Chiefs use Chris Jones, they put him on the edge, put his hand in the dirt, but also move him to.
Not to interrupt you, Jordan, we have a trade. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded with the New England Patriots, which most likely means no Will Levis again because they really like Kenny Pickett. So the Steelers are now on the clock, and I'm just trying to see what the compensation was that was given up here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This came out of nowhere here. They're now at number 14. So the Patriots get 17 and 120. All right. So I'm just trying to think. All I'm thinking about is Will Levis right now. So Steelers
I'm
got
thinking
14.
about that too. I feel for the guy.
I have two
Read
names.
this
in my head
contract
here.
right now. Do the Commanders take him at 16?
Yes, please. I am a Sam Howell hater. I'm sorry.
Well, I
that-
love
You're
Howell.
running. I have a friend
I
who's on
love
my show,
Howell.
Sports for Kids, Matthew Heiserman. God bless him for being confident about Sam Howell. I mean,
I'm
truly.
sorry, okay? Sam Howell's been a disappointment ever since his sophomore year at North Carolina. In his junior year, this guy was supposed to be like, he was supposed to be God in college football. He was supposed to be the 1B to Spencer Rattler. Well, turns out neither one of them were 1A or 1B because they were both awful, okay? Sam Howell was nothing but mediocre for North Carolina in his junior year. He was a predicted top 10 pick. Dropped to the 5th round. He played in one game last year in the last game of the season against the Dallas Cowboys, and all of a sudden they think this guy can be a starter in the NFL. There's no way. This guy is a mediocre quarterback at best. Career backup. I'm sorry, Sam Howell. He's super strong. He's a lot like Baker Mayfield, but he's a lot worse of a prospect than Baker Mayfield ever was, and there's no beating that. That is his peak.
So, Jonah, Steelers are up here about a little close to 3 minutes here left on the clock. Who do you see them taking? I heard you got 3 names for them, so kind of get into that. Who you got?
They have a spot at corner. It was wide open. Christian Gonzalez is falling. Now,
The pick is in.
Joey Porter played for the Steelers. Joey Porter Jr. is in this draft as a corner. Those are 2
Yeah.
names. So correct me, 4. I could also see Broderick Jones being here.
Yeah, they were just showing him on the TV
Broderick Jones.
smiling.
I think it
That
is
makes-
Broderick Jones.
I
And
could
with
also
the way that
see
he was
Noah
smiling,
Smith.
I think it's Broderick Jones.
I
Which
could
might
also
have been
see
in
that.
trading up to get Broderick Jones to me would be stupid. I think he could have been a
No, he's
Jets
definitely a
would be
14
good,
through 20 guy. Yeah,
The Jets would take him at 15.
You
I
think
think
so?
that is almost a lock for the Jets to take him at 15. If
I
he
feel
is
bad
one.
for Will Levis, by the way. He probably thought that he was going to get like this big contract, kind of for a rookie, of course. Now I feel like he's going to be like any other guy, you know?
I know Harris loves Will Levis. I do not like Will Levis whatsoever.
Really?
I think if you put the tools together, he could be really good. But I don't think the tools are there. I don't think he has it between the ears. There were some concerns coming out this week about some of his interviews that some teams were essentially walking out of interviews with him saying basically what just happened, not being like that positive about him. He likes mayonnaise in his coffee. I think that's enough said.
I saw that.
Yeah. Also put some mayonnaise in some other things.
Well, this is where the
Heck,
draft
dang.
This is where the draft shakes up because I
Hey,
think
this is where anything can happen.
if he's available at 16 in Washington,
If Washington doesn't take him, my friend is going to a family-friendly channel over here. He's going to be very mad.
Washington isn't taking him. I'll say that right now.
you think they'll take Hendon Hooker? They love
There's
Hendon Hooker.
a cornerback from Maryland
Deontay Banks.
who will be right on the board
There
there.
you go. There he is, Broderick Jones. We called it. There it is, the tackle out
Roger
of
Jones was
UGA.
smiling. He's going to Pittsburgh.
Well,
Harris?
Broderick Jones is 6'5", 310-pound offensive lineman out of the University of Georgia. Another guy, 2-time national champion. There's nothing to complain about him. First team All-SEC last year. Greg Gripp is an offensive lineman. Another thing that when I was watching film about Broderick Jones that I loved, I think he's the most agile offensive lineman in this class. I don't know if you saw Jonah. The guy's super versatile. He's super quick on his feet, great footwork overall. He's an elite prospect in this class. Trying to think. They played him on the exterior offensive line this year, but the footwork that he brings, he's a great blocker out in the backfield. He can block for receivers. He can block for running backs. Super great guy. But the one thing Broderick Jones lacks is very limited experience. I think off the top of my head, he played less than 2 years as a starter in college football. I think the number was like 21 games he started in college football, which I understand. He's playing for the most prestigious team in the country over the last 2 years. But at the same time, he's a first-round draft pick going number 14 overall to Pittsburgh, a team that's historically incredible. So I don't know. But the one thing that we need to see with Broderick Jones is more experience. Is another guy that's not experienced enough. But overall, great guy and super agile on his feet.
By the way, something I want to say. No wide receivers yet. Like, where do you see the first wide receiver
I
going?
told
Is it-
you. What did I say, Chase? When we first
Yeah.
got on, I think the first thing I said is there's not one receiver I'm reaching for in the top 20. Not one. Because the receiving
Right.
class isn't that good.
Right. I also would like to see if Kalijah Cansey could go soon. He's a very talented player. I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, out of Pittsburgh, defensive lineman, very talented player. I love him as well.
I'm surprised Pittsburgh didn't go after the Pittsburgh guy, to be honest.
No, I think they could have at 17 gone up Joey Porter. Now, and also Cansey would have also made sense there.
Right.
But I think they trade up because I think Broderick Jones would have almost been a lock to go to the Jets if he were there. So I think they were just playing it safe to get their tackle.
Let me say this. I don't know where Harris went, but if Lamar Jackson did not sign today, I feel like we would be hearing rumors about the Ravens trading up for Will Levis with how this draft has gone. If Lamar Jackson wasn't signed today, but of course he has been signed today.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Lamar's the quarterback. My bad.
The luck didn't work for me. I had to take off the luck jersey. It's getting pretty cold in this house, but maybe the Bucky's jersey is good luck. Maybe the Colts will trade up for another pick in this round. I don't know if that'll happen. Here comes Brad. Here we go. The New York Jets.
Yep.
Your counterpart in New York. They're picking here. There's a guy by the name of Christian Gonzalez, a cornerback out of the University of Oregon, the most raw athlete in this class, in my opinion. Is that the guy the New York Jets are going to take here, or are we think they're going another direction? You're on mute, buddy.
My fault. I think Christian Gonzalez, it could be a huge pick for the Jets, especially pairing him with Sauce Gardner would be absolutely insane. I could also see Nolan Smith here. Looking at their depth chart, it looks like they could use an edge rusher. I think it's mainly between Nolan Smith and Christian Gonzalez for me.
I'm with you there. Nolan Smith is a guy that I'll get into when we talk about him, but he was a highly scouted player out of high school, the number one player in the entire country. 3-year starter at Georgia, a ton of experience, but the one thing he has the one problem he has is injuries, and I don't know. The Jets last year, they took a defensive player in the first round. They took 2 defensive players in the first round last year. Jermaine Johnson and Ahmad Sauce Gardner. So maybe they'll go another defensive player this year's draft, but I think that's the way it's going to go. Or
that's a direct. I think we need to bring Alana on real quick, or maybe not now. Whatever to see a Jets fan live reaction to this pick. I know she said she would like
Jackson Smith and Jigba,
tackle or a tight end.
I hope he falls.
Could you see like Michael Mayer? I know he wouldn't go this route.
Dalton Kincaid is the best tight end in this class. He's a 6'4" guy out of Utah. Great route runner overall. But if that's a guy I could see going to Buffalo or something in the late round or in the late first round. Michael Mayer, I think, is a second day guy. He was like the projected guy to be in this round for the last couple months, but Dalton Kincaid really just overall better, quicker, better on his hands. But I do see this. I think this could be a receiver. Bring in another guy for Aaron Rodgers, but I don't know. We'll see. They brought in Alan Lazard, but
Alan Lazard got Garrett Wilson. There's a playmaker.
Yeah. I completely blanked that they took Garrett Wilson in last year's NFL draft. And he was a rookie of the year. I completely forgot about that.
By the way, let me just say something. This Jets offense, everyone's talking about Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard. Once Breece Hall gets healthy, Breece Hall's going to run for 1,400 yards if he's healthy.
Yeah, this Jets offense is scary. I'll just,
I love Breece Hall. He outside of the Ravens, like anybody on the Ravens, he may be my favorite player in the NFL. I love the way that he plays the game.
I'm sad. I was sad about the injury. He was on my fantasy football team.
Yeah. I mean, I drafted him on my fantasy team. Like, I ran a fantasy league, and I literally told myself before the draft, I said, if I do not get Breece Hall, I am a moron. I picked him up. He started to play really well. I don't know if you remember. He was running for like 100.
Really good,
yeah. And then, like, in week 7 or whatever, he got an injury. I'm like, there goes my fantasy season.
Yeah.
Can we bring
Alana, we need to bring her on.
Can we bring Alana on for this? I want to ask her a couple questions.
We have to bring her
producer.
Yeah.
They're showing Nolan Smith.
That's really what I predict. That's really what I'm predicting at this. I think the Jets are going to go Nolan Smith.
So Nolan Smith is playing cards.
He's playing cards, but
I have a question for everybody here. Is there a possibility with Kalijah Cansey and Christian Gonzalez possibly being available at 16th Washington? Are we guaranteed they're going Levis?
Look,
Yes,
this is saying Levis for like how long now? But I think
every
Yeah.
single moment of this
Yeah,
draft,
so,
we've said something
listen,
about
Levis at this point, who knows where he's going to get drafted? But I think Washington would make total sense for Levis at this point in the draft, at least.
All right, I'm hearing that is I so far haven't seen the pick in. We're under a
Yeah,
minute.
they've taken a while.
Under a minute. We could be looking at a potential trade.
Oh god. No, the pick is in.
Pick's
Okay.
in.
Pick in. Pick's
All right, so you're the had the most out of all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick's not in for
I
me
think it's
yet.
her, me, and then you two.
I pick's in.
Yeah. Okay,
All
so
right,
that's how it
Pick
is.
just got in for me.
Me and Chase are on point with each other. We're like half a second.
Okay,
off.
so we'll just
Yeah.
mute. We'll just mute when Roger comes up.
Yeah. This is interesting here. Will Levis, of course, not going to be drafted here, but I mean, if Kalijah Kancey or Christian Gonzalez both don't go here, Levis is not guaranteed 16. And at that point, I don't know where he's taken. 17 to England? I don't know. I mean, do they want to roll with Mac Jones, Zappy? I don't know what they do from there. Because who's got
Zappy.
18? The Lions.
The Lions have 18. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Imagine if the Lions get Levis after I said they were going to get him at 6. Like, that would be so
Finesse of the draft.
They would be the winners of the draft at that point. If they
Yeah,
will somehow
just
get
finesse
Levis at
the
18.
entire.
Harris, how funny would that be if the Lions
Hilarious.
get
It'd be really
Levis at 18?
funny.
Yeah.
It'd be really funny.
Dan Campbell will be laughing in his office.
Yeah. I mean, they're easily the favorite to win the NFC North right now, and they just continue.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yeah.
if they get Levis, that's just gonna solidify themselves as really, I think, a really good team in the next few years. All right, the Jets pick is in.
Yeah,
I don't need to hear all of this. Come on.
This pick, we started at 9:49. It has taken 9 minutes for the 15th overall pick to be in. Leave it up to the Jets to ruin my sanity.
Of course.
I wish I was there. This is a great experience that I wish to experience one day at the NFL draft.
It was really
Don't
great.
worry,
I was there about.
we'll all be there if we will all be there if we pursue broadcasting. We're all very good.
I was in Kansas City about 2 weeks ago, and they were just starting to build the stage. It's crazy to see what it
That's
is
cool.
now.
That's actually really cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge stage. My goose.
All right, pick is in.
Yeah.
Is the pick being
All right,
drafted?
we will mute.
All right, yeah, you guys mute.
Alana seems pretty happy.
I haven't seen anything yet. My TV's on mute, though, so. They're having a kid introduce it, so they're introducing him right now.
This kid is not Sam Prince, but he thinks he is.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That doesn't mean he's not good. You know, I mean, no one can live up to Sam Prince, guys. I mean, that was truly unbelievable.
So.
Happy he's here right now. Happy he's here.
Who will
Drafting.
be at camp? Kyle Stickles? Is that what you're saying, Zeke? Oh, so we have 2 guys that selected first-round picks going to camp next year. If you guys are watching and don't go to play-by-play camp, I'm sure Zeke will plug it later. But
Alana, you must be so stressed.
I am. I really am.
have you not seen it yet?
No. Oh my god, let's go. Come on. Whoa!
All right.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
We are so behind.
I'm so confused.
Oh my god.
Linebacker.
Ladies and gentlemen, this draft has gone crazy.
This draft
What
is not.
What is happening? What?
Well,
What?
okay.
No.
Okay.
No,
okay.
I don't dislike Will McDonald, but what? I
Will
don't like-
McDonald. Will McDonald is okay. All right. Okay.
I
Whoa.
don't know what's
No,
happening,
that's just so
guys.
no. It's just because it's so unexpected. Like I don't dislike
Not at
McDonald's,
all. Oh
but
my
how?
Alana,
But
God.
like what?
Alana,
No,
All right,
do you
hold on,
like
let Harris
hold on.
talk. Let Harris talk. Let Harris
Luana,
talk.
I'll cheer you up here because I
Yeah.
really liked Will McDonald coming into this draft.
Me
He can,
too. I'm
he,
just shocked that he was picked
can-
right here.
he can play edge and he can play linebacker. He played in
Yeah.
the Senior Bowl. He was Big 12 first team. He's 24 years old, which is the only knock to him. He's pretty old for
Mhm.
someone at his size, but he has a ton of experience. He's
Wow.
got some of the best upper body strength in the entire draft class. Iowa State produces great offensive linemen, as we've seen. He's a great great linebacker. Sorry, I was on the wrong side of the football in my head for a second. But no, Will McDonald's a great linebacker for Iowa State last year. Again, first team Big 12, super athletic guy. He lacks the ability, though, to kind of get on the run. Great in coverage, but as an edge rusher, he was better, in my opinion, as a linebacker last year than he was as an edge rusher. That was just my opinion. His ball location was probably the best out of any linebacker in the Big 12 last year. But overall, pretty solid pick besides the fact that he's 24. And 24 on defense going into the NFL draft. I don't know.
Alana, do you like this pick?
I do like this pick because we also see from Iowa State, same school as Breece Hall. We're going to see them reunited again. Maybe that'll be a bit of reassurance. You're going to have these two guys together. But I know we were talking about Will McDonald as a very late pick. I saw a bunch of mock drafts go with having him last to the Chiefs in the first round. So I'm definitely surprised, but I do think this one's going to be good. I have a good feeling about it.
If you wanted a linebacker, I love Drew Sanders from Arkansas. I personally think he's the best linebacker in the class.
I agree with that. Yeah.
People say he's a day 2 guy. This guy was incredible. 1-year starter at Arkansas, SEC first team. I think he was an unanimous All-American too. He's incredible. I don't know why he's going a day 2 guy. He's a bit slower as a linebacker, but Drew Sanders is probably the best linebacker in this draft class. Commander's pick is already in.
Pick is in.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
for Will Levis because I am
If
a
this
Sam
is not
Howell
Will
hater.
Levis, I genuinely feel bad for him.
I think they go Will Levis probably, but like we said, we've been saying Will Levis like for so long now. If
You
they
said
don't go Will Levis,
like 85 times.
if they don't go Will Levis, perhaps a cornerback. I know they do need a bit of secondary, so maybe a cornerback like Joey Porter Jr., Christian
What
Gonzalez.
a wide receiver. They got McLaurin and that's it, right?
McLaurin, that is true. Wide receiver as well, McLaurin, and then that's it. So
I mean, the Ravens, by the way,
Yeah.
if they don't trade for DeAndre Hopkins by Baltimore Ravens, they got every wide receiver in the playbook right now with the way this draft is
I'm
turning out.
going Will Levis, 1, corner 2, or wide receiver. Those are like the
I'm
three.
a bit scared. Okay, I'm a little bit scared because the Commanders pick here.
Mhm.
I'm going to say it again. I said it earlier. The Patriots hosted 1 quarterback out of the 5 potential
They
first-round
wouldn't
quarterbacks.
draft him, though. There's no
Will
way.
Levis, the only quarterback they hosted.
No way.
Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi were in a quarterback controversy last year. As you see here, I love Mac Jones. I think I think he can become a great NFL quarterback if given the right weapons. But I don't see. I can definitely see a trade or I can see a scenario where Bill Belichick goes ahead and takes Will Levis because he's not all in on Mac Jones. He benched him a couple times last year for Bailey Zappi. So, I mean, we'll see. But they already have 2 quarterbacks on that roster that already want to be the starter. But as I said earlier, the Commanders could easily go ahead and take him here. If
Hey,
they don't
guys,
take,
if Levis isn't taken here, there's no way the Buccaneers pass up on him.
oh no way. What pick do the Buccaneers have? And what pick do the Vikings have?
Bucks
so
have
the
19, Vikings have 23.
And the Vikings have 23. Yeah.
Okay. He'll go to one of those 2 teams. Hendon Hooker could also
He
go
has
to
to.
one of those 2 teams.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker. That's a good one. I could see Hendon Hooker in Tampa Bay. I think that would be a decent fit.
Oh, Commanders. Yeah, they already have their pick in. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
in for like 5 minutes.
Oh, I didn't see it. I just saw.
I've seen Jonas say to us privately, Levis to the Saints.
That
If
also
he
could happen.
falls
But
to
the Saints,
28,
yeah, the Saints are picking super late.
unless the Saints trade, which I doubt they will. By the way, can we just talk about the monstrosity of the Miami Dolphins for being the only team to have their picks suspended? Like, how embarrassing is that?
I know they're
Like-
just not there.
Yeah, I mean that's just embarrassing. It's just don't have a pick at all. I have a question:
I
Are
know.
they allowed to trade for a first-round pick?
Oh, okay. Another
Oh, are they? Yeah. Well, I'll look that up right now.
Okay, Loki, they could go corner. There's 3 corners that the Commanders could pick here because they struggled at corner last year. They could go Deontay Banks. They could go Christian Gonzalez, who's still on the board. But
Joey Porter, maybe.
Joey
I
Porter,
don't
but
know this
That's Elijah Cansey.
he's a line his defensive lineman. Emmanuel Forbes visited
No, I know.
Washington.
I just
Yeah,
think
I was gonna
Forbes-
say that Emmanuel Forbes. I was
Forbes
like
is good.
50-50
I know.
was
I know. By the way, that
Washington.
Cansey is not a cornerback. I know he's a D lineman.
Yeah,
but
he
couldn't you see him
visited.
taking a D lineman with everything that's going on with
No,
Chase Young?
it's corner or quarterback, and if it's quarterback, it's
Yes.
either Gonzalez or it's Forbes. Forbes,
Mhm.
the only way he would go first round if it's to the Commanders. There's no other team they would take him in the first round. He's a second day guy, but I it's got to be Levis. This has to be Levis.
Yeah.
Like no doubt in my
Yeah.
mind, this is Will.
If it's
Levis.
not Levis, I like cry legitimate tears.
If it's
Yeah.
not if it's not Levis, let's just not say it's Will Levis because it never is when we say that it's Will Levis.
Let's
like,
just not say
just
it's
like-
Will Levis.
Let's
This
just
pick
forget.
will not
No,
be Will
let's
Levis.
just forget Will Levis exists at this point. we just
Yeah.
keep saying it's
And
him,
Will
and
Le-
it's just
Let's just
not.
say Will Levis will not be picked. That he will.
Yes, he just won't be picked. All right. Oh.
Will Levis still has not been picked.
Yeah.
Emmanuel
I'd like.
Forbes. I think
know,
it was, I think it was
I'd-
Brad and Harris that said it. Nice job, guys. What do you guys think?
There was Harris first, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Emmanuel Forbes is the guy that played in the SEC. He went against the best quarterbacks, the best receivers in the country. He's 6 feet tall. He's 165 pounds. Extremely slim for a cornerback. But the one thing is, Emmanuel Forbes, I'm pretty sure, holds the record in college football for the most pick sixes in a career at 6. I think he has 6 pick sixes in his college football career, which is the college
Patriots
football
pick is
record.
already in, by the way. Just a quick warning.
He also is
Oh,
the
wow.
best ball hawk in this class. He's also the best ball
Are the
hawk
Patriots
in the entire
taking Levis?
class.
Are they like that confident about it? Or is it
I-
something like that?
I'd be
Maybe.
pretty scared for
Well,
Mac
no,
Jones
they're not. They're
right
not.
now. But Emmanuel Forbes is a great pick, and he was the only. Again, I said earlier he was the only corner that could have gone in the first round to Washington was the only team that would have taken him in the first round. Great pick overall, in my opinion. A little bit of a reach, but that's a great ball hawk. And my NFL
He's a
comparison
pick
to him
six
was,
machine.
yeah,
Yes.
my NFL comparison to him was Trayvon Diggs.
That's a good one. I like that. Because he could be a little bit risky, but at the same time he could get a lot of interceptions. I like that comparison.
Mhm.
All right, so Patriots pick is in. Please, NFL
Yeah.
draft. No one needs to hear the analysts, and that includes us. Just have the Patriots pick.
Listen, I don't think the Patriots go Levis here. I think they go secondary. They
They
need
picked
corners really
immediately.
bad.
The fact that
I
Christian
think they're
Gonzalez is
going
still
Christian
available to me
Gonzalez.
is
Christian
shocking.
Gonzalez. I think they go Christian Gonzalez. I don't see Will Levis going to New England. I think Christian Gonzalez is the guy. I think they need a corner really bad. Christian Gonzalez is amazing.
I had Gonzalez going 16 to Washington.
They
Mm.
got a corner
It's a
last
different-
year, though, when he was great all season long. They had one of the best corner rookies in the NFL this year. So, what is there to say they go corner
That is
again?
true.
All right, New England's about to pick.
I just think they go corner again, to be honest.
They do go Gonzalez. There it is. Well,
Gonzalez being picked. In the
I had a
first-
feeling they were going to go secondary.
Yeah. So now, does Levis go to Detroit? Before we do that, guys, touch on Gonzalez. He's super talented.
Yeah.
so Gonzalez is a guy that runs a 4.3, okay? He's the fastest cornerback in the entire class. He's 6'1", 195 pounds. The thing with Christian Gonzalez is he's the best athlete in this entire class, in my opinion. There's not another corner that can run a 4.3, take the guy all the way down, force him to the outside, and play as an athletic free corner. He can play on the outside. He can play in the slot. There's not another corner in this draft that can do that. You're going to see in these tapes, Christian Gonzalez, a lot like his teammate from last year, Kayvon Thibodeau, is an athletic monster, okay? My favorite defensive player in the entire class outside of Will Anderson. But on the athletic freak list of college football players, I think he was listed third. This guy's so athletic, he ran track in college. Okay, he runs a 4.3. I think I've said that multiple times. But when you compare him to the other corners in this class, he's bigger than Devon Witherspoon. He can play both sides of the cornerback position better than Devon Witherspoon can. He can play as a press corner. He can play as a zone corner. He can play as a man corner. But the thing with him is he's a complete raw athlete. He doesn't have a lot of experience. He played one season as a starter at Oregon. But you have the right cornerback coach to develop this guy, he can be an NFL superstar. And I'm saying that right now because There's no cornerback in the NFL, or there's not a lot of them at least, that match the athletic ability that Christian Gonzalez has.
Brad, you want to touch on him a little bit?
Yeah, I think Gonzalez is a great prospect overall in this draft. He has a really good blend of size and skill, and he's proved to be a very, very good cornerback for the Ducks. I think wherever he goes, I think wherever Gonzalez went, he was going to be fine and fit right into the scheme. And I think this is a great pick for the Patriots to add to their secondary.
Yeah, for sure. So, guys, here's my thoughts. There's been no wide receivers yet. What is Detroit going to do? Do they take Will Levis like I predicted, except just 12 picks later? Do they go a wide receiver? Do they go maybe Kalai
Will Levis,
Chance to improve
There's
the
his mom
defense?
comforting.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's Will Levis.
At this
It-
point,
It's gotta.
I don't
be
know.
Will Levis.
yeah.
I
I mean,
This
like,
is not Will
I
Levis.
don't want to keep saying it though.
If Will Levis does not go one of the
I think
next
we have
two
a-
picks,
I think we have a
I
record.
don't really know what to tell him. I just feel,
We have
I
a-
just feel bad.
Are you our North guy as well?
No, I'm just East.
Oh, because
Okay.
who's in our North though? Is it Jonah?
Jonah's our
I'm not
North
sure.
guy.
Jonah, yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to
All
think.
right, Jonah, welcome on to the show. Whatever you do, join.
Jonah
I'm
loves
interested
Will
to see
Levis.
You think it's Will Levis?
I'm not gonna say it's Will Levis. I said it's Will Levis like 10 times this draft. I'm done saying it. If it's not him here, it's got to be him at 19.
So who do you think, if it's not Levis here, who is it?
Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland. They could go. No, they wouldn't go wide receiver because they've got two stud wide receivers. The last two drafts in them, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. Offensive line, maybe Osiris Torrance from Florida.
I don't know. The offensive line core outside of Wright, Skrotsky, and Johnson to me seems weaker in this year's draft.
I
Osiris
think there's a good chance this could be Cansey.
or Nolan Smith.
An edge, or I think it will.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a
Miles,
defender.
Miles Murphy.
I think it could be an edge or
Yeah.
Cansey. I don't know how. I like Brian Brizzi,
Ryan, yeah.
but it seems like a lot of teams don't. He is very raw.
He's got some problems too. Not
I
not a
like
super
the
solid locker
potential.
room, dude.
I like the potential, but can't. I don't think he's ready. I think Cansey is. And I think the
Yeah.
Lions are at a position where, specifically with
compete.
their defense, they need a win now. And Cansey would be that option. I think Joey Porter, Banks could both be options. There's some other corners like Cam Smith could sneak into the first round.
Guys, by the way, whoever put money down on Will Levis being number 1 overall, I'm sorry. I hope you didn't put too much money down.
It's like that Reddit post
I know.
about Levis.
Crazy. That was one of the more crazy things I've seen in a long time. I'm gonna check my phone again. Good pick is in, by the way, for Detroit. I'm upset. I thought the Ravens for DeAndre Hopkins would be done at 10:14 p.m. Eastern, my time.
I don't think it's going to happen anymore. I think it would have if the Cardinals didn't trade that second round pick. I think it would have swapped picks. The Ravens moved to 34 and get Hopkins. So I don't think it happens anymore.
So who does D Hop go to?
I don't think at this point I don't know if he goes anywhere.
You're saying tonight or just this season?
Tonight.
At least tonight. I think the only reason he would have gone tonight is if a team swapped later in the first round, swapped picks.
Right.
Like the Ravens moved from 22 to 34 if the Cardinals still had that pick and got
Unless they do kind of like what the Eagles did with AJ Brown, and it's just like, all right, give up your first and live with it.
That could be another thing. Now there's a difference between AJ Brown's stock.
Right,
and
exactly. Yes. I can absolutely agree with that. 31-year-old wide receiver, but he's not washed like some people think.
No, he's not. But AJ Brown, I think, still hasn't even hit his peak.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. By the way, I don't know if the Ravens should absolutely target a wide receiver.
I think
They
I
also-
think if Banks is there. Deontay
Yeah,
Banks.
if
could
they- if
very
Banks
easily-
is there,
I said
I
that.
wrote an article in my newsletter about the Ravens yesterday. I said, if Banks is there, you got to take him.
Which he fits the system very well. The downfall of him, he takes a lot of plays off. If he knows the ball's not going to go to him, he just doesn't care.
Does he have locker room issues too, or he's super aggressive?
I don't really think so. On the
Well,
field,
Banks is also from
super
Maryland.
aggressive.
He grew up in Baltimore, too. That's also
Mhm.
so you got to look at the local boy.
Which, in terms of him taking plays off, it reminds me a lot of Marcus Peters.
He has a
Yeah.
ton of experience too.
Except I hope he's
I
just
mean,
not yappy like Marcus Peters.
Didn't he
He's
play
not-
15
he's quiet. From what I've
Yeah.
seen, he's quieter. But that doesn't mean
By the way, hasn't
yeah.
Will Levis been on Mel Kiper's best available for like 85 years now?
Well,
He's
he was
Mel
number
Kiper's QB too.
yeah, he was number 4 on Mel Kiper's best overall list, so I wouldn't be super surprised. I
Harris,
mean,
what QB number was he for you?
2.
Uh,
2A and 2B with Stroud.
We're gonna have to talk about that after.
Okay.
This has got to be ESPN Analytics. 1.8% chance he would be available at pick 18. Well, those 98.2% chance, if I'm doing my math correctly. No, what am I doing?
98.2.
90, yeah, exactly. 98.2. If I mean there's 98.2% chance that's not been going his way today.
Now, I
Pick is
don't.
in. I feel like the Lions have been the pick has been in for Detroit for forever now.
Chase, you mentioned receiver. I could.
No
Jameson
way.
Williams,
No chance.
No
I
chance.
think there's slightly a chance.
No chance.
Jameson Williams got suspended, and
I love Jameson
they do
Williams.
not have a third slot.
I don't
They
think
don't
he's
have a
bad
slot
game
guy.
that well.
No chance.
They don't have a. They need. I understand Amon-Ra and Jameson Williams. Now
Does Amon-Ra not play in the slot?
he does, but
Yeah.
he's going to have to do more because Jameson Williams is out for half the season.
He was out all year
Six
last year,
games.
too.
Yeah, and he had to do more. So you
Is
need
Goodell
a
walking
guy who
out?
can- Quentin Johnston could be interesting.
That'd be great. I
Quentin
love
Johnson
him. He's
could
my
be
favorite. He's my favorite player in
All
this.
right, here we
or
go.
Favorite receiver in this class. Here comes Goodell.
You're gonna have to tell me to pick because I'm still behind.
Okay. Jack
Not
Campbell,
really what I
linebacker,
was
Iowa.
expecting there.
Not exactly
Jack
what
Campbell,
I.
another Iowa linebacker getting drafted.
He's the safest running back,
He-
linebacker in this class.
He's the definition of the best linebacker in college football. He won the Dick Butkus Award, best linebacker in the country, first team All-American honor, unanimous All-American. He's got average NFL size. He's only 250 pounds, which is like kind of small for a linebacker, I'd say. Team captain at Iowa, super great in the locker room, great blitzer, great in zone coverage. This guy is a super safe pick as a linebacker. There's not another guy that you would say is your quote-unquote safe pick. This guy was the best linebacker in college football last year. Super versatile, great speed as well as a linebacker. In the Big Ten, there's a lot of great secondary players. He was probably the best in the linebacker core. He was the best. He was the best player. Ball hawk too. I think he had 4 interceptions last year. I don't know off the top of my head, but great. This guy's super safe. Great pick by the Lions. They drafted really well in the last 2 years. Another hit. I think he was the best linebacker at Iowa over Will McDonald. The Jets took a nice guy, huge hard hitter with McDonald, but Campbell is super duper safe. Like,
Tampa's pick is already in, by the way.
yeah, and it's gotta. I'm not even gonna say. I'm not even gonna say who I think Tampa's pick is.
All right, let's go.
Campbell is my linebacker 3 or 4. He's basically 3A, 3B
Safe.
for me. One or two.
Safe. One
He's
word.
safest.
Safe.
I just like the upside of Sanders and Trenton Simpson more than Campbell.
Right.
But
I thought
Campbell,
there was a
I
possibility.
think Campbell
by the
is
way.
what he is, and he's safe.
I thought there
he's
was a
not
possibility that Campbell could have been fallen to the second. I thought there was a possibility that he could have fallen to the second round. Campbell.
He could have, but Drew Sanders is probably going to fall the second round now, and he's the best
Right.
linebacker in this draft class. Hardest hitter. I don't know.
This draft has been, I think, the most unpredictable that we've seen in a little while.
This draft is nuts. I don't know what's going on. Here comes
Welcome
Alana.
back on our South expert. It's been a while since you've been on. Buccaneers pick is in. Okay, we're not saying who it is. We all know who we hope it is, but we're not even going to say who we think it is. Who else, by the way, could Tampa go after? Kalijah Cansey?
Yeah, it definitely could be. I also do think offensive line is a possibility for Tampa.
Osiris Torrance. He goes to school in Gainesville, Florida. That's less than 200 miles away from Tampa,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Do you
sure.
think they could draft a tight end?
Dalton Kincaid would be really cool, actually, to go
Yeah.
to Tampa Bay. Another thing is with Kincaid and Michael Mayer, the Cowboys at 26, I'm pretty sure that's where they pick. They're favorite to go tight end. So wherever one of them doesn't go, that's where they're going to probably go. I want to say Tampa's going quarterback. They have Kyle Trask and they have Baker Mayfield. They took a quarterback in the second round 2 years ago. They picked up Baker Mayfield in the offseason. I don't, for the first time ever, I don't think this is Will Levis.
You really don't think?
and watch it be Will Levis. But I don't
yeah,
think.
yeah, right, yeah. This has not been either. Like this has not been the best predicting day for any of us. I
My
mean,
mock draft is in shambles.
oh my gosh, I'm right there with you.
I don't think I've hit one pick besides 101, 103. I didn't even hit 103. Well, technically I did, but wrong team.
Right.
I think I actually picked Forbes instead of Commanders because of all the visits.
Yeah, all right. Here is the draft book. Please be the person we all want it to be.
I hope it's not. I kind of want to see Trask play football. There he is, Kancey, Pittsburgh.
Kalashnikov Kancey. Will Levis has still not been drafted. What is going on?
Well, Kalijah Kancey,
Oh
he
my
he
god.
lacks a ton of size as a defensive tackle. A lot of it. He's 6'1" and 280 pounds. When I watched this film, I thought maybe a position change, but he's big in the weight, small in the height. He's 6'1". He had a ton of first-team All-American honors, first-team All-American, first-team All-ACC, super great body control, really balanced defensive lineman. He's an athletic freak. He had the best instincts out of any defensive lineman in this draft class. But again, he's really short. He's really not that big. You know, he's 6'1", 280 pounds.
Right.
They're comparing him to Aaron Donald. But then again, Jonah talked about him earlier. Jonah likes him, but to be in the NFL, you got to really fit the size frame. I don't really think he fits the size frame. You know, he could be elite as in maybe. Is he too big to play? Is he too slow to play edge? What does he run here? 4'6'7". So no, he's not too slow to play edge. He could easily play on the exterior as an edge rusher. But in the interior defensive line, I don't know.
That comparison, by the way, looks really good when you look at the
yeah, he does look really close to Donald. I'm with you there, Zeke, but Donald is a completely different specimen than Kalijah Kancey. Aaron Donald is like, he's not super big as a frame. Like, his frame's not super big, but he's a big boy. Kalijah Kancey just isn't like, I don't know how to put it, but when you watch him play in the ACC, he looked smaller compared to every other guy he played against. Alana, what do you think?
Yeah, I really liked him coming into this draft. I think that this is going to really be great for the Buccaneers. I think the Buccaneers are in for it this season. After losing Brady, they barely made the playoffs last season. It's definitely, I think, rebuild mode at this point for that team. And he's just a solid guy to have there. You know you're going to have him. Like this, and they're comparing to Aaron Donald. He could be, same size. You truly never know what you're going to get. So if the Buccaneers got a really solid player here, and I think he's really going to help them throughout this whole new rebuilding process.
By the way, as a Ravens fan, I feel like they're going to get anybody they want. Or I have a question. So Seattle's coming up. Could you see a cornerback going next to whatchamacallit's name that just won? That was in the running, one of the best defensive. Oh my gosh, what's his name? Was it Tariq Woolen?
Tariq Woolen? Oh, I thought you were talking about someone from this class.
No, yeah, Tariq Woolen. Could you see a cornerback going next to Tariq Woolen in Seattle?
I don't think so. I'm with Nick.
They just took a corner, didn't they?
They
already took a corner.
Yeah, they took Witherspoon at 5.
Yeah, they took Witherspoon.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No,
Here's what I'm. Okay.
By the way, I'm back after a nice long break.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long time. It's good to have him back on the show.
And I'm here for 2 picks in a row because my team is up next.
Here's what I'm going to say is they could go receiver here. Imagine pairing Quentin Johnston alongside DK Metcalf, 2 athletic freaks that can catch a ball from any angle. Tyler Lockett is going to play in the slot, but how much longer is Tyler Lockett going to be an NFL wide receiver?
That would be cool.
Also,
I'm kind of hoping Johnston isn't drafted here because I don't want him to go to Baltimore at this point if we're not getting D-Hop. But
yeah, I'm with you. I mean, this could go anywhere. Seattle's offense last year was pretty soft. Also, this could be Dalton Kincaid, the tight end.
You think so?
I'm I'm
Oh yeah,
kind
their
of
tight end
annoyed here.
position's
I
awful.
mean,
This
yeah.
could be Dalton Kincaid.
we didn't see the Witherspoon pick coming, but it made sense. We understood it. So then my mind went to, okay, they want to build the Legion of Boom again. So maybe they go defense again here, not corner like Chase said, because they already took a corner. But could they go another defense, pass rusher here? Probably not linebacker at this point because the linebacker was just picked. I don't think another one goes this round.
I mean, they could go
How about Jackson
quarterback.
Smith-Njigba? Does
I-
he go here?
I hate to say it, but they really like Anthony Richardson. I'm sorry we took you from him, but I don't know. They loved Richardson. Willis isn't Richardson, but he's really raw. Like, and Pete Carroll's supposed to. He developed every quarterback he's ever had in that starting lineup. Geno Smith is on a 2-year deal, but can.
There's no way Levis goes here, right?
I'm not going to bring it.
I wouldn't be surprised. They re-signed Smith to a 2-year deal, but after 1 year, they can get him out. I don't. If Levis doesn't go in the next 4, he's got to go to New Orleans if he falls that far.
Who was their tight end last year? Do you guys remember? Because Kincaid is still right there.
I'm looking at the draft. If he doesn't go here to Seattle, he's not going to Chargers. He's not going to Baltimore. He's not going to Minnesota.
Hold on. You don't think Kincaid goes to the Chargers? I think there's a chance, but I would put Mayer over
No,
him.
I think they're talking about with Levis.
Yeah, with Levis.
You think they're going to go Levis?
No.
He's talking about where he's
Levis
not
doesn't
go.
go
Oh, wait,
here.
he's not going to go. Okay. He's
If
talking
Levis
about
doesn't go here,
Sorry.
then he's not going to go to the Chargers. He's not going to go to the Ravens. He's not going to go to the Vikings. He's not going to go to the Jaguars. He's not going to go to the Giants. He's not going to go to the Cowboys. He's not going to go to the Bills. He's not going to go to the Bengals. The Saints are right there.
The Saints love trading up. They love
Why would
trading
they trade up here?
They also have Derek Carr, though. They gave Derek Carr the bag.
He's just like sitting on his phone, like scrolling through Instagram right now.
I
Like,
feel
what
bad
is
for him
my
if he doesn't get picked round 1 after getting invited to the draft.
And being a projected number 1 overall draft pick at
Yeah.
one point in the week.
That's the
Okay,
that's
he
the
was
crazy
he
part.
was he was the favorite this morning to be the number 2 overall.
Hold
pick.
on, but wasn't the reason for that just because some random person on Reddit said it?
No, yes, but not necessarily. 8 months,
I'm
or
just-
like not 8 months ago, but like midway through the college football season, Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah had him as a number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Didn't they also have that?
Okay,
like, in
but the only
beginning of
reason
the
he
NFL
was
draft,
maybe
like,
projected to
talks?
go number 1 as of this morning is because the Reddit person. We're not going to believe a Reddit
Well,
person.
no one predicted him to go number 1, but he was like second in odds. I'm pretty sure. I think he was plus
All right,
300.
I don't know.
Seattle, what are they doing here? I think they go Kincaid.
I like wide receiver, tight end Kincaid, or maybe a Miles Murphy. I don't know.
Miles Murphy? I don't know. I feel like that's a reach a little bit.
I don't know. I kind of expected him to be gone. Well, the pick is in on my side. I know I'm ahead.
When
of
do
you
the
guys.
Giants pick?
I
I,
don't spoil anything, but
when do the Giants?
25. Giants pick at 25.
I'm trying to get a surprise phone caller in here for the Giants pick, but he didn't. He
oh no way you're gonna try and bring him
I
on.
tried. He didn't answer the phone. So
Dang it.
Oh, Sam.
yeah, he's busy. I think he's at MetLife. I texted him this morning. He didn't even answer.
Oh, is
my-
he there?
I think he told me. I talked to him 2 days ago, and he said he was either going to the draft or going to
Yeah,
MetLife.
He liked my post.
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
on
he's at the
Insta.
draft party. That's what I figured he was. He's at
He liked
MetLife.
my
at the
post on
draft
Insta.
party.
At least he responds to something.
Yeah,
Well,
he normally
I'm so happy
responds.
that Sam's
He
got
normally
so
answers
much
every single
confidence.
phone call. He didn't answer my phone call. I texted him too. He didn't answer. So
He would probably answer me if I texted him, but that's
Then
something-
what are you waiting for?
he's
I-
he's not gonna answer. He didn't answer me or Jonah. Here's
I could
a-
text him and he's gonna say no anyways because
Yeah.
he's already out there.
yeah, he's not answering. I wanted him to come on here. I tried to convince him for the last time.
I'm really happy about this board with the next pick with the Chargers. By the way, I'm just gonna put that out there right now. We won't.
Why did I always think you were a Rams fan, Nick?
I'm both
How could you cheer for two teams?
because they're not rivals and they move back to back years. And I didn't have an LA team
So
before.
if
they
the
moved.
Chargers and the Rams play in the Super Bowl, who are you cheering for?
Chargers.
Probably
He's
the
in love.
Chargers
He's in love
because-
with Justin Herbert.
Probably I am in love with Justin Herbert, like literally. That is not a lie. Probably the Chargers at this point. One, because of Justin Herbert, but also two, because he doesn't care about us anymore. Two, because the Rams already got theirs, so I want to see them both.
Alright.
in it. But yeah, I'm a fan of both. Tomorrow I'm gonna be wearing my Rams jersey.
Right.
The Rams aren't
Gosh, the
picking.
Rams are a disaster. They went 5-12 and didn't get their pick.
The thing with Nick though, Chase, is he didn't have an NFL team till any team moved to Los Angeles. Like he was.
Yeah, I watched NFL, but didn't have a team. The Chargers need to
Right.
move.
All right, guys, pick is about to
I-
be in. Or pick is in. It's about to be.
Are they gonna have
announced.
6 people announce this pick? All 6 said 1, 2, 3. Everybody on 3 announced the pick. I agree. The Chargers need to move. With the way the board is, I would like to see them move down. We'll get there in a bit, but with the way the board is, I would like to see them move down and get more picks. You're saying move out of LA? No.
I can't believe the Indianapolis Colts have Anthony Richardson as their quarterback. I still can't believe he's on the roster.
They're
Dude on the left is a unit, Jonah. You're damn right.
For a dude on the left could be drafted right now.
Oh, the girls. Oh, she said Jackson and Jigba. Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver, slot receiver out of the Ohio State University.
Wow.
Well,
So no, Jackson Smith was not going to my Ravens. That means
Zeke,
Kincaid
Zeke,
could go to the
Zeke,
Chargers.
Zeke got a
now.
highlight tape for him.
he better have a highlight tape.
Otherwise, I'll just talk. But all right, he does have a highlight tape for him. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 6'1", 190 pounds, junior out of the Ohio State University.
The
In
Ohio
his
State.
In his sophomore year, he had 1,600 yards and 9 touchdowns. Keep in mind, he had 2 other first-round wide receivers on that team, Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. He runs a 4.55, so going into the draft, he was a projected top 10 pick no matter what. The 40-yard dash knocks him. He runs a 4.55, and he can only really play in the slot. He had an electric game against Utah in the 2021 Rose Bowl. He had 4 touchdowns and over 200 yards in that game. Solid pass blocker overall. Incredible up the line of scrimmage, but he's average in athleticism, but he's an incredible route runner overall. Also, his ball location is the best out of any single wide receiver in this draft class. That's why they're going to take him as the first receiver taken, because the ball locations you see here on television in the game against Utah, CJ Stroud threw some balls that I didn't think were that beautiful, but the ball locations Jackson Smith and Jigba was able to do in that game was absolutely incredible. In my opinion, he's going to be a great slot receiver in the NFL for a pretty solid time, but he's not going to be as electric as people said he was going to be last year coming into this year. He has injury problems, didn't really play this year, and then when he was healthy, he didn't even go and play in the college football playoff when he could have. That's a character problem in my opinion. You want to prepare for the NFL draft, but you can't play in the biggest game you'll ever play in your college football career. That's insane. My pro comparison to him was Christian Kirk, a great route runner, not super duper quick, but in general, really good out of the slot. So
I wasn't
think-
too fond of him going to the Ravens, to be honest. I'm actually fine with him going to 20.
I like DK Metcalf, JSN, and Tyler Lockett. That's actually kind of exciting.
Yeah,
So what?
it is.
Although for pro comparison, I personally have Keenan Allen. I mean, you talk about he's not so fast and he's really good out of the slot. Keenan Allen,
but not prime Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen a year ago.
Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen probably runs what, a 4.7 at this rate in his career, maybe.
How old is Keenan?
Yeah, no,
4.6 and a half. 4.7.
He's
4.6.
not. Keenan.
How old is he now?
Jackson Smith and
he's
Jigba
like
didn't even.
31.
I don't even think he ran
Actually,
the 40.
Guys, today is his birthday. Keenan Allen's birthday is today.
What is he? 35.
31.
Oh,
Still old, and he can't. He only played half the season last year.
Is my computer? Oh, it's blowing out. Well, okay. That's their. All right, let's see this. 1, 2, 3, 4. They've drafted really well in the last 2 drafts. I'll give them that. Witherspoon at 5. I don't know how much I like that pick, but and Jigba could be really good, but again, he's really not that quick. So he's really just gonna have to play in the slot, and he's really not that big either. So I think he was most overrated prospect going into this class. He was also overshadowed a lot this year when you have the best receiver in college football on your team in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
So-
All right, guys, let's move on. Nick, what are you thinking here as a Chargers fan? You go Kincaid?
I'm trading down.
Really?
I am trading down
Let's
here.
go.
I think
Who would trade up?
the Saints are a team.
How would the Saints trade up? No one's going to draft Levis.
I've thought about the Cowboys if they want a tight end. There are several teams, the Bengals, the Bills. I mean, several teams that I think we could trade down with. I would like to see them trade down, but you did mention tight end. I would take Michael Mayer over Kincaid for the Chargers specifically for the Chargers, because so right now the Chargers, what they're missing at tight end is like a run blocker, and Kincaid is a good balance of run blocking and receiving. And I think he would go into Kellen Moore's offense as a perfect fit because he runs a lot of 12 personnel. So Mayer is somebody I'm looking at. I wouldn't rule out cornerback either because Brandon Staley loves his corners. And we have to remember he is a defensive coach. And the Chargers have questions at corner. We don't know about J.C. Jackson's injury, how he'll return from that. And at the same time, Michael Davis is on an expiring deal. So they do have a lot of questions at corner. The other two that I probably talked about with others at this point is, yes, I do agree with that, is wide receiver. People have talked about it so much. The Chargers need an explosive wide receiver, but for me, that's kind of a day two thing. And then edge. Edge is the thing that I would actually like to do because the Chargers, by the way, the pick is in. The Chargers did restructure the contracts of both Bosa and Mack. Bosa had a lot of injury issues last year, and Khalil Mack is like 33. And I just think that we kind of need another edge rusher. That would be an edge.
Smith.
Smith or Murphy. Smith just scares me because of the injuries, and it's the Chargers.
What about Deontay Banks out of Maryland?
I would like that.
Or Joey Porter out of Penn State?
Here, okay, I'm going to just give you a prediction right now. Because of the physical abilities or the size, I think it's going to be Quentin Johnston right here. That is the wide receiver that Tom Telesco likes. A big guy.
All right.
I'd like to see it.
Not necessarily that fast, but
So let's see here. So Kincaid, you're saying, so you think it's going to be Johnston?
I think it's going to be Johnston because he's the only big wide receiver in this draft, and he's still here.
I think we should narrow it down to Kincaid, Mayer, and Johnston, right? Should we narrow it down to those three?
Yeah, okay, you guys are going to have to see my reaction.
All right, yeah. All right, it's fine.
There we go.
There it is, Quentin Johnston. There he
Quentin Johnston
is.
goes right before my Ravens.
You got a you got a highlight reel, Zeke, because this is my guy, my favorite receiver in this class. I don't know.
Convince me, because I'm not convinced.
All right,
Convince you about QJ. I got you. Okay. Quentin
Okay.
Johnston is the biggest receiver in this class. He's 6'3", 210 pounds.
That's my issue.
By far the biggest receiver in this class. Most aggressive receiver in this class, too. He can catch any ball from any spot on any spot of the field. Incredible deep threat. He had 1,100 yards last year on 60 receptions. The only knock I have to Quentin Johnston's game, 1 touchdown. Not a red zone threat. What you know who that reminded me of? Julio Jones between the years 2015 to 2018 on the Atlanta Falcons. He didn't catch any touchdowns really for the Atlanta Falcons, but he fits the frame and he fits the size and he fits the speed. They're both 4-5 running wide receivers. He has a great combination of speed and size. Okay, he might run a 4.5. He's also 6'3" and 210 pounds. The guy's built like a tight end, okay? There's not a lot of guys that are a wide receiver that are this big, and he's an athletic freak. We're going to see him here against Oklahoma, absolutely dominating. The ball location, great. He can work on his hands just a little bit, but other than that, Quentin Johnston's easily the best receiver in this class, in my opinion. There's not another guy that I would have reached for in the first round.
I'm so upset that the Ravens were not able to get him.
I don't know if you fully sold me on Johnston, and it really hurt when you said he's a 4.5 guy.
He's a 4.5 guy at 6'3" and 210 pounds. There's no guy
that's exactly what Mike Williams is. Now we have 2 Mike Williams on the field at the same time. I don't like that.
Mike Williams is a little okay. Here's the difference. Mike Williams can only do one thing, and that's catch the ball outside of 20-yard catches. Quentin Johnston can run screenplays and run through people.
Yeah, but his speed isn't as high. Like, I think Jackson Smith-Njigba would have been better.
Look at the wide receivers the Chargers now have. Their only speed guy is Jalen Guyton. Besides that, it's Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Josh Palmer.
So, Nick, you're not happy about this pick.
In the defense,
I think he's a good player, but I don't like the fit because he's not fast enough.
Who
You know
did
what
you
I mean?
want? Zay Flowers, the guy that's my height and slimmer
Dude,
than
I
me?
just said day 2 wide receiver is the one I'd rather
Oh,
have.
that makes
I
sense.
said that before the pick, but
Downs.
I don't know. Look, it's not that I think he's a bad player. I think I agree. He's a very physical player, but it's just
It's just a fit. It's a fit with
the
Douglas.
speed is just Tom
I don't know
Tillis
if that's the right fit.
freaking
All right,
did it
now
again.
let's talk about our Ravens for a second. They're on the
Nick,
clock.
Oh, okay. You go, Chase, and I'll just talk to Nick for a second. You go.
Wait, Nick's got to go off
Oh,
because
Nick's
I think we're
gone.
going to bring back Jonah as our North
I'm still
expert.
here.
Oh,
I guess Nick is still here. You guys say that, and then we'll get to the Ravens.
You want speed. This draft isn't really your cup of tea. The fastest receiver in this class is Zay Flowers, 5'9". Second fastest guy is Josh Downs, 5'9". Third fastest guy, Tank Dell, 5'8". So
Okay,
I don't
I don't care about the size because we just need speed no matter where it is.
right, but then again, these corners in the NFL are all 6 feet plus. They're not.
Right.
I don't.
That's a fair point.
This draft class, everyone's reaching on Zay Flowers. Like, sure, he might be solid on screen plays, but Steve Smith was short. Tyler Lockett's kind of short, but besides that, it's really hard to be short and good in the NFL. Although a guy I really like is Jordan Addison. He's not the fastest, but great route runner in general.
He's faster than what we have. That's somebody I would have liked because he's also a really good route runner.
Who, Addison? He's not that fast. Addison's a 4.5 as well.
No, he's faster than what we have, but he's also a great route runner.
He's also a 4.5 guy with Quentin Johnson.
So,
All right, guys. Not to
I'm
judge
in
this
the
great
middle of
conversation. All right, not to judge this great conversation, but we need to talk about the Ravens here because they're on the clock. I think they could do many different things with this pick. As a Ravens fan, just want to go here for a second. I think that they could trade down because what I've been hearing, there are other guys that the Ravens like. So I could see that happening as we bring in our AFC North expert, Jonah. So I could see that happening. I got my Lamar jersey. We signed it to the extension. Clearly, the DeAndre Hopkins thing is not happening. They could draft Jordan Addison who was from Maryland initially. They could draft a guy like Deontay Banks, who grew up in Baltimore,
Maryland.
is at Maryland right now. So there are many different connections that could happen. They could draft Joey Porter, who they're showing a ton of interest in. I think right now it's really Addison, Porter, Banks, or trade down. They're not going to draft a tight end. Obviously, they already have 2 really viable ones. I think it comes down to one of those 3 or a trade down. That's just what I think. But Jonah, what do you think?
I would like to trade down, given there's only 5 picks that the Ravens have right now in this draft, including this one. I would like a receiver because I think both corner and wide receiver are deep enough, or I think they just solved the other issue in the 3rd round. But I want Addison or Flowers. I understand Harris's issues with Flowers because I had those issues. The entire draft process until recently, I did not really like Flowers. If you're a team that only needs a slot receiver, which basically is the Ravens right now,
Right.
Flowers is perfect. If you
is.
need an outside guy, stay
You
away
could trade
from
down to
Flowers.
get him, though.
I think yes and no. I think the Giants could do it. I think the
Right.
Cowboys could sneakily do it.
So I could see the Ravens maybe taking a slight reach here and taking him.
An edge could be interesting.
Addison can play in the slot too, though. Think about
Yeah,
that.
that's Addison or Flowers. I'm saying if Addison, he has more upside to play also outside. So I like Addison more than Flowers.
I have a crazy thought. Guys, I have a crazy thought because Marcus Peters left. Are we sure the Ravens are taking a wide receiver here, or do they
I
want
think
a cornerback?
Initially, I was if Banks was here and the receivers were gone, I was like 100% Banks because he's from Maryland too, and he
Yeah.
reminds me of Peters. And I think that could honestly be the pick.
Yeah.
Pick is
Even
in.
with, but Joey Porter
is
could be
in.
interesting
The
too.
Ravens have a pick there, not trading down. I don't know who they take here. Do they take
I'm
Flowers?
still behind, and this is annoying me.
I can't believe Anthony Richardson's in Indianapolis. I don't
Right
know
now,
how
what
many
I'm seeing
times
on
I've said that.
ESPN, Eric DaCosta seems happy with the pick.
The Ravens take a kicker.
They already got the best of all time at that position.
The Colts are paying a guy $10 million a year to be their kicker.
Hey, you know what? I just want to say this: Justin Tucker's leg will go in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah,
Well, I wouldn't call him the best kicker of all time. I think it's a guy that went number 4. on
no,
the
he's the
Colts
best
for
kicker of
20.
all time.
I'd like to order that
Yes,
Adam
yes,
Vinatieri, the guy that
yes.
made multiple
Harris,
Super
you've been a
Bowl
great co-host today. I'm not sure I could continue the show with you.
Vinatieri had a dookie leg when he got to Tucker's age.
wins. Okay,
I mean-
that's true. But in his prime, he was better than Tucker.
No,
Not percentage wise. I would say he probably had
Thank you,
more
Zeke. Vinatieri is the GOAT.
he
Appreciate
probably had
it.
more
Zeke-
important picks than
If
Tucker.
I think something,
percentage.
Zeke thinks the opposite. So that's not surprising.
Chase, quick question. How old
Zeke
are you?
also
Are you
has
11,
an
12?
older
I'm
mind.
12,
What grade are you in? 6th, 7th?
6. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Zeke's also asking me how the Cavs are doing. That's not my best pick, but if the Nuggets win it all, Zeke, you are going to go
Oh, what's
crazy.
the score of the Hawks game? Oh,
I saw it was a 2-point game going into the fourth. All right, I
Oh.
am super nervous right now. I
I'm
don't know what
not.
to think. The Ravens pick has been in for like 85 hours.
This might be the one time where I'm not that nervous for a Ravens pick because there's so many things that they could do. It's not like they have one player that they have to take. Like
Rip
Hamilton
Hawks.
last year, I'm wearing Hamilton's jersey
All
right
right.
now.
I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to hear the pick.
I'm muting too. Harris, don't.
Oh, we're waiting. We're waiting. You got to see this. You're waiting. Zay
I like
Flowers
that.
is going to Baltimore.
I do
don't-
like that. We need a slot guy, and he's a gadget.
He's
I was
5'9",
hoping we could get
180
Johnston.
pounds.
I'll touch on this as Ravens fan. You need a guy like Flowers in the slot. Now, I am very disappointed that going into tonight when I went on this show, I thought DeAndre Hopkins would be my wide receiver option, and it ended up being Zay Flowers. So not
I'm
exactly
bigger
how
than
I
Zay
intended
Flowers.
for this draft to go, but hey. I mean, he's not too bad. He has potential. I mean, I don't think the Ravens need a crazy amount of wide receivers. They already picked up Nelson Aguilar. They have Odell Beckham Jr. Mark Andrews is a solid option. J.K. Dobbins is a playmaker. When you have a guy like Lamar, he can work with less, and we've seen that. Now that he has given Odell, and he's given Aguilar, and he's given Flowers, I think he'll just grow even more. Again, I was hoping for DeAndre Hopkins, which would have made the Ravens instant Super Bowl contenders. Like,
When-
Super Bowl contenders, but, like, that looks like that's not happening.
When Zay Flowers is Demir Bird in 3 years, you'll come back to me
No,
talking
he's
about
Tyreek
him.
Hill.
Yeah, okay. He's not that good.
No, but pro comp. I can
Demir
see him
Bird.
being like a Tyler Lockett like player.
I put Demir Bird as my pro comp. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Demir Bird's in the XFL.
No, he's on the Falcons.
I thought he might be in the XFL now. Like actually.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about it.
XFL pro
No,
comp.
right?
Demir Bird.
Hey, on ESPN, they're comparing him to Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
I will
He-
absolutely take that.
I hear
don't
Chase's
know
dad
if
in the
he's very
background. Is it time for
military
bed, buddy?
I
don't know.
I think Lockett
just-
makes sense.
I was so nervous for this pick, and I feel like I don't know how to react to it, which is bad right now.
I used to not like Flowers at all, but then the Ravens needed a slot, and I think it made me like Flowers even more.
I don't like him. Well, you know what this means? I think Will Levis is a Minnesota Viking.
Hendon
No,
Hooker, they're in
No,
love with Hendon
no,
Hooker.
They are in love with
no,
Hendon
no.
Hooker.
No.
Give
No, no,
yourself
no.
a 25-year-old ACL. Let's go.
Yeah. 25-year-old did his first drop back yesterday.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go. I think Alana is now gonna become the host because I know after the Ravens pick, she was gonna become the host. It was great seeing you guys. Fun show today. I mean, hey, hopefully Zay Flowers turns into Tyreek Hill. I came onto this show thinking the Ravens would have DeAndre Hopkins, and we finished the day with Zay Flowers. Hey, I had a fun time on the show, and Will Levis, I'm sorry, my man. I don't really know what to tell you if you're somehow listening to this. I don't really know what to tell you.
All right. They're in love with Hendon Hooker, but from what it's looking like, Hendon Hooker might fall today too.
I think both Will Levis and Hendon Hooker may fall to day 2 at this point.
Can you imagine?
Harris,
think-
your QB2 not looking so hot right now. There's a chance let's go put him behind Hooker. I don't like Levis. I don't like Levis at all. I don't like Levis at all.
Come on, Jonah. You're crazy.
Look, I know it's a hot take, and I
My man-
struggle to put Levis as a round 1 quarterback. And to begin with.
That's nuts. You're nuts on that. My
No,
desk is such a mess right now. Everything, me writing stuff down. And-
If you can get the mechanics of Levis there, he will be good. But I don't know if he can because he does not have it between the ears, and I think he is very up upon himself.
The one thing I will say is only thing I like that we didn't pick Will Levis is he hasn't been picked yet, which is I guess a good sign. But
Taking tomorrow, good 2 rookie quarterbacks.
But we got Anthony Richardson. Let's see if Anthony Richardson jerseys are on Fanatics.
You can just create one.
Anthony Richardson. Well, let's go to NFL.
You know what could be interesting with this pick though? The Vikings lose Thielen. They do have Jefferson. They have the best receiver in the game. They could go Addison as their wide receiver too.
I could see tight end here.
They could. They like their. They do. They need. If they don't go quarterback and they think Cousins can go for a couple more years, any weapons that they can get could be good.
I think this is the last possible pick we may see Will Levis, and then after this one, I just don't see it happening tonight, unless the Rams trade in.
I could see the Saints too, but that Derek Carr contract kind of steers me away.
There's no way. There's no way that the Saints go quarterback. I mean, I don't see
them
him.
go Hooker tomorrow.
Yeah, Hooker could go tomorrow.
I could see the Saints being a prime. Them, the Commanders. Commanders could use him, given
Commanders. I could see that.
Given Hal's inconsistencies and Hooker's age, he could play right away.
The Giants are.
ACL.
The Giants are going to be praying for Jordan Addison at 25. They better pray the Jags don't take him at 24.
Yeah,
I think
Levis
there's
is
a possibility.
QB4 and 22 on my big board.
22. Well, at least you had him in the top 30. I acted like you didn't even have him in the top 50.
I debated. No, he's a top. Maybe me saying I'd put Hooker over him is a little bit of a reach, but because if you can get the mechanics there, he will be really good. That's, I think, another issue of Richardson. If Richardson's mechanics are like you get them to where they need to be, he's the best quarterback in this class. But if you're not, he is a bust immediately. And that is the same thing with Levis.
Don't tell me that. But I already know.
You know.
His back foot is so bad.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings are ticking down.
Yeah,
Less than a minute.
They're taking their sweet time.
Yeah,
The
less than a
Rams
minute
put up
already.
before that. I could see this being either of the two corners of Porter or.
Yeah, I'm
Banks.
surprised we haven't seen Joey Porter go yet.
Porter.
Which is weird to me because there weren't like any like real concerns going into the draft.
Yeah. I know for a long time he was the top corner.
Anthony Richardson.
Brian Branch could be interesting here. They don't need a safety, but he's probably a slot corner in the NFL.
No, he's not. He can't play in the slot. He might be able to play on the outside a little bit, but he can't play in the slot.
He is a prototypical corner. I think he can be a slot corner for a team that like the Ravens that will send their corners to blitz and to tackle. He's the best tackling DB in this class.
I agree with that. I didn't think he was that good in college, though. He's not very good in coverage. He's a great tackling DB. He can blitz. He can blitz from the secondary too. Not good in coverage.
It needs to be a system where your slot's moving around a lot.
Also, why I don't think he can play a cornerback. It's why he has to play the safety because he cannot cover man-to-man. He can play zone a little bit, but cannot play man-to-man. He got burned so much in college. His sophomore year, the fact people were talking about him as a first-round pick, like before this year, I was in shock. This year, he showed improvement. Oh, here are the Vikings cheerleaders.
I think Nolan Smith could be a sneaky option here as an edge. But I think my biggest concern for him was the injuries originally. And I think that's other teams' concerns right now.
He had 3 injuries at UGA. That's crazy.
Yeah.
3
Is he
years.
coming off an Achilles?
Yep, or ACL, I think.
Either or, it's still not good.
Both of those injuries could really break you. I mean, that's like with Tua. Everyone was so scared with his knee. It didn't end up being his knee. It's been the concussion.
Yeah, I'm looking at all my pro comps for all these quarterbacks I wrote out. Will Levis, rookie Josh Allen, Bryce Young, Russell Wilson, CJ Stroud, Ryan Tannehill, and Matt Ryan, Anthony Richardson, Cam Newton, Hendon Hooker, Kirk Cousins.
Do you want me to announce the pick when I see it early?
No, mute.
My other comp for Richardson would be rookie Allen.
Yeah, no, he's so much more more raw than that. It's
Yeah,
insane.
it was the inaccurate.
There it is.
The issue.
So he can't hit the broadside of a barn. Jordan Addison. Oh my.
All right, we see the Vikings take Jordan Addison from USC. What are we thinking of this pick?
Well, Jordan Addison is a 4-5 route running stud. The Blitnikoff Award winner in 2021 at Pittsburgh. Took his bag, went to USC in 2022 to play with Caleb Williams and try and achieve that national championship. Well, that mission failed, and he took a extreme step down in his junior year. I'm pretty sure he had over 1,500 yards in his sophomore year, had sub 1,000 in his junior year. This guy was a stud at Pittsburgh. I mean, this guy beat out Jamison Williams for the Blitnikoff Award in 2021, who was a top 10 NFL draft pick, beat out Garrett Wilson and the likes of Chris Olave as a sophomore. Great route running, really good on his feet, but he can be a slot guy. And again, as every other receiver in this draft class, he is pretty small. He's slim. I had him as a worst prospect. Just my NFL comp was worst NFL prospect, Devontae Smith. He's 5'11", 175 pounds, can play in the slot, really good hands, but very inconsistent hands.
Now, I hate to interrupt you, but we do have a trade right here. The Jaguars have traded the pick to the Giants. Now the Giants are on the clock here at 24.
A receiver, Tank Dell, maybe? Houston, Tank
They
Dell.
obviously have their eyes on someone.
They want someone. Brad, you're in here. Giants are up. All the big receivers are off the board pretty much. I'm trying to think. Addison's off. Jackson's off. Quinton's off. Flowers is off. Tank Dell still on the board. Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt.
I mean, as soon as Jordan Addison went, I was just so sad. I think we're honestly just going to go corner. After those big four were gone, I can see like Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, maybe. If we get a receiver, like Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt. I'm just so sad about Jordan Addison going. Oh, man.
Kaylee Ringo. A lot of guys are sleeping on him.
Ooh, yeah. Kaylee Ringo's is really good as well. I definitely think they're going corner because outside of Adoree Jackson, like our cornerback 2 is Darnay Holmes, and that's not good for a cornerback 2. So plus Adoree Jackson, I think he's starting to get up there in age. So yeah, I think definitely corner would be the right choice here, considering the big 4 wide receivers are all gone. But would not be surprised if he went receiver as well.
Well, the only receiver I could see you guys picking in the first round is Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee. I don't really.
That's what I was thinking.
There's not another guy that you can pick in the first round at that point. Cornerbacks. There's 3 guys on the board that I had all as first round guys: Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, Deontay Banks from Maryland, and Kaylee Ringo from UGA, who going into this year was a projected first cornerback pick in the draft, top 10 consensus pick. He really lacked on man coverage though going into the year, but Kaylee Ringo is a freak athlete. I said that a lot about a lot of guys tonight, but he's a freak. He had that pick 6 in the national championship against Alabama in 2021. Upside's insane. If the Giants want to go corner, he's my favorite out of the 3 guys available on the board. Receiver, if I'm the Giants and I'm picking receiver, I'm waiting for tomorrow. There's Tank Dell, who, again, I don't like short wide receivers. I don't like them whatsoever. I've made my opinion on it tonight. I don't think any of them, the 5% of them turn out to be good in the NFL. Tank Dell is like 160 pounds. He's a big guy for tomorrow, and so is Josh Downs, 5'9". You know, when you look at the NFL, how many receivers are 5'9"? I've said it a ton of times tonight, but if you want to reach on someone, you got to reach on Hyatt. Hyatt's probably a day 2 talent, but he's a deep threat. He's speedy, frontline speedy guy, runs in the 4.3s. He might be the pick for y'all, Brad. I'm not gonna lie to you. That might be if you guys aren't going corner, that's where you guys are probably gonna go here.
I think we're probably gonna go corner. Yeah, I agree with you. If we do go receiver, it's probably gonna be Hyatt, but I'm hoping we go corner just because you still have those 3 guys there in Banks, Porter, and Ringo. I think it'd be annoying to pass up on one of those 3 at this pick here. But out of all the 3, I really like Deontay Banks a lot, so maybe I'm hoping we go him. But yeah, either Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. as well.
I think Ringo's the best on the board.
Mhm.
Porter has a ton of experience. He's a senior. Banks played in. I only think he only played 1 year of college football, like as a starter at least, as a starter
Yeah.
as a junior. Ringo obviously played 2 years for Georgia, started 2 years. He also guarded some of the most elite receivers in college football.
Mhm.
If I'm the Giants, I want Ringo. Ringo, I think, is most upside out of the 3 of these guys. But that's it. What is that playing? Someone have their TV on?
That's me. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just so sad about Jordan Addison. He was right there. I really thought we were about to get him. I mean, the Vikings took him. I did not think the Vikings were going to take Addison, and then I saw that, and I was shocked.
I was shocked. Well, they let go of Thielen. They needed a WR too.
That is true. They let go of Thielen. Yeah. I mean, who else did they have? Who's their what's the wide receiver 3? KJ Osborne. But he's not a wide receiver 2. Yeah.
Well, we
No,
see
he's
the entire details of this trade. So the Jaguars end up receiving a 5th and a 7th from the Giants for this pick.
I mean, it's you can still get great guys in the later rounds, but at least it's not like we traded anything crazy. Yeah, I'm hoping for a corner. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, it seems the pick is made. We're seeing Giants team in there right now, making the phone call.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's the license plate guy. He's a Giants super fan. And there's CPG man, all those Giants super fans.
And more ESPN analysts. No pick yet.
No pick yet. I don't know. The pick's in, I guess. Ugh. These analysts just want me. It's been like 3 hours now, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I honestly think I don't. Yeah, Will Levis isn't going in the first round unless the Saints.
No.
Unless the Saints decide to draft him, which wouldn't make sense in my opinion. But unless the Saints decide to draft him, he's not going anywhere.
Or if the Rams decide to trade in, but other than that,
Yeah, I don't understand why the Saints would take him. So I don't think he's going to go.
all right, here we go now.
Well, mute for a second. God, I hate Roku. Anyway, my prediction. I'm going to say Deontay Banks, Maryland, although I don't think he's the best cornerback on the board. But we'll see. Here we go. Here comes Goodell. Alana looked surprised. I don't exactly know what that means. There's a lot of Nolan Smith is still on the board. He's a top 15 pick. Brad's happy. Let's see what it is. All right, here we go. Oh, I hear Brad's background. That means I'm probably right.
Oh, I thought yours was announced. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I am right. Deontay Banks,
Yeah.
Maryland.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's not bad. Mm-hmm.
Probably the
What
best.
are we saying?
Probably the best ball track out of any corner in this class outside of Emmanuel Forbes. Super experienced player. Not super experienced player in the state of Maryland, to say the least. He played 2 years of college football, grew up in Maryland. Great press corner. I think who else? Oh, Witherspoon was a great press corner as well. But this guy is the best press corner in the draft class. Although he got called for a ton of flags last year. I think he was at the top of the Big Ten, or at the top of his conference in flags. Plays on the team Z receiver, which, I mean, can benefit the Giants. But again, I didn't think he was the best corner on the board. So
I hate to interrupt quick, but the Jaguars have traded yet again to the Bills, who are now on the clock.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I like Banks. I think he's just capable of matching the release and running his opponent. I think the one thing Banks does struggle with is his awareness at times. But I really like this Banks pick. The Giants need a corner, especially with not really having a cornerback too. So hopefully Deontay Banks can fill that role and become a great corner for the Giants in the future. But the Giants still need that wide receiver 1, and that's what really concerns me. We got Darren Waller, but he's 31. He's been injured the past 2 seasons. We signed Paris Campbell, which was an underrated signing, but he's not a wide receiver 1 guy. It's just really concerning that we don't have that wide receiver one yet.
Bills jumping Cowboys here. That means one thing. Bills are going tight end. Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
If they're
Definitely.
jumping
Definitely.
if they're jumping Cowboys, they're going to get their tight end. Dawson Knox is really good, but these two guys are super athletic, both of them. Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid had 1,000 receiving yards at Utah.
With drafting one of these guys, you could definitely take. Oh my God, we just said it. The Bills tight end currently.
Dawson Knox.
Dawson Knox.
Dawson
Yep,
Knox.
you could
Yeah.
you could trade him, get some good capital with him, especially if you're going to be confident in Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer. I think you could get some good draft capital or some player in return for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think Bills are going to go tight end here. Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, or Kincaid, however you say his name. Yeah, one of the two for sure.
There's no other reason to jump the Cowboys. They're going tight end, obviously. I think they let go of Dawson Knox. Or not Dawson Knox, Dalton Schultz.
Oh,
so,
yeah, sorry.
I don't know if he's actually on the Cowboys. Let's look that up.
Dalton Schultz, I think he signed with Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Did he really? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a really cheap. It was a really cheap deal, I know. But I'm pretty sure Houston. I mean, you just basically switch cities in the same state.
I'll be right back.
If I'm the Bills, I go Dalton. If I'm the Bills here, I go Dalton Kincaid for sure. He's a really good catching skill set. He's really athletic. Has good route running hands. He's really good. He's really good route runner, especially. But I think he's the pick for the Bills, especially because they need that tight end. You know, they got the receivers, Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis. Their O-line's decent. Running back, Devin Singletary's okay. But, you know, I don't know why they would go running back with pretty much Bijan Robinson gone. Definitely Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer here.
Yeah, and with the Bills, another weapon for Josh Allen would just be so helpful. And I think the AFC East is definitely going to be competitive this year. You're going to have, obviously, the Bills, so probably one of the top competitors. You got the Jets now with Aaron Rodgers. And then Dolphins really are stacking up. They're getting a bunch of – I don't think we're talking about the Dolphins enough with who they've got in this offseason.
The Dolphins got Jalen Ramsey, but I feel like outside of that, I haven't really seen them make a lot of moves. I mean, but we'll see. I mean, Tua, you got to pray for his health first, but I mean, you know, hopefully he'll be okay. Tyreek and Waddle is a really great duo, obviously. Mike Gesicki's not there anymore. Their O-line's okay. Their defense is decent, but I just don't. Outside Jalen Ramsey, I really haven't seen a lot of moves be made for Miami. Then you have the Patriots. The Patriots, I mean, are probably going to be last in the division, in my opinion.
I hope so. I'm definitely hoping the Jets. I'm hoping this will finally be the year, but it really all depends. You never know in that division. You never know if the Jets walk.
I see the Jets probably winning like around 10 to 11 games. I think it's just going to depend on Rodgers' play. I mean, if the Jets can at least get one good year into their Rodgers, I think we'll be fine because by then, hopefully, Zach Wilson's developed into the QB that everyone wants him to be. If he's not, then you just got to get rid of him at that point. But they have the receivers, you know, they have the offense especially, so I don't see why they wouldn't succeed.
I don't know if Zach Wilson is ever going to develop into a decent quarterback even. At the very least, a decent quarterback. I don't see it happening. Even with Rodgers' influence, I don't see it happening.
Are they trading him? Something happened?
No, I
wish.
We
were just talking about Jets. But yeah, as for Bills, Dalton Kincaid is probably what they're going to go with, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was my. That's what I said the second they traded for it.
Yeah, Dalton Kincaid. I mean, they need that tight end. Maybe Michael Mayer, but Dalton Kincaid makes more sense, in my opinion.
Yeah. Right. Hopefully, we'll get this pick soon.
There's a pick's
in for a while.
Need these analysts to talk.
Yeah.
Nolan Smith hasn't gone yet, right?
No, he hasn't.
Nope.
But I think it's the injury.
Wow. Yeah, it's the injuries. That's really shocking to me. I thought he'd be gone by then. I mean, I think he's going to go in one of these picks eventually. But that's shocking to me. I thought he'd be like a mid-first rounder, like anywhere from 14 to 20. But, yeah, it has to be the injuries at this point. Here we go. I'll mute since I'm ahead of you guys.
Here we go. I'm still behind. He hasn't even walked up. Here we go. Where is it? All right. Come on, Goodell. Hurry up. I'm so behind. Dalton Kincaid. Okay. I'm on a roll. That's 2 in a row. That means
There we
the
go.
Cowboys go Michael Mayer.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, Dalton
I'd assume
Kincaid was
so.
Dalton Kincaid was a very expected pick. You know, has a great pass catch. He's a great pass catching skill. Great
Route runner. Great route
Great
running
route
tight
runner.
end.
Yes, and has
Incredible.
great hands. Great
A
hands
thou-
as well.
1,000 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns for Utah. Played great in the USC Pac-12 championship game. He's the best tight end in the class, pretty much unanimously. I would say 6'3", 245 pounds.
Yep.
So
I think he's going
Yeah.
to be great with Josh Allen.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
a great inline blocker as well. But I think the one thing he lacks is like some like mass probably. But I mean, besides that, he's just great. You know, great catching
I can see it.
as well.
A great end zone target.
Mhm.
Besides, Michael Mayer's best end zone target probably in this draft class, to be honest. He was like an end zone machine at Notre Dame. But Dalton Kincaid being used in the end zone could be incredible.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like you said, the Cowboys probably go Michael Mayer here. I don't really see who else they would go. Yeah, I mean, these are like 2 obvious picks in a row right here, in my opinion. Not really much to like speak about with it. If they don't go Michael Mayer, no clue who they go with. But
It'd be a big shocker for everyone if they don't.
I was gonna say corner, but they have Gilmore and Diggs, so that really I don't know if that would make sense.
Yeah, they don't need one.
Yeah, I mean Gilmore gives that veteran presence, and Diggs is a young, really good corner. So I don't see them going corner. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what else their needs are, to be honest.
I don't think you'd waste a first-round pick on a corner.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get a corner either.
Diggs looked good this year, but I mean, a press corner like Joey Porter or a zone corner. No, Ringo would be too hard to match up with Diggs. Both of them get burned in the man coverage. Porter would be a great addition for the Cowboys, although this might be offense.
Yeah,
it's gonna be.
I mean,
it's gonna be Michael Mayer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty obvious pick, and I believe after this, who's after this? I think the Bengals. No, not the Bengals.
Jacksonville and then Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, because they traded. Yes, that's right. Then the Bengals. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Michael Mayer depends how much Gilmore still has in him. Jonas said. Yeah, I mean, I think the Ravens. I think one of the main reasons Gilmore was signed was for a veteran presence at corner. I mean, I don't think Gilmore's a bad cornerback, but he's obviously not the same player he was like 4 years ago.
He is good, very good. Michael Mayer does not seem happy. I was pretty pissed when the Colts traded him for the 5th round pick because he won games for the Colts this year. Colts had 4 wins last year. Probably would have had 2 without plays made by Stephon Gilmore. So
yeah, I think people just look at Gilmore's age and assume that he's not the same, that he's not a good player anymore. But like I said, is he the same player 4 years ago? No, but he's still a very good player, can deliver that veteran presence as well.
You'll see that. Dallas still counting down. Still,
yeah, Dallas.
no pick is in.
They showed Mayer, and he didn't look happy. So
No.
I mean, must not be a Cowboys fan, just like all of America. But yeah,
this draft is so long.
Yeah,
Really
it's honestly, I mean, I don't get it why O'Cyrus Torrence. Ooh, I forgot about O'Cyrus Torrence.
Yeah. We had him in mid-first round, I feel like most mock drafts.
Yeah, I had O'Cyrus. I mean, I had him around this time, but I just completely forgot about him.
Yeah.
But these drafts need to find a way. It's just like the commercials, the analysts, and all that make it fast.
But that's how they make the money.
That's how they make the money. So nothing you can do about that.
There's one less pick this year.
I don't see why the Cowboys would take their time with this. Maybe they're just viewing all their options, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't Michael Mayer. I think they're showing Michael Mayer right now on.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they know too. So.
Yeah, they're showing Mayer. It's gonna be Mayer. I'm about to be 3. Hopefully, we're about to go 3 in a row. I'm on a little bit of a roll. No clue what Jacksonville's gonna do. Not a clue in the world.
I have no clue. I don't. What are their needs, Jacksonville? I mean,
I would say offensive line. You gotta
linebackers.
Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, do they need linebackers? like
Yeah.
they need inside linebackers, right? Or do they have? Oh no, they have a what's the guy's name? He was
Trayvon Walker.
no
Oh, yeah,
the guy, the leader in tackles. Like he has that really like long name with
Oh, I know.
Foysaid
Yes.
Foysaid
Yeah.
Olukun or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I don't know who I don't know the Jaguars needs, but yeah, I mean the
I would
Cowboys
say like offensive line, maybe corner.
corner. Who do they have corner? Yeah, corner's a good one. I don't know who they have
Yeah.
corner.
I can't name one.
Who? The Cowboys?
No,
Jaguars. Who do the
Jaguars.
Jaguars have as a corner? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a
I can't
corner for the
either.
Jaguars. So that probably means they need one.
Well, the Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not Michael Mayer, I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
I'll mute now because of. Or I'll just mute when I see Roger. Once I see Roger, I'll mute. But do the Cowboys want to do trade block? I mean, I don't know why the Cowboys. Because I mean, I feel like they could still get Mayer if they traded. I don't know who else would go Mayer. I mean, the Jaguars maybe. I don't know.
Jaguars have a tight end.
Oh, they do. Who do they have? Oh no, Evan Ingram. Yeah,
Evan Ingram, yeah.
Yeah, Evan Ingram. I mean, he had a bounce back year, so. I mean, of
Yeah,
course.
they placed the tag on him, right?
Yeah, they placed a tag on him. I don't think they wanted to sign him yet,
Yeah.
to like contract yet. But he was horrible with the Giants. I wouldn't say
Oh,
horrible. But
yeah.
he had a dropping issue.
He still does.
Oh, he still does. I mean, I would say he's much better on the Giants. I mean, he basically costed the Giants that year, the playoffs that year. But it's not like the Giants would have done anything. I mean, yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
And they're
picks
still
in.
having these analysts just talk. Ugh.
I know. We got 6 picks to go. This is the boring part of the NFL draft.
I
Yeah,
know.
just wait till Sunday.
Oh, I won't be watching 5 through 7.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, like, who really does? I mean, I guess some people do, but like, I'm good.
When I'm sitting in my room in the NFL draft, sure, I turn it on. I watch 2, 3, 4, 5 through 7. It's like in commercial breaks. to
It's
me.
just on.
Exactly.
It's going on in the background, but like I'm not like watching intensively.
And
Yeah.
I scout like every single player in the draft, but still, like it's too much to watch. I'd rather go
Yeah,
out.
no, exactly. Yeah.
Jonas says
I-
watch that.
I-
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. Goodell's coming up.
All right, yeah. It looks like Deion Sanders, but it's not. It's not Michael Mayer. I can almost promise you that. That's pretty surprising. I had him as like a day two, late second
like,
round.
I mean, I'm
That's
so
a
happy.
shocker.
I'm so happy that one of my least favorite teams picked a huge reach, but like
Oh my God.
Mozzie, what?
Not
He was
expecting
great
that
at
one.
Michigan. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but
but
at the same time, he's slow. He's good on the defensive line, but that's kind of surprising. Really good against the run. He's 6'3", I think 280. No, more than that.
Yeah, he's a really good run stuffer. But like I
Huge off
just
the
did
field
not
issues.
think
Yeah,
that-
you're right, Jonah. He is right
Yeah.
on that. Huge off the. I
huge
don't
off-field
like that
issues,
pick,
so-
but I mean that's a Jerry
Yeah.
Jones thing to do. Pick a guy with off the field.
Jerry Jones. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely out of the blue. Yeah, but I mean, Mozzie Smith, like I just said, he's a great run stuffer. He's got really good strength. 6'3", like around 3. He's 300 something pounds, I would assume. But you know, I don't understand that pick. I think Michael Mayer was right there, and that was the obvious choice.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if we're gonna see Michael Mayer get picked now the rest of the draft. I can't think of
Yeah,
a team that
I
would
mean,
need him.
well,
Maybe the
Bengals, the
Saints,
Jaguars-
but other than that,
The Bengals,
Chiefs?
the
Oh,
Eagles.
the
the
Chiefs had
Eagles aren't
Kelsey.
picked.
Eagles,
The Bengals.
The Bengals. Oh yeah, Bengals. That's the one right there. Bengals, because they
The
do they still.
Saints.
I mean, Saints as well. Saints. I don't even know who they're tied. Oh, Jawan Johnson, but he's okay.
The real question is, Is Will Levis going in the first round tonight?
If the only way I could actually see him go in the first round is if he somehow goes to the Saints, but I don't understand why they would. They
I
just
don't
got
see
Carr.
that happening.
Unless they want to like sit Levis for a year and just like have him go under Carr, I don't see it. So if he doesn't go to New Orleans, then he's not going in the first round.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's not even like the Will Levis situation. It's not even like the Will Levis situation, like where it's like it's not even like the Will Levis situation where he was like not like a top 10 prospect. Like Will Levis is a top 10 prospect for a top 5, and he's just not there. Oh, it's okay. It's Jaguars now. It's South. Okay, so
Yep.
who's on? Yeah, I'm not on. I don't think.
That's me. I'm still on here. Yeah, I think Jaguars could really go. I'm thinking either offensive line or corner. Joey Porter's still out there. I'm kind of surprised about that. So I'm going to say Joey Porter for the Jags. No. What do you think?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was texting
No.
my cousin. This is a tough pick because the Jaguars. I mean, they could go offense here. You never know. Jalen Hyatt's still on the board, obviously. Wide receiver out of Tennessee. They were projected. I mean, they could go wide receiver. They also could go offensive line. Osiris Torrance out of Florida. I like that pick.
He's still a bit of a surprise to still be out there, and to protect Trevor Lawrence would be very important.
I'm blanking on who's been picked off from the offensive line.
Let me look.
Can you? I don't think he has. Dawand Jones hasn't been picked. Oh yes, I think he has. Dawand Jones.
I don't.
Jonah, fact check me. I kind of blanked out.
I'm gonna look.
I don't think he's been picked, but he's 6'8". He's huge. Yeah, Dawand Jones hasn't been picked. Broderick.
I didn't think so.
Thank you for that. He's 6'8", and he's massive, and he's probably one of the most physically gifted tackles in this class. I love him. He's very tall.
I'm talking about him a lot.
He's very tall. I kind of forgot about him. He's kind of the back of my thing here with the offensive line. Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith's still out there.
I mean, I love to say Will Levis. They're obviously not taking a quarterback.
No way.
They're not taking a QB. I really want to see him get picked. I really don't want to see him fall to round 2.
Especially because he's there in person. It makes it worse.
Yeah. He's a top 10 talent. I don't get it. Zeke, y'all could take Levis. Hurts is not a thing.
I saw a really interesting article about being at the draft, like in Will Levis's situation, like when you don't get picked, like a lot of agents recommend not going to the draft just for this reason, like stay at home. So I find it really interesting how we don't see a lot of people physically at the draft, but of course there's always the one who's still sitting there.
What, they invite 25 guys?
Yes, about that.
Bryce Young, obviously. I mean, Will Levis should have had no doubt going into the night. Should have had no doubt. I mean, I really hope he gets picked up here. Who's picking at 30? Kansas City.
30? Oh, it's not someone we would expect.
It's Philadelphia, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Well, I mean, they lost Super Bowl. The Steelers don't have a pick, right?
Dolphins don't have a pick. Steelers picked
Dolphins.
Earlier.
The Dolphins are the team that don't have a pick.
Yeah.
Anton Harrison still on the board from Oklahoma. Miles Murphy, the edge and defensive end from Clemson. I mean, there's good players on the board still. Somebody's got 31 picks in Miami. This is tough. If I'm taking someone, it's got to be Nolan Smith. He's the best player on the board.
I'm thinking Joey Porter here. I think the Jaguars could really use a corner.
Will Levis is not happy, I'll tell you.
He's like intensely texting someone.
Probably is.
All right, here we go. I have this selection, so I won't say anything.
Come on, hurry up. I've seen Will Levis surrounded by like multiple different women tonight, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. I could have sworn I've seen him with multiple different girls, but whatever. Here comes the pick. There it is. Jonah called it. Tackle out of Oklahoma. I think
Anton Harrison.
there's two better tackles on the board, frankly, than Anton Harrison. I think DeJuan Jones and Osiris Torrance are better. Harrison could have fallen in the second round, in my opinion, or early
Yeah.
second round. He would have gotten picked up, but I really want to see Osiris Torrance get picked up tonight because he's a offensive lineman out of Florida, but he's super physically talented. He was an AP first team All-American, Osiris Torrance. I don't know. Anton Harrison, I had him as a day 2 graded guy, great upper body strength, solid lower body strength, but to compare to these other guys, it's not. I don't know. The size.
I feel like he'll fit in though with the rest of the Jaguars line because if you think like they're all kind of like that.
I agree, but okay, he blocked for Dylan Gabriel last year. Oklahoma was horrible, but
Yeah,
I
they were
mean,
not.
but it's nothing to like go off of. But there's two guys. I mean, DeJuan Jones is 6'8". You know what offensive lineman is 6'8"? Osiris Torrance was a unanimous first-team All-American. Nominated for some of the
shocked
best
he hasn't
tackles in the
gone
country.
yet.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know. We'll see. Here come the Bengals. Bengals maybe go Michael Mayer.
They could. Do we? There we go. There's Shona. What are we thinking here for the Bengals?
I consistently had Anton Harrison here. Consistently in mock drafts. He's off now. They could use another tackle. I don't know how much I believe in them trying to trade Jonah Williams. Because I think Jonah Williams would be a really good right tackle. Lyle Collins always gets hurt. That's another issue. But the best tackle on the board right now is DeJuan Jones, which is basically Orlando Brown. Now their left tackle.
6'8".
But on the right side.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting if you put him on the right side. I'd go Mayer because I don't like if you have two Orlando Brown's great, but I don't know if you want two ginormous tackles on left
pretty
and right
cool.
that can't move.
I mean, Joe Burrow obviously tore his ACL 2 years ago, so they got to do everything to protect him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Offensive line obviously took a major step up this year. It was actually pretty solid this year compared to years past. Michael Mayer would be
Good
cool.
corner.
And I mean, there's two good corners on the board in Porter and Ringo. They could go edge. Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy are still on the board. The best players on the board are probably two edges and a quarterback. So
yeah.
Does Ringo because Ringo gives a lot up in front of him.
Gives a lot up. Okay, he's also a freak athlete. He can.
Yeah, that scares me a lot though, because that's just free yardage. In front of
Okay, I agree with that, but the potential in Ringo's crazy. He's like he's 6'2", 200. He also runs a 4.3. Can play in his own. Really good up. Oh, did they pick?
Yeah.
Hold on, don't say it. Here we go. I hear a wow. Sounds like someone.
It's not based off that reaction. It's not Mayer.
And it's not an offensive lineman.
It's a quarterback.
Can you imagine?
That is so funny. I really hope Levis goes next to New Orleans, but whatever. Let's
makes sense though, because he could use a year, and I wonder
how long is Carr's contract. Hold on, here
it's like 3 years. It's a lot of money, but I wonder if it's like a Geno Smith contract where you can basically get out.
Oh, there it is. I called it. Or I didn't really call it. I said he was the best player on the board outside of Nolan Smith. Miles Murphy.
Oh, no. I really like Murphy. And
Jonah, you want to run that down? I know you really liked him. He can play both defensive end and edge rusher, which is why I really liked him. Versatile guy, really good in college football over the last 2 years. Really good frame for an edge rusher. Super solid frame for a defensive end. What were you thinking, Jonah?
He's slightly raw. I don't think he's as raw as Van Ness is. I think Murphy, given the right system, does not need to learn as much. Now, he's opposite of Trey Hendrickson now, which I think is perfect.
That will be great.
Now, that scares me because now he's going to be sacking Lamar all the time. So, that hurts because I really like him too.
That's a really good pick.
He is good, Ben. He's very versatile. I think he can, on pass rushing, different schemes, I think you can put him as a small defensive tackle if you really need to. If you're trying to spread out and just rush the passer, I think you can. But he's strictly an edge, like defensive end edge. He's not going to play linebacker that much.
Super solid pass rusher.
He's smooth, very smooth, good mix of speed and strength with finesse and power moves. I think his biggest issue is, when to really use his speed and strength, where he should try to go faster, but he tries to power through.
His
Or he's
coaches
trying to power
claim,
through, but should go faster.
his coaches at Clemson claimed he was better than Cleveland Farrell. Cleveland Farrell went in the top 10.
He's better. He's already better than Cleveland Farrell.
Yeah. And Farrell went top 10, didn't he?
Farrell went 4, I think,
Yeah.
to the Raiders.
Well, here come the Saints. It's the last team that would pick Will Levis in the first round.
I don't think so. I'd be
You-
surprised.
These picks can hurry up a little bit.
Well, here's more. I gotta get the commercials.
Where's our South expert? Oh, that's you, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is me. I really don't know. I definitely don't think they're gonna go quarterback. This is tough. I mean, I guess you could go tight end here.
I'm looking at the chat. Harris, I sent you a 6'8" lineman. Harris doesn't look at the chat. Sorry, I was gazing up at the television. You sent me something? Let me go look. Bro, continue, Alana.
Yeah, I think if this is going to be Michael Mayer, I really don't know who else the Saints would pick right here. It's definitely not going to be Will Levis after signing Derek Carr. That's probably my guess.
Yeah, there were talks of them trading up for Levis, but
Obviously, I'm surprised Levis didn't go earlier.
this is nuts. This is gonna go down as a crazy story. A guy that could have been the first overall pick in the NFL.
Yep, just
Will Levis' toe problem that caused him to miss 2 games last year was problematic for one team that considered him. Levis says the toe was healed and good to go. Another team believes Levis could manage it, but thought surgery would need to be in discussion
Wow.
after season. Levis disagrees. Levis is sliding. Where will he fall?
That's interesting. We've been seeing that a lot across many sports, how teams are disagreeing upon injuries.
Going from Matt Ryan to Anthony Richardson has to be one of the most dramatic athleticism upgrades in NFL history.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about it. Harris, did I see that on Official Sports? But yes, I did. I follow them. They're really quick.
Well, the Saints haven't made a pick yet. They're still counting down.
I know. I'm ready to hit the hay. I'm ready to see these last 3 picks.
Yeah.
Get to school tomorrow. Oh. Zeke, we're pulling any viewers right now? No way, right? I wonder how many viewers we've had the whole
What was like the most?
I wonder that too.
Two.
2 right now, 11
Yeah.
most.
Okay.
I wonder what Mursky's pulling at the NFL draft. He's having the time of his life. I wonder what he's pulling over there.
Oh, that's gotta be wild.
He's not live? He was live. They said he was going live the whole time. We're supposed to do the race Sunday morning, which is at 7 a.m. for the Azerbaijan race. I'm like, are we doing it? And he's like, I don't know. He says maybe, but there's no way he's getting up after the NFL draft on a Sunday morning to do it from his hotel.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's another. We got the NFL draft. We got the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. We got NFL and NBA playoffs. It's a big weekend.
NHL playoffs.
Yeah.
It's been exciting.
Here we go. The pick is in New Orleans. Please be Will Levis. I'm praying.
I don't think it's gonna be.
I think it's gonna be Nolan Smith. We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nolan Smith falls to the second round at this point.
At this point, you pick the best player on the board, unless it's a quarterback. Obviously, you don't need a quarterback. This was where I had Jahmyr Gibbs going, because Alvin Kamara obviously has.
See, that I could see. I don't know why he went so early.
This is where I had him going, actually, with Alvin Kamara and all his battery issues.
Yeah. And he didn't even have a great year to begin with on the field.
Well, I was wrong. He went 17 picks before this, 3 hours ago. So,
All right. Well, Goodell's walking out now here, so I won't say anything.
Here we go. Oh, that does make a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
That makes a ton of sense.
What do you think about him? What do you think about him on the Saints?
Well, Brian Brissy was the #1 overall high school player in his class. Athletic freak, but he's really, really raw. I know Jonah was talking about him earlier. He's been on Clemson for the last 3 years. I'm pretty sure he's a senior. I'll say it in a second. I'm 90% sure he's a senior. I'm pretty sure he could have declared last
I can double
year.
check that.
But he has a ton of college football experience. He had a couple injuries at Clemson, but besides that, he's been really good at Clemson for a really long time. He's 6'5", 300 pounds. Again, super talented guy. When you're the #1 high school overall recruit in the country, you're obviously is he a senior?
No, he's a redshirt sophomore.
I was wrong there, but he's in the same class as Bryce Young, so yes, that does make sense that he would be a junior. He was ranked above Bryce Young, above DJ Uiagalelei. Really good to the quarterback, but I don't character issues. I'm pretty sure he gets called for flags a lot. He wears stuff on his arm, but besides that, pretty solid pick. If we talked about this 8 months ago, I would have said he was a top 15 NFL draft pick. Really raw player, can develop very well under this defense.
Yeah, I think he's going to be good for the Saints. You know, they're another team that's definitely up and coming. They'll have major improvements with Derek Carr there, and they'll just continue to keep building. You knew there was going to be a decline after Drew Brees left, but I think they're really not as much as a decline as expected, so that's already a success. And then their draft today, I think.
There's no pick 32, is there?
No, that's tomorrow.
Okay, I don't know why it's showing on the graphic.
Because I guess it's just they keep to show what tomorrow is, I guess.
Yeah.
No, we're just up to 31 tonight.
All right, Zeke, hop in here for a second. Who do you want? Pick 30. Who do you want?
I have no idea. I want them to trade back. They only have what do they only have a second, a third, and that's it. They might have 2 seconds. But they don't have many deep picks in this draft. After the 3rd round, they don't get picked till the 7th round. So if they could find a person that really wants Will Levis and trade up in the 1st round, that'd be the ideal situation. Besides that, their defensive line is now stacked. Their offensive line maybe needs some guard help. So are there any guards that deserve being picked this high?
I've been saying it all night. DeJuan Jones is a 6'8", athletic freak. I mean, this guy is 6'8" and can go play on your offensive line. There's not really much more than you could ask for. Also, to pair with Dallas Goedert, you guys can go get Michael Mayer, another weapon for Jalen Hurts. That'd be a pretty solid pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, I'd be fine with Mayer. Or if that guy that you said can play guard at 6'8", put him right next to Lane Johnson on the right side of the line.
Osiris Torrance from Florida could also play guard. AP All-American, unanimous first-team All-American, SEC best offensive lineman in the SEC. I mean, there's not much. There's 2 guys here that could go.
All right, we'll see what Brad thinks since he's the competing interest in this.
Where's he at? There he is.
I'm right here. Yeah, I think they go Nolan Smith here. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, I think Nolan Smith probably goes here. I mean, they have Hassan Reddick at the edge rusher, and is there anyone else they have? I'm tired. I can't think right now. Hassan Reddick. What other edge rushers do the Eagles have? Yeah, I mean, I think Nolan Smith's the pick here.
Yeah, Brandon Graham. They picked defense
Brandon
earlier.
Graham.
They got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. Those are 2 big boys on the defensive line. Another defensive pick would make a nasty defense.
Yeah, I mean Nolan Smith. Oh my gosh, yeah, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, now Jalen Carter. Wow.
Real quick, just to jump
Okay,
back,
yeah.
Reagan, I think was it McShay's most recent mock draft had Nolan Smith as the 10th overall pick to them, so getting him at 30 would be pretty solid too.
And Nolan
Good,
Smith,
yeah.
we talked about Brian Brissett 2 minutes ago being his #1 recruiting class in the country. Nolan Smith was too, a guy highly recruited out of high school, went to UGA, struggled with injuries for 3 years, but when Nolan Smith played at Georgia, he was arguably the best defensive player on the field besides Jalen Carter last year. He only has 9 sacks in his college career, though, which kind of is a struggling player when you're going to go in the first round of the NFL draft. You only have 9 sacks as an edge rusher. But outside of that, Nolan Smith, great tackler, really good off the line. I thought the only edges that were better than him in this draft were Tyree Wilson and Will Anderson. Obviously, the GMs think different than I do, but Nolan Smith is a great talent that could really help the Eagles.
Well, we're seeing a phone call and applause there in the Eagles draft room, so I'm going to think that they have a pick here.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's Nolan Smith. And then and then we have one more pick. Wow, we've been going live for about 4 hours now. Sheesh. My gosh, I'm going to hit the hay as soon as I'm done with this. Wow. Oh, man.
Jonah's having a nice time backstage. Kansas City's up next. There's not a lot of stuff Kansas City needs to improve on.
Nick is probably like as happy right now.
I completely forgot he's even here.
Yeah, he probably fell asleep at this point. Like,
is Nick Bear still in the live stream?
He probably just fell asleep. Unless Nick, if you're there, talk to us.
No way. I'm ready to fall asleep. I'm ready.
Yeah,
to
I haven't seen Nick on here in like a minute. So if he's not here, I could just say maybe me and Jonah we could all just come on for the last pick. If that's cool with you, Zeke, maybe just all of us. And if Nick's not there. All right, nice.
All right, bring this on.
They gotta find a way to make the draft shorter. This is like
they really do.
Well, no, it's not the fact that it's short; just it's a Thursday night. I mean,
well, that too. It's Thursday. Yeah.
The top 15 picks, are super exciting. Get to the bottom 17, and you're like, when is this gonna end?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's only 9:00 for Nick. Well, yeah, where did he go?
I don't know where he went. I don't think.
Yeah.
He's here.
Oh, he's here. Okay, yeah. All 5 of us can go on then. Okay. Yeah, I was confused on where. Okay, yeah, because I was. Yeah, he's on West Coast. Okay, yeah, all 5 of us can just go on. Nick, we all thought you died.
No, I had to go on a space real quick. Twitter Spaces.
Oh. Well, we forgot it was West Coast there, so you're fine. It's like 9 feet, right? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, it's 11:43. It's 11:43 for us East Coast people. So.
By the way, I already changed my jersey.
Jonah's about to fall asleep. You can see his little face shot.
He's like surviving.
He's secretly been drinking behind the scenes and he's drunk right now.
He's not listening to us.
Mama Kelsey, bro, the amount of times Mama Kelsey had the most like TV time on anyone during the Super Bowl. I swear, like they would nonstop post her on Instagram. I was like, oh my gosh.
Who are these people?
Like they would show.
Is that Dude Perfect?
I think. Well, is that Ty? Yeah, that's
Ty, Cody, and Kobe. He got nice and cleaned up for the
Dude
NFL.
Perfect. They're just bringing anyone to draft.
Dude Perfect.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
That's the most random collab of all time. Dude Perfect and Mama Kelsey. It's so random. It's like.
Come on already. Let's go.
I'm fine if they take their time. It's not late for me.
Dude Perfect are Cowboys fans. So
Nick,
they're probably gonna.
Nick, what time's it for you? 9:00? 11:45?
Not quite. No, 15
I gotta be
minutes
at school in
yet.
7 hours.
Dude Perfect are Cowboys fans, so they're probably gonna like troll Eagles fans. Because they usually do that. They bring like a.
They're flipping a coin here, guys.
Oh my god, what are they doing?
What are they? What is it? A trick shot that they're doing or something?
I don't know.
Bro, why is Mama Kelsey with them? Like, what's...
That's the weirdest.
Area on the picture.
I guess
They're announcing it. YouTube.
I forgot.
That's kind of funny. That Chiefs came up.
Who was it? Oh, we'll find out in 2 seconds.
Oh, the marketing ad right there.
Wow.
Yeah, he had to go off the board.
Nolan Smith,
yeah.
that's a good steal for the Eagles. I mean, like, Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter in the first round is crazy.
Well, him and Miles
Good
Murphy are the
pick.
best 2 players on the board, and they go in the bottom 5 picks
Dude,
of the
I
draft.
swear-
When they're
Now, who do the Chiefs take?
I don't know. They don't need anyone. They're going to
Good pick.
Exactly.
It
Michael
doesn't
Mayer?
matter. Can they
No,
can
they
they
have
lock?
Kelsey.
No,
so dumb.
please don't make them take Mayer. I don't want them taking.
No, they
a
have
wide
Kelsey.
receiver
They have
tight
Kelsey.
end.
They have Kelsey. They have Kelsey. They have Kelsey.
Okay, but
Will
I see
Levis
that-
officially doesn't go in the first round of the NFL.
Could you imagine if the Chiefs?
Crazy.
Could you imagine if the Chiefs just took Will Levis for no reason? Like they just took him. Like Will Levis, he's projected first round, but he gets to sit behind Patrick Mahomes for like.
Like a
Gosh.
sympathy pick.
Yeah. That would be so funny, and that's not going to happen though.
My
Yeah.
guess, Kaylee Ringo, cornerback Georgia. That's going to be my guess for the Chiefs.
They do. That's probably their
Yep.
biggest need,
or
cornerback.
Joey Porter. It's going to be one of the two.
Yeah, that's probably their biggest need. So I can see corner. I mean,
Can't
like
be
it's one of
offense
the
because
two.
whatever they get on offense is gonna be good for them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see that.
No,
They
no,
don't need
no. I don't want
receivers.
them taking any offensive players here.
Yeah, I
Look,
mean,
them not taking a receiver, Nick. It's your dream. They can't take a receiver unless it's Hyatt.
Well, they
Hyatt.
picked receiver last year in Sky Moore,
Sky Moore. Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a lot of them. He got a touchdown in the Super Bowl, but
turning off.
He probably
Michael White.
burned the Chargers a couple times. That's all that matters to me.
yeah, I mean,
The Colts pick at 35 tomorrow. All I can think of is I want Jalen Hyatt.
what's the Giants? I think they're like 50 something. Second round.
I don't even know what the
literally
Jets are.
The
If
Giants need like a
Michael
center.
Mayer doesn't go here, I'm gonna pray that Michael Mayer falls to 54 for the Chargers.
If they take Michael Mayer, then that's just like OP. Travis Kelce and Michael Mayer. Like,
Yeah,
Can you
it's terrible.
imagine?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want that.
that would just be like, no. Ugh. Yeah, look, they're showing that Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Nakobe Dean, all from Georgia. Yeah, they're all from Georgia. The Eagles' defense in the last 2 years, all their defensive players are from Georgia.
See, like Nolan Smith makes sense for them because of the whole Brandon Graham age.
Brandon Graham, yeah, I mean, he's probably done by now. Fletcher Cox probably still has like 1 year left, probably. But the Eagles have done a great job drafting for sure. I mean, especially since this team just went to the Super Bowl, and now they're getting even better with these players. At least we think.
Man, this was almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I know. It's like that's the good thing about West Coast of sports. Like you guys like never like
West Coast
You
is.
guys
It's gotta be so nice.
you guys get it so early. Like it's like so
Yeah.
like you guys are just done
Sports
by
are
like
done
9.
by sports are done by 10:30 at the
Yeah,
latest.
we are. If there's overtime, it's still like 1 for East
Yeah.
Coast. It's like you guys get to watch the Super Bowl at 3. Like,
Okay, I don't like a football game that starts at 3 though.
no, I
The
know.
I suppose, man. The Eagles picked Jordan Davis last year. They got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. That's 3 UGA boys, 3 2-time.
Yeah, that's and Nakobe Dean. Yeah,
and
Jordan.
Nakobe Dean.
My
That's
biggest
crazy.
question is the injury for Nolan Smith at this moment.
That's the
Like,
biggest
you
question.
wouldn't say
Yeah,
'cause he
that's
fell this
pretty much the
far.
biggest question in general. But like, if
And
he
they
can,
took McCovey Dean last year, who had the same another issue of injuries.
they're just showing off the Chiefs trophy.
You
I
don't
guess.
have to
Oh,
rub it in.
come on.
Oh my god, this is so disgusting.
Why did no one
Yeah.
care? We know the Chiefs won the Super Bowl.
Ew. I want all Chiefs fans to die.
Well,
Okay.
I shouldn't say that on stream.
Yeah, no.
Okay, Nick.
Poor
Nick,
Chargers.
it's okay. As long as Mahomes is a thing.
Yeah, Nick has been
Chargers
banned
are
from.
always good.
Nick has been. He just got kicked off.
What do you do?
Zeke kicked him. Oh no, he's back. I thought Zeke actually kicked him off.
Dude,
I
look how
thought-
ugly they are.
Nick,
He
maybe
was-
if your team
Oh, you did as a joke. Okay.
better, you'd win a Super Bowl.
No, if Patrick Mahomes was dead, we'd have a chance.
Okay, you get kicked off again.
Now you're gonna
I
get kicked off
will.
again.
I will.
Zeke's. He's gonna get banned from camp. They're gonna
Oh,
take
you
him
don't know
off the
how
list.
bad I've been at camp. I've been given so many chances, and I always say the F word.
And Nick's not.
You don't understand. I'm different. I'm built different.
Nick, the 2 people watching cannot let you hear this. Cannot
The two
hear you
people
think.
watching are probably my friends that are probably laughing in a group chat
The
right
two
now.
Nick,
people
you're
watching.
canceled.
The two people watching is the Alewine family and a random.
No, it's Aaron and Declan.
You're not wrong. They are watching Harris.
I know,
Are they?
and probably Declan
Hi, Jonas family.
Nick, you're canceled now.
and
Oh,
Declan Nay, my
oh my
favorite.
gosh, why are the Chiefs taking so long?
Because they have
Pick
to
is in.
like,
Pick is in.
Just pick it is in.
oh
Okay,
my
for
God,
you,
it's
it is.
Will Levis.
Oh my god!
I would laugh so hard if the Chiefs just, for some reason, just were like, let's take Will Levis and little people.
Let's take him for the other ones. Let's take him for ourselves.
Let's ruin his career and have him sit behind Patrick Mahomes for his whole career.
Look, Chad Henne retired. They do need a quarterback, specifically a backup.
You made a Levis highlight video. No, I mean that's not a bad thing because no one
Okay,
expected
but no
this
one,
to
no
happen.
one thought he'd be here. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
no one
like-
can blame you for making that.
It's like the whole
Yeah, I
QB
don't-
style last year. How they all slid out of the first and second round.
Mhm. Well, the QB class last year was horrible.
Oh yeah, but
That
they're
was like
still
the worst
projected to
QB
go
class
higher.
we've seen. Yeah, I mean Will Levis is probably the highest projected, but
Roswell
We're
prodigy
cheap.
Malik Willis.
yeah, I mean, like he was horrible in that Chiefs overtime game.
It's okay. Matt Corral is going to beat out Bryce Young for the starting spot.
Matt Corral. Matt Corral.
Well, Jacket.
I have
Bryce
not
Young's
heard his
so
name.
good.
I haven't heard Matt Corral's name since he got like drafted or like
He
got
tore-
hurt in like
He
the.
tore his ACL. Yeah.
Yeah, I have not heard his name since.
Yeah, Jonah, your sister's watching. She just sent me a picture.
Oh God. Hi, Leah.
You could, dude. The way our voices just like changed from like when the draft started. Now we're just all like so tired.
No, not me.
I have a
Not
final.
you.
Exam.
Okay, yeah. You're in the West Coast.
I have a final exam in 8 hours.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
me
That's
too.
just great for
I haven't
you.
even see tomorrow.
That's great for you
Jonah,
guys.
you're gonna be fine. You're not gonna fail.
I
Tell him,
won't. I
Nick.
have 2
Tell
hours.
him, Nick.
As long as you pass in general, as long as you get a C, you're good.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean the Chiefs could go anyone here. Imagine they go like, who's?
My
I don't
dad's
know.
been texting me all night because he went to Florida and he hates Anthony Richardson.
He's racist.
Nick, I want to be talking. Both of your quarterbacks are white.
Okay. And
No,
all my
This is like
receivers
this
are
is
black.
like late night talk.
Yes, it is. Zeke, can we stay on here?
No.
Get kicked
Yeah.
off again.
Nick, last time we stayed on here was during online camp, and we all like stayed. You stayed for a little bit, but it'll be like neighbors, masters.
Yeah.
Who
Who's that
stay up
one? Wait,
for
who's
one.
that one Alabama linebacker that like really like fell off the face of the earth and is now like not getting drafted for a while?
Henry To'oTo'o.
No,
Yeah.
what's
That
his
he
name?
Ryan
was-
Branch?
Yeah.
I'm forgetting his name. I don't
Jordan
know.
Battle.
No, it's not. He
You
might not
said
even be a
corner?
linebacker.
Well,
What's
there's
his name?
three. There's
He might not be
Ryan.
from Alabama. I just know there was a linebacker that fell off the face of the earth.
Oh, linebacker.
Middle linebacker.
Not Alabama. The linebacker from Alabama on the draft is Henry
Okay, yeah.
To'oTo'o.
It would be Toa. He was supposed to be really good.
What's his name?
Okay,
I don't know.
was this broadcast on ESPN supposed to end at 9? Maybe they're just killing time until the top of the
I'm
hour.
wondering if they're trying to drag it out till midnight.
They better not. They can just pick already.
That's what I'm
They
starting
need,
to think.
they need their broadcast time to make more
Because
moolah.
in terms of programming and stuff, they can't really finish too early. And I do feel like the bottom half of the draft actually flew by.
Oh no, they're bringing out the other Super Bowl trophy
Oh
now.
my gosh. Ugh.
All right. All right.
Which
I
one
know.
is this?
Okay.
guy?
I looked it up. I know who they picked. So it happens.
Yeah, it's some like I did too. I know. We'll just save it for like.
Do we
20%.
know which Super Bowl trophy is which? Like, is this year's one?
The one he
Uh,
just brought out, I think, was this year's.
Okay.
Oh my God, they're coming out.
Oh my gosh! Wow, this is like insane. This is a once in a lifetime.
All
He's
right,
like-
here we go.
Oh my god.
Imagine they just don't announce it and then they just kill more time.
Look at our trophy.
Like the Kansas City Chiefs select and then they just walk off.
All right, we got the pick though. I don't know if I can pronounce the name Felix and Duque
Yeah.
That's
Uzama.
really good. That's really good.
I don't know. I just know he got drafted.
I had that in my last mock too.
Yeah.
Just know that the Colts picked a generational talent at quarterback. Just know that.
Felix
Oh.
under DK Uzama.
All you got to know is the Colts took a generational offensive talent.
Well, it's definitely a
What would you
very
guys-
interesting night.
Steal the draft. What do you guys think? Last question.
Anthony Richardson, pick 4.
Okay, well, no. Okay,
Steal of the draft?
Christian Gonzalez honestly felt pretty
Probably.
hard.
He did.
Yeah.
Probably would be.
I mean, like, I don't know who else I was.
I'm gonna go Nolan Smith.
I'm gonna go
Miles
Will.
Murphy falling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Will Levis, yet to be drafted.
Well, here's the thing. Like, the thing with Nolan Smith is, like, everyone knew he was gonna, like, fall. Like, I feel like Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
was,
Zeke, I'm with you. Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
I'm going.
I mean, I know
I
you're
guess,
an Eagles
I mean-
fan, but I do actually agree it's Nolan Smith.
I'm going Will Levis, yet to be drafted.
I'm going to go Michael Turk, punter from Oklahoma, yet to be drafted.
What about Michael Mayer yet to be drafted?
All right, Alana, close us out.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you all for joining us. That was round 1 at 4 hours, 9 minutes. Well, enjoy the rest of the draft. And everyone who is watching this, go to sleep.
No.
Yeah, you guys are real for watching us until 11:56.
The Play-by-Play Student Sports Network. The best students of sports.